giving the ball up to BYU, and the Cougars having a 2nd and 18 after a penalty. Covey with the toss, and the intended receiver was Matt Bellini, and he was smacked over there. Number 30 coming up and making the stop was Rich Miller. Covey's the quarterback for BYU, and a good one. Whittingham and Bellini the running backs. Wide receivers Chuck Cutler and Jeff Franson. Phil Nawahi is the center from La Habra, California. Warren Wheat, Lynn Murphy, the offensive guards. The tackles John Hunter and Brian White. And the tight end and their leading receiver from a year ago, Darren Handley. 3rd down and 18 for BYU. Bellini is in motion. Penalty markers down, and Sean Covey is nailed. The man coming in was Dave Adine. Last year, 10 sacks and 35 tackles. There is a penalty marker down. Adine, a 6'3", 260-pound senior. And another penalty against BYU.
99 Adine is one of the best pass rushers in the WAC. Now watch him come from the right-hand side. He beats the guard number 64 to the play. Now that was a very, very strange call by BYU. They tried a bootleg play on 3rd and 18 when they knew that Wyoming would be coming after them. They must have had some key to the Wyoming defense at that time.
Freddie Doucette is back deep for Wyoming. Pat Thompson to punt. And a good one he is. 43.3 yards a year ago. This is a high kick. And Doucette back at the 16, drops it, falls on it. And they're going to say he is down at the 16-yard line. So a punt of 54 yards by Pat Thompson. And we'll return to Laramie, Wyoming in just a moment. Left to go. First quarter. Roger Twybo, Lee Corso with you in Laramie, Wyoming. And a lot of movement up front. Penalty markers go down. Look like the middleman for BYU, Tim Knight, who's their nose guard.
What they did, the quarterback changed the snap count that time, and Knight, number 76, jumped. Both teams look ragged up front, and what happens is in the opening game like this, you have a tendency for the offensive line to have problems.
Randy Welniak's the quarterback for the Cowboys of Wyoming. Dwayne Jones, Davy Dawson, the running backs for the Pokes. Freddie Doucette, Ted Gilmore. Good set of receivers. Grant Salisbury is the center from Auburn, Washington. He's a veteran anchor in the middle of the line. Offensive guards are Sean Weir and Tyrone Fidgey from Omaha, Nebraska. Tony Kapushian, Steve Slay, the tackles. Kapushian, their top man there last year. And Kilpatrick, the tight end, and also the punter. 1st and 15, penalty against Wyoming. Davy Dawson is number 6. He's got a blocker in front of him. He's across the 15 to the 18-yard line. Tackle made by the strong safety, Troy Long. But give the nod to the man giving him some blocking up front, Lee, and that was Daryl Perkins who was in there.
Absolutely. Number 61, Kapushian. Watch him as he comes off the ball. He gets good position on Clark, number 44. Nice block by Kilpatrick, number 16, and it's a good-looking play by number 41, Jones. He's running the ball in the right hand. He uses the other hand to move powerful into the good play. Good play by Jones that time.
A lot of substitutions right now on 2nd and 9. 2 wide receivers split to the near side. Gilmore and Doucette, they'll come outside and a catch, but they ruled it out of bounds. That was number 80, Ted Gilmore. Eric Bergeson was the man on the coverage over there. Gilmore and also Doucette, Lee, not a lot of experience for Wyoming, really in their skill position. That's where they lack this year.
They lost all their offensive power there. There's Paul Roach, one of the fine football coaches in the country. He got his opportunity to be a head football coach and is at 60 years old. When most of the guys are retired, Paul Roach came in and was coach of the year for the WAC.
4 wide receivers now on 3rd and 9, and the back is in motion. That's Jones. Welniak. And the completion, Ted Gilmore on the far side at the 32-yard line. Rodney Rice was the man on the coverage, and this is one of the offensive sets, Lee, that's going to be very exciting about this Wyoming football team.
Yes, watch Welniak will drop back, but this is a planned rollout. When he rolls out, that gives him a better vision of the field. Gilmore, number 80, makes a good move by coming back to the ball, which was exactly what he was supposed to do. Gilmore is a good receiver from junior college, and they really needed him.
13 yards on the pickup, 1st and 10 for the Cowboys of Wyoming. Doucette in motion to the near side, and that's Davy Dawson. Dawson up to the 35-yard line. Dwayne Johnson makes the tackle for BYU. And let's check out the defense of the Cougars. Tim Knight is the nose guard, number 76. Craig Patterson and Tim Clark, the defensive tackles in their 3-4 set. The inside backers, Bob Davis from San Jose and Regan Hansen from American Fork, Utah. Johnson there, 54. Chad Robinson, number 9. And then in the secondary, the corners are good ones. Rodney Rice and Eric Bergeson. And the safeties, Troy Long and Big Scott Peterson, 6'4" and 235. Second down and 6 for Wyoming. Ball at the 35-yard line. Plenty of time for Welniak. And the catch is made. Freddie Doucette at the 21-yard line beat Troy Long. And I want to tell you, Welniak did a great job hanging in there because he was hit as soon as he released the football.
You'll see it from ground level. The quarterback will come back. Number 41, Jones, gets a tremendous block right there on number 44, Clark. But then watch Welniak get smashed. But there's Long gets beat, number 21, by number 88, Doucette. Great play. But the key to that play was the fact that Welniak stayed right in there, waited to the last minute, and delivered that ball deep. Great play.
Dwayne Johnson, the man that hit him, number 54, first and 10, 36 yards on the completion. Both wideouts to the far side. The option now. And Welniak loses the football and looks like he got it back at the 18-yard line. Welniak was recruited as a wishbone quarterback here at Wyoming, his 5th year, and they're asking him to do a lot of different things.
And here it comes down with the option. As he cuts back, the ball is stripped right there. Watch the ball being stripped right there by number 9, Robinson, who gets the ball. A quarterback should be taught, and I'm sure he is, once you make that movement upfield, you tuck that ball away because you're no longer a quarterback, you're a running back when you're running the ball like that.
9:30 left to go first quarter. 2nd and 5. Jones is the fullback. Doucette split to the near side. Double tight end alignment. Welniak going down the middle, and the intended receiver was Freddie Doucette. Eric Bergeson was back on the coverage and just off the fingertips. And there's a young man in his 5th year coming off rotator cuff surgery, and he laid it in pretty good.
Doucette makes a good move to the inside and beats Bergeson to the inside. One of the rules on a defensive back near that area, never allow the man to beat you in a post route. But Doucette faked to the outside and made a good play. It was just overthrown.
3rd and 5. Sean Wiggins, number 15, comes into the game. Also, Ted Gilmore will split to the far side. 3 receivers, 1 lone setback. Now in motion to the near side. That's Perkins. Quarterback draw. Welniak down to the 1-yard line. Boy, that's a play you don't see much anymore. And now they've signaled touchdown. Yes. Touchdown, Wyoming.
This play is designed against a team that moves the middle linebacker. They put everybody in motion. Welniak steps back. The middle linebacker is gone, and he takes off running. He tucks the ball away and just gets it across the end zone line right there. Now you can see why they recruited him here as a wishbone quarterback. He's a good runner.
They were late with the signal, but the first 6 points of the night on the board for Wyoming. Sean Fleming, a freshman from Vancouver, British Columbia, with a strong leg, knocks it through. And Wyoming has jumped out to a 7-0 lead over BYU. Sean Fleming, the freshman from Vancouver, British Columbia, with his first collegiate extra point. You know he's glad to get that one out of the way. And Wyoming with a 7-0 lead over BYU. And we've got a beautiful night for football here in Laramie. Temperature about 58 degrees at kickoff time, at just a little after 9 o'clock Mountain Time here in Laramie, Wyoming. And back deep for the BYU Cougars will be number 32, Mike O'Brien, and number 3, Michael Brooks, who transferred from Snow College in Utah. And there's a look at Randy Welniak, the 5th-year senior. You know, Paul Roach told us, he doesn't need to be here. He recuperated from rotator cuff surgery, really wanted to come back and be the quarterback of this team, and he showed a lot of stuff on that first drive. 3 rushes, Lee, for 26 yards.
You can see by just the way he played why they named him one of the co-captains in a football team. They've got a lot of confidence in Welniak.
And finally, Fleming's going to have one of his teammates come in to hold the ball on the tee. George Dozier, number 2, will come in and hold the football as the wind is starting to kick. Well, the wind always blows in Wyoming. I know you asked me earlier what direction it's coming out of, and one of the guys in the booth said it just comes out every direction. There'll be 3. Michael Brooks, the junior college transfer. He's only 5'9", 165 pounds, and he's wrapped up at the 26-yard line. Let's take a look at Welniak now on the touchdown.
Now, you notice there's no middle linebacker. The reason there's no middle linebacker, when they put the back in motion, the middle linebacker went out with him. That was an automatic play by Welniak. That was an end zone look. Now, watch this. As he moves in here, watch the speed and quickness he has. That's the difference between Welniak and a lot of college quarterbacks. He's a runner first and a passer second.
87 Franson splits out far to the near side. Bellini also split to the near side. One lone setback right now. Hanley, the tight end, is split out to the top of your screen, and they'll give it to that lone setback, and that is Whittingham, number 33, a 5'10 junior from Orange, California. And Lee, one of the things about BYU with their backs, not only do they run the ball, but they'll probably even catch the football more than they'll run it. As you take a look at the drive, 8 plays in just 2 minutes, 31 seconds, and Welniak with the touchdown run. Gain of 5 on that last play. 2nd and 5 now for BYU as they send Chuck Cutler, an academic All-American, split out to the far side. He comes in motion now. A lot of mix-up. Never got the snap. Covey never got the snap. And we've seen now already 4 penalties called against BYU.
And I tell you what, 2 of them have been on Nawahi, the center, and Covey.
We have a dead ball. Ball starts against the offense. 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
Let's take a look at the Wyoming defense right now, and they've got a good one up front. Mitch Donahue, 49, Dave Adine, their leading sack man from a year ago. Craig Schlichting and Pat Raybold. Raybold, their leading tackler from last year. Steve Addison's the middle linebacker from Littleton, Colorado. Mike Schenbeck and Willie Wright, the backers. And BYU will have to face these corners, Eric Coleman and Steve McMillan, a pair of real good ones. And then Rich Miller and Darrell Harris are the safeties. That's the Wyoming defense on 2nd and 10. As Covey goes down the middle, nearly intercepted. Hanley was the intended receiver, and it was number 12, Darrell Harris, the junior from South Holland, Illinois, who had it in his hands, and that's why he's a defensive back.
Oh, I tell you what, you know why? Because Harris, number 12, was recruited as a wishbone quarterback in Wyoming, and they took him away from that position, and here he's got a perfect position, but he doesn't reach out and catch it with his hands. A defensive back, once the ball is thrown, you turn into a receiver. You catch it with your hands. You should have had that one.
You were out riding Cowboy Joe yesterday, weren't you?
No, thank you.
3rd down and 10, 8:08 to go, first quarter. Double tight ends now for BYU, 1 lone wide receiver. Covey has yet to complete a pass and still hasn't. Travis McBeth, 89, the backup tight end, the intended receiver, and Ron Dean and Mike Schenbeck. We're back on the coverage, and Lee, we looked at the Wyoming defense. We knew they were going to be strong, and they've been impressive on the first few series.
They're going to pressure Covey from the first play. They're going to try to hit him in every angle. Watch Bellini, number 8, one of the best receivers. They're going to stop him by knocking him down with or without the ball. Boom! A nice little shot from the side.
Wyoming was late getting on the field. Thompson, the kick, and Doucette at the 22-yard line. Well, he did the wise thing. There wasn't much room, so he turned it right upfield and got about 5 to the 29. Wyoming leads BYU 7-0. Point play, the difference in the game. 1st and 10 now for the Cowboys. Near side, the intended receiver was Gordy Wood at the 34-yard line. Brian Mitchell, a backup cornerback, came up to cover Wood, who is the certified flake on this Cowboy football team. He's the guy that keeps everybody else loose.
They go to a 2 tight end offense at times with Kilpatrick, number 16, and 95 Wood in there. The reason they do that is to balance an unbalanced BYU defense and put them straight across so they can hit them.
Paul Rhodes, WAC Coach of the Year last year, took his team to the Holiday Bowl in his first year ever as a head coach at any level. 2nd and 10. In motion now. The far side, that was 43, Scott Gibson. Welniak's got to move out of the pocket, and he does that very well, but sometimes, Lee, the coaches think that he tucks it under too quick. Davis, 36, came up to make the stop. You see what Welniak's done. Now, this is his 5th season. 84 JVs, 85 he played just a little bit, also in 86, led him to a victory over Wisconsin, redshirted with the injury last year, and now the starting quarterback this year.
In 86, he also came off the bench and beat a good Air Force Academy team.
So far, Wyoming with over 100 yards total offense, and BYU in the negative category. 3rd down and 8. Brissett and Gilmore, the wide receivers. Just over 7 minutes to go. First quarter from Laramie. Gilmore slips and can't make the catch. Ted Gilmore, covered by Brian Mitchell. Gilmore, the junior college transfer. He's out of Wichita, Kansas.
Boy, the front inside line, number 51 Weir, number 61 Kapushin, and number 54 Salisbury are doing a tremendous job of pass protection. Number 76 Wright can't get in there. Now, as you see number 80 Gilmore move, watch him slip slightly right there. By slipping, he didn't have the concentration to catch that football.
Kilpatrick to punt it, and he kicks it off the side of his foot. And that's going to go out of bounds at the 46-yard line. So Kilpatrick and Thompson, the two top punters in the WAC from a year ago, and Kilpatrick that time with just a 23-yard kick. And Lee, this will be the first year that Kilpatrick's doubled up as the starting tight end and the punter. It's going to be interesting to see how that affects him.
Also, one of the things, when it's windy, when you drop the football, sometimes the ball will move on you. If you watch him as he drops the ball moved exactly to the right. The wind has a tendency to move the football. What you do is when you kick it with the wind, you just drop it about 6 inches, not a full foot and a half.
BYU with 3 penalties already, 6:49 left to go, and they'll have it 1st and 10. Ball's at the 47-yard line. That's Cutler in motion to the near side, and they'll pitch back to Bellini. Bellini gets up near the 50-yard line, a gain of about 3. Bellini, even though he's a running back, one of their top pass receivers from a year ago, as Bellini and Hanley, both the top receivers for BYU.
If you watch, the entire right side pulls. Number 63 White pulls. What BYU looks like, he went on the sideline and said, hey, look, let's get down to running the football some. Let's knock them down. Let's don't play passive football. Let's go after them, get our linemen a chance to hit these guys.
2nd down and 7. Plenty of time for Covey. He's going deep to Cutler. And Cutler had his man beat at the 17-yard line. And that was Eric Coleman, the senior from Denver. And Covey just overthrew him a bit.
Covey is an outstanding quarterback. He's getting a little bit better protection now. He drops back. He reads it perfectly. Now watch him step forward and throw the ball perfect, except a little bit overthrown because he didn't throw enough arc on the ball, and he tried to rifle it right in there. Covey will come back and start to play, and when he gets hot, buddy, does he get hot.
21, Ron Dean is checked into the secondary for Wyoming. 3rd and 7 for BYU. Covey going deep and nearly caught by Tyler Anderson, the freshman speedster out of Orem, Utah, who set a Utah State record in the 100-meter dash his junior year. And a conversation, Lee?
It looks like it's going to be pass interference on number 47, McMillan. What they did is they pressured the quarterback, Hovey, with the blitz, and that meant man-for-man coverage in the secondary. Okay, now what happens if it's a long pass like that, the most they can get is a 15-yard penalty and an automatic first down. Used to be about 5 or 6 years ago, you'd get that much, 45 and 50-yard penalty, which obviously wasn't very good.
So a break for BYU.
Pass interference against the defense. First down.
Just the 2nd penalty on Wyoming.
Lee's coming out of the backfield. You'll see them trying to cover him, but now watch. He picks up the strong linebacker blitz. Bellini's a good football player, but he better protect himself. He looks like he's a marked man, with or without the ball.
1st and 10 now. Ball's on the 35-yard line. Branson was split to the near side. That's Whittingham. Fumble at the 35, and Wyoming has it. Mike Schenbeck was the man that made the tackle and stripped him of the football, and coming up with it was number 92 for Wyoming, and that was Craig Schlichting.
55 Schenbeck is in the left-hand part of your picture. Now watch. He'll come right in from the left-hand part of your picture. He not only tackles the football, he tackles the man, and the ball is now free. Now watch. Here we come with Whittingham, number 33. It looks like he almost loses the... No, it is stripped by number 90 and 55 Schenbeck. Great play by Schenbeck, and Wyoming's got the football.
Schenbeck was in on over 105 tackles a year ago. 1st and 10 Wyoming. Dabby Dawson Good quickness across the 40 to the 43-yard line. Dawson, the junior college transfer, is finally tackled by Bob Davis, the middle linebacker. Not real big at 6'1", 220, but one of the strongest players on the BYU football team.
You know, Paul Roach has got his football team. There he is on the sideline. He calls the offensive plays, and they signal in the formations. But I tell you what, he's got his players ready to play. They're playing at maximum strength, and BYU is not right now.
Dawson last year at Coffeyville Junior College averaged over 8 yards a carry. 2nd and 2, and that's what he got on that last carry. Wide receivers, Doucette and Gilmore split to the near side, and to the far side, number 48 carrying the football. That's Mark Timmer, the backup fullback. Now, we'll tell you that there have been some injury problems in the Wyoming backfield. Benna, their starting fullback, with a pulled hamstring, and Timmer's going to get some action.
And he's a former linebacker. Now, watch him drop his shoulder right here. He's doing what every linebacker's always wanted to do, run the football. Not very far, but very aggressive.
And he got it far enough for the first down. As you look at Paul Roach, his staff, what a tremendous way to start. Hired himself. That's a nice way to do
Why not?
it.
He thought he was the best man for the job. Obviously, he was.
Just over 5 minutes to go, first quarter. Perkins comes in motion to the near side. Plenty of time for Welniak. He had a man down the middle. Freddie Doucette was wide open, but Welniak overthrows him. Scott Peterson was back in that area and might have had a chance to pick it off.
Well, you know why they didn't get much pressure on him now, and why they're putting a lot of pressure on the secondary is because they're worried about him running. Now watch, BYU will only rush 3 men, and you cannot get to a quarterback rushing 3 men.
Not with that offensive.
No, they're real good. They're a nice job of holding and everything. But Welniak steps up and throws the ball. Doesn't look like he has any ill effect from that shoulder surgery he had in the springtime.
2nd down and 10. Ball's at the 45-yard line. Welniak trying to hit Gilmore, and Tony Crutchfield was the man on the coverage. Crutchfield, number 24, a freshman from Pasadena, and one of the highly thought-of players by the BYU coaching staff.
BYU has changed their defensive strategy some now. They're using 5 and 6 defensive backs, figuring that they're not going to rush the passer and force him to run. They might as well use coverage on him.
Welniak. Now, as you take a look at Lavelle Edwards, what a great career he's had at BYU. 3 of 10 in the passing department, and this is 3rd and 10. He can sit in there all day, and he's got his man, Freddie Doucette, who last year just made 2 receptions, and he has got more than that already tonight. Brian Mitchell on the tackle, and it's going to be real close to the first down at the 46-yard line.
Now, Doucette is a very fine receiver. Now, watch him go down the field. He's moving out to the outside. He's moving out to the outside. He slips, but he comes back. Now, the good thing about this, he concentrated and watched the ball all the way into his hands. Now, here comes a big, big play.
3 tight ends will come in now for Wyoming on 4th and 1. 3 tight ends, Kilpatrick, Gordy Wood, and John Brissy.
Now, the coaches told us they would go over the left guard, number 51. Let's see what they do.
Wood's the man in motion. They give it to Timmer. Oh, he spun and he got it. It looked like he got it. He was hit initially, and then he spun and moved in across the line there. Bud Orr, 93, Dwayne Johnson, 54. And let's take a look where they mark it at. It's going to be real close. Second effort was not enough. They're going to give it to BYU. Boy, it looked like on the second effort by Timmer, he'd made it.
All right, they went exactly what they went. They wanted to play to over the left guard, Weir, number 51. They got the man, number 48, over the play, but BYU was big enough and strong enough to get that ball and knock him back. Now, you see from the end zone, now watch the linebackers fill right there. Now for good play by number 93, Orr. He made the play and stopped him right in his tracks. Good play, BYU. That is what they might need to get some offense juiced up in that offense.
So a bit of a gamble by Wyoming, and they send it over to BYU. Bellini slips and falls down at the 40-yard line. You know, Lee, one of the things about the WAC conference is most of the playing fields are natural turf, so these guys should be used to this grass.
Absolutely. There's one reason why they have artificial turf. In some schools, they can afford it, but here they can't. Now, what his mistake was there is he cross-legged. In other words, he's got to plant that foot. Bellini and all of these other players will start getting used to the playing surface, and you'll see less and less slipping as the game goes on.
There you see Bellini last season, just 18 carries for 48 yards, but he caught 51 passes for 548 yards. 2nd and 16. They'll give it to Whittingham. Lots of room. He gets up to the 50-yard line. So Fred Whittingham with a good gain out to midfield, where he is tackled by McMillan, number 47, Darrell Harris, number 12, the free safety and the cornerback. And once again, Whittingham, their main ball carrier from a year ago, but he can also catch the football. 35 receptions for over 300 yards, and it's 3rd and 6. Cutler split to the near side. Covey is nailed. Boy, the immediate pressure was by Schenbeck. That moved him up in the pocket, and that let those big linemen come up and finish him off. As they're unpiling, it looks like 94, Vaughn Henderson, the last man to get up. Take a look at David Dean, who's always around the quarterback. And Henderson, 94, was the man that finished it off. So BYU now 4th and 9. Thompson back at his 32-yard line. And Doucette standing at his 10. A low line drive kick. Doucette misplayed it. He's got to hope it gets in the end zone, and it does. He wouldn't like to be sitting in the film session on that one, would he, Lee?
Oh.
He would have heard about that for a long time. Coming up Saturday here on ESPN, we got a great football game for you from the Southeast Conference. Tennessee ranked 17th, Georgia ranked 14th, and that's at 6 Eastern time right here on ESPN.
Vince Dooley at Georgia said that Tennessee might be the finest offensive football team he's ever opened up against. Quite a compliment, because Dooley's been there for over 25 years.
Wyoming with a 7-0 lead, and we've had our first marriage proposal go up on the scoreboard this year. And we'll check that out a little bit later. 1st and 10, 2:10 left to go, first quarter. Welniak has his Wyoming football team at the 20-yard line. Dabby Dawson, he gets right back to the 20. You know, Dawson and Gilmore were and still are best friends in Wichita, Kansas. Both went to junior college. Dawson at Coffeyville, Dabby Dawson at Butler County, and they ended up here in Wyoming together. You see what he did last year, over 8 yards a carry for Dick Foster at Coffeyville.
He's got special quickness that Coach Roach likes. He's got quickness to where he can get in there and be a game breaker, and he's got to break one early to get that confidence in playing major college football.
Now both Gilmore and Doucette split to the near side on 2nd and 10. Time. Now Welniak finally can't find anybody who eats it. Would they rather have him do that or tuck it under and go?
No, they'd rather have him throw a touchdown. But if they can't throw a touchdown, they'd rather have him tuck it and go. But in that case, what happened is the defensive secondary for BYU did a magnificent job of covering all the receivers.
Watch Tim Knight. He's the man that finally gets to him.
Now, number 76, Knight is moving in there. He's 270 pounds, 44. Clark is trying to get to him, and he's 260 pounds. It looks like the philosophy that BYU has started in this ball game is put the pressure on him with the linemen only and not blitz. They might have to come after Welniak with the blitz sooner or later.
Clark was the other man in there on 3rd and 15 with less than a minute to go, first quarter. Welniak going to the far side, penalty marker down. Freddie Doucette, the intended receiver. Rodney Rice was on the coverage. Rice missed all of spring practice because of knee surgery. As a matter of fact, 5 BYU starters missed spring practice. So a lot of questions to be answered in this first game, but you can't spend a lot of time looking for answers here against Wyoming and BYU. This is a conference matchup. It's going to be offensive pass interference.
Okay, offensive pass interference is a 15-yard penalty, an automatic loss of down. It's one of the most difficult penalties against the football team. Now, what happens in here, Doucette pushes away from him. That's why he was so wide open.
To the goal. Lost it down.
Because Rice doesn't usually let you get that wide open. He's a definite pro prospect, 31 Rodney Rice.
Rice is a good player. Now they're trying to get into the face of Welniak. Anyhow, if they cannot get to him, they're at least going to try to scare him.
Tom Kilpatrick standing in his end zone. Last year, 42.5 yards a kick.
And he was the top-rated punter in the WAC, made first team all-WAC. And O'Brien back at midfield right now. You can see 2 punts tonight for just 33.5 yards. And now the officials are going to pick the football up and move it back a little bit more.
You know why? Because they had room for a 15-yard penalty. You can only go half the distance to the goal line when you don't have 15 yards.
Well, it's the first game for them. It's the first game for the players. And it's the first game for us, Lee.
Now, in this situation, this is when they usually can get a good punt return for BYU because Wyoming will be blocking before they cover.
That's an end-over-end kick, and O'Brien with a fair catch at the 49-yard line. So the Cougars of BYU will have excellent field position after that 40-yard punt by Kilpatrick, as we have 33 seconds left to go in the first half, and Wyoming holding a 7-0 lead. You know, Lee, one of the things about the first game of the year is you'd like to play maybe somebody a little easier than you because you've got a lot of questions to answer. You've been through spring football, and in the case of BYU, 5 starters out with knee surgery. Man, you get hit with a big game like this. You don't like to see that, do you?
One word. Television. National exposure, you need it in the WAC. They're smart playing this game.
And it's the first time there's ever been a night game here at Laramie, and the first time ever on national television from War Memorial Stadium. The intended receiver was Chuck Cutler, who only holds a 3.95 GPA in accounting, but he wasn't real smart on that, as Covey always had his troubles.
Well, you know what happened on that time. Now watch, he tries to catch the ball against his shoulder pad, and it bounces off there instead of reaching out with his hands. See that? Now, I tell you what, I promise you that Cutler has never done that before. The coaches are going crazy. Why BYU is playing sporadically, they're trying to find the answer. Cutler should have had that.
2nd and 10. Murdoch has checked into the game. He split to the top of your screen. Cutler to the near side. Covey's got to move out of the pocket. And Vaughn Henderson finally knocks him out at the 40-yard line. Robert Midget was also giving chase over there. And take a look at the wind here tonight in Laramie, Wyoming. And it's blowing out of the east about 15 miles an hour when the game started.
In fact, when you're a passing team, the worst enemy you have is the wind. You'd rather throw the ball in the snow, in the rain, in anything, but the wind takes the ball and makes it move, and it really causes a lot of problem with a good passing team.
3rd down and 1. As Macbeth, the backup tight end, checks in along with Chris Smith. So BYU with the 3 tight ends.
Roger French, the offensive coordinator, said they like to go over the right side on 3rd and 1.
And that's where they're going with Bellini. And I'm not going to call it anymore, Lee. Wyoming's saying they've got the football, and they're saying they stopped it.
I think that's wishful thinking.
There's a look at Matt Bellini, 6 foot, 195-pounder, sophomore from San Leandro. Had a brother, pretty good player, a few years back.
They're coming over the right tackle, number 63, White. Watch him come down and explode. They pull the left guard, number 78, Wheat, who opens up the hole. That's what they like to do. You know what you do on 3rd and 1? You take your best players and you run your best plays, and you don't care who you're playing against. That's why in both 3rd down situations, the offensive coordinators have done exactly what they said they were going to do.
And BYU will let the clock run down to end the first quarter of play. Wyoming leads it 7-0. 9. Sean Covey has yet to complete a pass. He's carried the ball 4 times in scrambling situations and has lost 5 yards. Lee, they're at a point right now, they just want to try to complete the most simplest pass and get 1 under their belt.
They've dropped 3 passes and 3 of his best receivers.
Both wide receivers split to the far side. Covey goes that way, and he's got Bellini at the 35. Nice move down to the 30, and he's finally dragged down. Darrell Harris, number 12, who made 46 tackles a year ago, came up to make the stop there, and that's going to be shy of a first down.
Good pass protection by the offensive line. Covey goes back, gets good protection. He's feeling very confident. He throws the ball to his favorite receiver. Now watch Bellini. This is how bad it is. He cradles this thing. Watch. Boom. He's going to make sure he catches this, makes a good movement, drives himself forward. It's now 3rd down, or 1st down for BYU.
They've given him 1st down. There's a look at Matt Bellini, sophomore, and their top man out of the backfield. You got to watch the BYU backs because they're sometimes their leading pass receivers. Whittingham and O'Brien, the setbacks, on 1st and 10. Hanley, the tight end, or make it Travis McBeth, 89, down at the 20-yard line. Rich Miller, the strong safety, comes up to make the tackle as McBeth gets very close to the first down.
Okay, Covey's throwing the ball to his number 1 receiver, Bellini, number 8, and his number 2 receiver, number 88, Hanley. Why? When in doubt, go to your best players and let's start getting something done. BYU is out of sync, but they're now starting to establish what they do best, which is throw the football.
Hanley with 52 catches, 3 touchdowns a year ago. 2nd down and 2. Murdoch is split to the near side. O'Brien right up the middle and should have enough for the first down inside the 20, down to the 18-yard line. Make that Fred Whittingham the ball carrier. So BYU now got that first pass completion. They started to get the running game. The quarterback and the center have gotten together. They put it together now and started to get a little drive. Plus, the fact they've had good field position throughout the game.
Lavelle Edwards has got a good record. He's won a lot of games, but you know what? His record is only 9-7 in the last 16 opening games. He's had problems winning the opening.
Split backs now, O'Brien and Whittingham on 1st and 10. Ball's at the 18. Gets away from the pressure inside the 15 and falls down at the 12-yard line. Robert Midget, 57, the middle linebacker from Detroit, Michigan. And Craig Schlichting, 92, the man that put the pressure on Covey to drive him out of the pocket.
Now, anytime a quarterback gets full blitz, now there comes everybody after him. Now, once he breaks the first line of defense, now you'll notice there's nobody in the picture. That's because all the linebackers, number 57 Midget, are back in the pass coverage. Covey is a good runner, but Lavelle Edwards does not want him running that football with that bad knee.
2nd down and 4. Just over 12 minutes to go. Bellini and Whittingham, the running backs, and this is Matt Bellini. Bellini, touchdown, BYU. Whittingham was the lead blocker. They created some gaps, and Bellini went untouched into the end zone.
Nice block by 33, Whittingham. As you watch the left-hand side of your picture, you'll see number 78, Wheat, pull, but you'll see a block right there by Wheat. Makes a good play, and in goes Bellini. Now, remember that one good situation. Bellini, Hanley, Covey. The best players all come in, and Hanley, number 88, made a especially good block that time.
Jason Chavez, the man to try the point after. Devin Coggins, the holder, and it's good. And the Cougars of BYU have tied this thing up at 7 apiece.
Number 88, Hanley, good block, keeps his position. Notice how he's keeping his feet up, makes a good play, and Bellini's got enough speed. When in doubt, ladies and gentlemen, go to your best players, and there's one of the best players they've got. Bellini, touchdown, BYU.
Kick it off for BYU. He's a freshman out of Texas. BYU, they go all over to recruit. And back deep, Ted Gilmore, number 80, and one of the best names in college football, Peter Gunn, number 24. Good deep kickoff. They'll let it go out of the end zone, and Wyoming will take it over 1st and 10 as we take a look at the scoring drive. Good field position once again for BYU. They cut out the mistakes. 9 plays, 49 yards, and Bellini with the 12-yard touchdown run.
We're going to take a look at another good shot of Hanley on this one. Now, the tight end's got good position. If you notice right there, he keeps his feet, he's keeping his body. Now, Bellini is watching that block, and as soon as Bellini got that break, he put the speed on and got the touchdown. That drive was impressive because BYU went to its best players, and they did what they did best no matter who they were playing, Wyoming or anybody else.
Doucette is split to the near side. Gilmore at the top of your screen. 1st and 10 for Wyoming. And they'll put it right on the ground to Dabby Dawson. Look at that quickness across the 25 to the 27-yard line. But it was Bob Davis, number 36, 27 tackles a year ago for BYU. And he's like to say, I'm just playing ornery. I don't like people when I play them.
Number 36 is from Mesa, Arizona. He's one of the married players on BYU. He's got inside position, good position, and comes up and makes a tackle on him. Davis is one of the toughest football players he has.
And you know who his idol is?
No.
Dick Butkus. If you're a middle linebacker, you might as well pick him, huh?
Better than Mrs. Butkus.
2nd down and 3. Both wide receivers. Split to the top of your screen. Perkins in there with Jones. And that's Dwayne Jones. Jones gets it maybe back to the line of scrimmage. Looked like that time Welniak might have called an audible at the line of scrimmage. Jones, 41, a 6 foot, 198-pound junior who moved into the starting role when Benna, their great fullback from a year ago, pulled up with a hamstring this summer and then re-injured himself in two-a-days.
You notice that BYU is now starting to play even better on defense. There's nothing like the first touchdown of the season. I know as a coach, you never think you're going to score. You think you're going to get shut out for 11 straight games. They scored once. Their defense is playing better. The sideline is up. Everybody has got a lot more enthusiasm.
3rd down and 3. Crandell Mack split to the near side. And the draw right up the middle. That should be enough for the first down. Dwayne, that's D-E-W-A-I-N-E Jones with the carry. And last year, just 4 carries for 15 yards. Not a lot of action. This was one of the concerns for Paul Roach, his running backs and wide receivers.
54, Salisbury is one of the best centers in the league. Now watch him take number 76, Knight, right out of there and gave a good hold for him. Salisbury, Knight, very, very important players in this ballgame.
There's a look at Dwayne Jones and a nice little hold there by Kapushian over on the left side. He made that nice block. Perkins, the lone setback. 1st and 10. Welniak will turn it up the middle across the 35 to the 37-yard line. Bud Orr, 93, and Bob Davis come up to make the tackle. And Welniak shows you some of his ability to run with the football right there, as it looked like he was initially going to try to roll out to the left side, but it was shut off. As Covey so far tonight, 2 of 7, 19 yards, and Welniak 4 of 11 for 74 yards.
74 yards. That tells you that the quarterback is an integral part of the Wyoming offense, running and passing. Covey should have no yardage rushing if BYU's doing the right job.
2nd and 7, less than 10 minutes to go, first half. Penalty markers down. Welniak across the 40 to the 43-yard line, where Chad Robinson, one of the men that makes the stop. Now the problem though, Lee, if Welniak, who likes to run with the football, and he's got that bad shoulder from the rotator, although he's healed up, they've only got freshman quarterback behind him.
Yes, and Welniak is smart enough to know when to run out of bounds. Now, number 9, Robinson, holds on this one. Excuse me. Now, you watch him. He comes down here. He's got a hold of the guy right there and making sure he doesn't get out. That's an automatic first down for Wyoming.
Holding against the defense. First down.
And the man being held was 95, Gordy Wood. Wyoming, who last year went undefeated in the WAC at 8-0, and I didn't quite get that, but we appreciate him making up the sign for us tonight.
There's Lavelle Edwards. You know, he did a great job last year as the president of the American Football Coaches Association. In fact, Charlie McClendon has a great comment on Lavelle Edwards. He calls him the E.F. Hutton of coaches. He doesn't talk much, but when he talks, you better listen.
First down for Wyoming now. Ball across midfield at the 49-yard line. 2 tight ends in there. Quick drop, and to the near side, and Gilmore makes the catch at the 41-yard line. So Ted Gilmore, the junior college transfer from Butler County in Kansas, comes up with the catch after slipping a couple times and dropping a couple passes.
And he's doing something really interesting to me. He's got number 31, Rice, so concerned about that deep post draft that Rice is giving him a cushion, which means he's giving him some movement, and all of a sudden, boom, Gilmore's moving out and catching the ball. Gilmore was well coached at the junior college he came in the passing game because he's only been here for about 2 weeks.
Jones and Perkins, the running backs, on 2nd and 2. Welniak going deep. He's got a man. Touchdown. Doucette. On the touchdown pass from Randy Welniak to Freddie Doucette, and Doucette with the great catch. I don't think he's got a bad arm, Lee.
Welniak fakes the boot. Now watch the good fake. He puts the ball in his stomach to hold the defensive linemen and linebackers, and he throws a bomb. Now Mitchell, number 30, tripped and allows Dusak to make the catch.
Fleming, the extra point. And Wyoming has jumped out to a 14-7 lead. And how does the quarterback feel after throwing a long touchdown pass, his first of the season, Lee?
I don't know. I never threw one that long, but I'll tell you one thing. He's excited.
And O'Brien will take it at the 12-yard line. And he is dropped at the 20. The man getting down there for Wyoming was number 34, Jay Daffler.
Wozniak makes a good fake. He freezes everybody. He throws it as far as he can throw. Doucette's got good position. Mitchell trips. Doucette concentrates beautifully and catches the ball for a touchdown.
Could that have been interference?
Who cares? It was a touchdown.
80 yards.
Just in case it wasn't. Scoring drive for Wyoming. 7 plays, 80 yards, 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Welniak, the 40-yard touchdown pass to Doucette. And BYU has it now. 9:15 to go in the first half. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Covey throwing up the sideline, and a great diving catch. 83 Bryce Doman was the man making the reception, but the official says no. Steve McMillan was on the coverage as Doman really stretched out and gave up his body on that one.
Watch number 83 as he's going on the left sideline. Remember, you must keep at least 1 foot in bounds when you catch the football. Right there, it was dragging, and the referee, who was right in good position. Now watch the referee. Boom! Right outside. Now, I tell you what, as a coach, I used to always get mad at referees or officials when they were in poor positions. That official was in a perfect position to call that play.
And Covey is signaling for a timeout, so he sees something defensively there by Wyoming that he doesn't like, and he's going to come over and talk it over with his coach, Lavelle Edwards. 9:10 left to go, first half. Wyoming leads BYU 14-7 in a game that any time of the year, Lee, would be a big game, but you don't usually get this type of game as your first game of the year, and it's going to have a lot of ramifications down the road.
Yes, but now remember, most of the time these teams played, BYU has got the great offensive, there it is, over 40 points a game. But that was before Roach. You know, it doesn't count anymore because right now BYU is not playing their style of football. They're playing like a play here and a play that they haven't established anything. You can see that Lavelle Edwards is concerned on the sideline because he's got a good football team. He also knows there's a long way to go in this ball game before it's over.
The BYU Cougars, of course, dominating the WAC for so many years. 10 consecutive championships up through the 85 season. Then San Diego State wins in 86. Wyoming wins last year. And people in Provo are shaking their heads and they're going, hey, what's going on here? We dominate this conference.
It's interesting. They won the national championship in 1984. And an interesting stat, they have not won a bowl game since they won the national championship.
And of course, they beat Michigan in the Holiday Bowl that year. 2nd down and 10 now. Mike Solito, the lone setback. And look out, Sean Covey, because Dave Adine has got his 2nd sack of the night. Boy, Roach said if we could just get this guy to play on every play like he plays on about half of them, we really have something.
Adine is coming from the outside. Now watch, this is that bootleg play again. Somebody must bust the assignment because that guy should not be coming that clean, that fast.
Got a penalty marker down, and the officials talking it over. Look at the misery index here right now. BYU, 1 turnover, 3 sacks allowed, 1 drop pass, 3 penalties for 20, and wasted timeouts. That's not a good misery index.
But I tell you what, they're only losing 14-7.
Personal foul against Wyoming.
We have a dead ball, personal foul against the defense. It's an automatic first down.
Usually what happens on that, Lee, is a pass receiver is run downfield, a defensive back, they get tangled up, a little pushing and shoving, and usually they see the second contact. They don't see the first contact. And that's first down. So the sack by Adine, all for naught. Covey just 2 of 8 for 19 yards. 8:45 left to go first half. Inside to Solito. He gets to the 28-yard line, and he's driven back a host of brown-shirted tacklers for the Wyoming Cowboys. Ron Dean, one of the players coming up, and also Mitch Donahue, a player you like a lot, number 49.
Mitch Downey was one of the toughest players. The trainer says number 49 never comes in the dressing room. He's that tough. Now, you'll watch number 99 makes the play, but 92, Schlick team, comes from the outside. Up front right now, BYU's front four is whipping the offensive line from BYU.
2nd and 5, and they'll pitch it back to Bellini. Does a good job of turning it up across the 35 to the 37-yard line where Darrell Harris, number 12. Bellini has shown us so far tonight, he's got that good knack lead for able to turn it up. He sees that opening and just goes ahead instead of going too far outside. He cuts it on upfield.
Now you watch. There's Hanley. Good pulling by number 78, Wheat. Now Bellini's going to make a move to the inside, but every time he tries to cross his feet, he falls out from underneath him. They better check those cleats and make sure they're long enough.
1st and 10. BYU's got something going again with 7:47 to go in the half. And Covey finds his receiver. That's Chuck Cutler. And Cutler is thrown back. Guess who? Mike Schenbeck, the senior from Aurora, Colorado.
Let me tell you one thing.
Tell me.
That Schenbeck can play anybody and play anywhere. If you watch number 82 Cutler catch this ball, now watch 55 from the left-hand part of your screen. Come right up here and kiss him. Wow. Knocks him back about 6 yards.
And then he thanked McMillan because McMillan set him up for it.
You know, one of the things that Wyoming has done is allowed the BYU guys to catch the ball and then punish it. That's one theory of pass defense.
2nd down and 7. Bellini with the reception at the 45-yard line. And who's covering? You got it. 55, Mike Schenbeck. He is all over the football field. When you get in on over 110 tackles in 1 year, you're doing a lot of good work.
He's also a smart football player. He wants eventually to go to law school when he graduates from Wyoming. I like the way Covey is now throwing the football. Right, left, a little draw in the middle. Nice throw here, there. Covey's now starting to get warmed up and looks like the great All-American prospect that he will be.
3rd down and 1. Handley, McBeth, and Smith, the 3 tight ends in there.
Remember, they went over the left side last time.
Bellini up the middle this time. The midfield, and more than enough for the 1st down. So BYU, their last possession they scored, they've got something going right now with 6:18 to go in the half.
They're running off the left side. 280-pound Wheat, 300-pound Hunter, and Bellini runs right behind him for a 1st down. BYU is now starting to get cranked up at 6:14 and counting. They're only behind 14-7, and they've played very poorly so far.
And this is War Memorial Stadium in Laramie, Wyoming, the first night game ever here. And the first nationally televised game from Laramie. We're happy to be here with you. 1st and 10, BYU. Salido. He's across the 40 to the 39-yard line. The junior running back from Union City, California. A couple of touchdown rushes last year as Schenbeck makes the tackle, but there's a penalty marker down on the field. Well, I'll tell you what, the BYU Cougars have a host of outstanding skill position players. They always seem to have good receivers, good running backs, but guys who can also catch the ball out of the backfield. And a face mask call on Wyoming.
And there could be a 15-yard face mask if it was intentional, and only 5 yards if it wasn't intentional. Let's take a look and see what it is.
We have face mask, 15 yards against the defense. First down.
So that's 2 big penalties now against Wyoming on this drive for BYU.
That'll help.
And all of a sudden, you remember early in the game, BYU had all the penalties. Wyoming didn't have any. Now 5 for 57.
Yeah, but BYU had those little bitty ones, 5 yards. They got those 2 15-yard penalties that have already gained them 30 yards in this drive.
Now, BYU's penalties were offensive early in the game. Wyoming's, they have been mostly defensive penalties.
Aggressive penalties.
Right. You like those as a coach, don't you?
No.
1st and 10. Lone setback is Salido. And the draw. Schlichting got a piece of him, and finally Schenbeck makes the tackle, as that time Mitch Donahue came rushing in. And Bellini and Schenbeck having a few words. There is no love lost here between these two teams. 29-27 a year ago. Wyoming with the victory over BYU. And what has it been, Lee? Something like 17 years? The last time BYU has lost consecutive games to a conference opponent? 17 years, yeah. 2nd and 10. Bellini split out to the far side with Franson. Schenbeck right in Covey's face. Last year he had an interception, he had a fumble recovery, 55 unassisted and 51 assisted tackles. Man, he can do a little bit of everything for you.
And you'll watch, he's coming from the top of your picture. He's not blocked because he's got 4 men on 3. And Bellini was going out, it was wide open, but they couldn't get the ball because Schenbeck made such a great play on that.
Paul Roach, what a great story there. Was an assistant here for 8 years, went to the pro ranks, came back as athletic director, and after several coaches left after short stints, hired himself and went on to be WAC Coach of the Year in his first year ever. 3rd down and 10. Pass completed inside the 20. Chuck Cutler is driven back. It will not be enough for the first down. Good job over on the far side defensively by Eric Coleman and Darrell Harris, number 12.
Wyoming blitzed 3 times. 3 times they got to Covey. That time they got the ball away, and I tell you what, Coleman made an outstanding tackle. If he'd have missed that tackle, it would have been a touchdown.
Jason Chavitz comes in to attempt the field goal. He is the half-brother of John Dukakis, the stepson of Michael Dukakis, the Democratic presidential candidate. Ball will be placed down at the 25, be a 35-yard field goal attempt. And it's no good. And a timeout on the field, 4:12 to go in the half. Wyoming leads BYU 14-7. Play of the drive.
Chavez doesn't get quite enough foot into it and pulls it to the right a little bit. Now watch, when the ball is snapped, Thompson, number 17, the holder, is the punter. We'll watch it after this play, and I'll show you. He didn't have the ball down firmly.
1st and 10 for Wyoming with 4:12 to go in the half. Dabby Dawson, the junior college transfer, turns it up, gets maybe about 3 yards. Tim Knight, 76, the nose tackle, comes up to make the stop. Let's take a look at the hold now.
Now watch Thompson. He doesn't quite get the ball right on the tee. It starts to slip. You see how it's slipping? And that way the kicker doesn't get it. Now you wonder why 17 Thompson, the punter, is holding. The reason is he has nothing to do all day during the practice session but hold the ball. I'm serious. And that's why you have the punter and the kicker do that all the time, because they had nothing else to do during practice. They might as well do something.
You didn't think of that, did you? Some other coach did.
No,
that's true. 2nd and 7, Wyoming. Welniak going back the other way, looking for his back, Dabby Dawson. And Chad Robinson, number 9 on the coverage. Robinson goes 6'3", and Dabby Dawson just 5 feet 9 inches tall. Some big defensive backs for Brigham Young University. So far, Welniak 6 of 13, 122 yards for a touchdown. You can see total yards. Wyoming with 182, BYU just 69. Wyoming with the 3 sacks and the average first down. Look at that, -2. Wyoming plus 4.1.
You know, the game's going along, and you would think if you were up here looking at the game, it would be about 21 or 23-7 in favor of Wyoming, but it's only 14-7 Wyoming.
BYU's been able to hang in. 3rd and 7 now. Once again, plenty of time for Welniak, but that is underthrown. Doucette, the intended receiver, and Welniak got knocked on his back after the pass by Patterson.
Patterson is 6'4", 300 pounds. And I mean, tell you, that's a big man. And Welniak is set good, starts it, but Patterson drives him down. I used to like that right there. Ooh, all right, 1, 2, 3, takedown.
And that's how you hurt your arm and your hand if you're a quarterback. You're releasing that pass and you go into the helmet of that oncoming rusher.
Hulk Hogan never did it better.
Kilpatrick with another punt off the side of his foot, and O'Brien's going to pick it up at the 36-yard line. There was a face mask. Face mask on number 13, Gaston Gozar, who is the top special teams player from a year ago. 40 yards on the punt, but once again, a defensive penalty by the Wyoming Cowboys as Paul Roach, their coach, looks on, and the officials will talk it over.
A game like this, so emotional, the officials cannot let it get out of hand. If they see too many plays, illegal plays, they got to start calling. Now watch, 32 O'Brien says he's going to pick it up and run. Now watch the face mask right there by 13. Excellent call.
Excellent call.
5 yards.
against the kicking team.
Okay, that was 5 yards because it was unintentional.
That was unintentional?
Well,
I thought that was a heck of a face mask takedown myself. So 5 yards on the penalty, and Wyoming being assessed with a lot of aggressive defensive kind of penalties. They've had a personal foul. They've had a face mask. 1st and 10 for BYU. 3:07 left to go first half. Cowboys lead it 14-7. Pressure from Adine, and he's got Covey again. That's his second official sack. He had the other one, which was nullified because of the personal foul. Boy, he is quick, isn't he, Lee?
Oh, he's quick. And I tell you what, we saw him against Iowa last year in the Holiday Bowl go around those Big Ten tackles. He does it again. He's an outstanding rusher from your right side of your picture. He comes from the right side right there. See the quickness he has? Some pass rushers have got good speed, but other guys have got great quickness. Adine has got quickness and speed.
He was a walk-on here at Wyoming. He's 6'3", 260, and it's 2nd and 16 now. Fumble in the line. Ball still loose. It looks like Wyoming's got it. Schenbeck. You know, that's an old cliche. He's got a nose for the football. Right? But it's true.
Well, you know, they've had a problem with the center set. Mawahi was the offensive left guard last year, and this is his first game at center. No matter how many scrimmages you have, you don't ever get it like a regular game. And this thing just pops out, and there's Schenbeck, number 55, makes a great recovery right there, and it's first down Wyoming.
And great field position for the Cowboys with 2:24 left to go in the first half. You take a look at it again. Covey, after he loses it, tries to fall on it, kicked it out, and Schenbeck got on top of it. Doucette's in motion now. Welniak has the pass deflected. 76, Tim Knight was the man that got in there and got a hand on it.
6'4", 270, Tim Knight. First really good chance to play that nose tackle position. He's been waiting for a long time, and he's a fine football player.
A lot of these guys, Lee, of course, at BYU have served 2-year missions for their church. And a lot of players, 24, 25, very much veteran, mature sort of football players. And it makes a difference when you're playing against other guys who are 18, 19, 20 years old. 2nd and 10. Lone setback is Timmer. Welniak will come back to the near side, finally throws it, and he's got it down on the 20-yard line. Kilpatrick, the tight end, but there's a penalty marker down.
And on a play like that, with a quarterback scrambling, a lot of times the offensive lineman will go downfield before the ball is thrown.
So all of a sudden, Wyoming with a lot of penalty problems here.
Well, that was a holding penalty. It was holding on the outside man.
They're holding against the offense. 10-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Penalties, BYU just the 3, but Wyoming now 7 for 72 yards. I mean, you expect some penalties in the early games of the season. But Paul Roach probably going to have to talk with the guys at halftime about some of those very unnecessary penalties. Hey, be aggressive, but don't be stupid. So Welniak now with the ball back at the 45-yard line. 2nd and 21, and he'll bring 3 wide receivers to the near side. Long count. Screen. Dawson inside the 30, down to the 26-yard line. Boy, what a nice call that was. The 3 wide receivers to the near side, and 29 yards on the pickup.
It looked like an automatic. It looked like he saw that all the defensive secondary and linebackers had dropped or were going to drop, and watch a little screen. Now keep your eye on number 6. He hangs around, gets the ball, good blocking on the line of scrimmage, and then he takes off. But he makes a nice little move right here that you can see. He breaks a tackle and sidesteps a guy. But another thing I like about him, he had that ball held tight.
I thought you were going to say you liked his name, Dabby.
Dabby Dawson. You want to tell the story how he got his name, Dabby?
That was his aunt, wasn't it?
Yeah, a little brill cream. A little dab will do you, right? So they call him Dabby.
1:08 left to go in the half.
Oh, boy. on him.
BYU just 35 with 1:08 to go in the first half, and look at how they've spread it around. The running backs with 1, wide receivers 12, tight ends 4. That's what Wyoming has done with their passing attack, and Welniak on a 3rd and 2 now. 3 tight ends in the football game.
Watch the bootleg with Welniak.
You got it, Coach. Turns it up inside the 20, down to the 18-yard line with Chad Robinson, number 9, one of the men there on the tackle, and also number 5, Scott Peterson, the big free safety, 6'4" and 235. Now, you see head coach Paul Roach, he's also the quarterback coach. He's also the guy who calls all the offensive plays. He's the athletic director. How many more jobs does he have, Lee?
I tell you what, he's got an excellent offensive coordinator in Joe Tiller. Roach knows, he's smart enough to know that he has to have real fine offensive and defensive coordinators because of that AD's job he's got.
Dabby Dawson, Mark Timmer, the running backs. Less than a minute to go. Drop play to Timmer. He's down to the 15-yard line. Each team with 2 timeouts left now as the clock runs down to 40 seconds, and Wyoming will take one of those 2 timeouts. You take a look at Mark Timmer there, number 48, a junior out of Norfolk, Nebraska. You know, it's across the field, and we question that tonight. He's shown us he can throw it deep, he can put a little zip on it, and he obviously runs with the football awfully well.
Paul Roach said he had the intangibles, great leadership, and he can play the game to win. And all of those aspects are coming into play. That's why when it was short yardage that Paul Roach gave the ball to Welniak to let him make that first down.
3 wide receivers now in the game. Doucette, Melvin Wells, number 3, has also checked in. Wells will come to the near side right now. He's a junior from Seattle. 1 lone setback, and that's Dwayne Jones on 2nd and 7. Looks like he's checking off at the line of scrimmage.
Against a blitz, it's a quick out.
He's got Doucette. And a good tackle over there at the 9-yard line by Scott Peterson. And I'll tell you what, Peterson, one of the biggest safeties in the country at 6'4" and 235.
Boy, he had to make a great play that time because what they did, the BYU team came at the first blitz. Now watch the linebackers will come from the outside. Welniak sees that, throws the ball, but now here's an outstanding tackle by 5, Peterson, and that's smart play. When in doubt in the middle of the field, you tackle high. Just get them down. Don't worry about knocking them down and hurting them.
And another good check off at the line by Welniak as they're checking right now to see if Wyoming got the first down. 31 seconds left to go in the first half. And hope you're with us. I know it's getting a little bit late back on the East Coast. Had a good game earlier tonight with Southern Cal pulling away in the second half to defeat Boston College. And we've got a good one here from Laramie, Wyoming. This is a conference game, BYU and Wyoming. And you can see that much left for the first down. So 3rd and 1. Now, 1 timeout left for Wyoming.
So what they have to do here, they'll either run the ball over the left guard, quarterback sneak, and as soon as he makes the first down, jump up and call timeout.
Dabby Dawson, number 6, in there talking with Welniak. Timmer also in there, the one lone wide receiver, and that's Freddie Doucette, split to the near side. Welniak, touchdown, Kilpatrick. Kilpatrick, but does Welniak make the defense think?
Oh, now watch, he makes a good fake in there, and it's 3rd down and short yardage. He gets Kilpatrick wide open and hits him in a shot for a touchdown. Welniak has been outstanding. He's been sensational this first half.
Fleming, the extra point, it's good, and Kilpatrick with 3 touchdown receptions last year gets his first this year, and the Cowboys of Wyoming have moved out to a 21-7 lead over the BYU Cougars. And Lee, we talked a little bit about how BYU was staying close and hanging in there. Boy, Welniak is showing you a lot of different things that he can do.
Yeah, but it's not over. BYU's got too much character to quit yet. Now, what he did there, by faking on 3rd and 1, he froze the linebacker who was supposed to watch number 16, Kilpatrick. And that was why the guy was wide open.
Don't you love an offense that's not predictable? Don't you love to be, if you're the guy on offense, then you can do it. You can make the defense freeze. You can do so many things with it. 6 plays, 34 yards, just 2 minutes. And Welniak, the 9-yard touchdown pass to Kilpatrick. But when you've got a kid like Welniak that can run with it, when he now is able, obviously, to throw the ball, gosh, there's just so many things you can do.
That's the great difference between college football and professional football. Professional football is stereotyped. They all play the same kind of offense because they won't allow the quarterback to run the football. That's the great difference between college and professional football.
Welniak, 9 of 19 now. And Fleming sends it deep. And that's Michael Brooks, 5'9", 170 pounds, and he's tripped up at the 20-yard line. And number 34 was down there on the tackle. That's Jay Daffer, and that's the second time, Lee, that he's gone down on special teams and made a good tackle on the kickoff.
Special teams, you usually can watch the special teams kickoff coverage for sure to see how up your team is, how motivated they are. Now, there's Lavelle Edwards. He's been in this situation before. They know how to come back. They're one of the best football teams I've ever coached against or saw, going into the halftime and making the adjustments.
He's just made a change at quarterback. He's brought in redshirt freshman Ty Detmer, the all-time leading high school passer in the United States out of San Antonio, Texas, with 16 seconds left to go. First half. Detmer throwing back the other way, and he's got Whittingham across the 30 and out of bounds at the 38-yard line with 7 seconds left to go. Steve McMillan was the man that made the tackle after the 18-yard pickup. Take a look at Ty Detmer right there, 6 foot, 195-pounder. And, hey, Covey's not getting it done. You go to the other guy.
Well, the Covey's not getting it done because it's not all Covey. The line is not blocking as well. Some of the receivers have caught the ball. I don't think he'll make a change at halftime. This I can see him doing. Let Ty Detmer play some. Let him feel it. But he'll come back with Covey in the second half, and then it'll be a different BYU team the second half when Lavelle Edwards gets him in that halftime.
7 seconds left to go. First half, 21-7. Wyoming leads it. Detmer had his tight end, Travis Macbeth. He dropped the football at the 41-yard line. So Macbeth was wide open, and that's going to end the first half from Laramie, Wyoming. The Wyoming Cowboys lead the Brigham Young University Cougars 21-7 in the opening game of the 1988 season. To the 17-yard line where he's tripped up. Now, let's take a look at those BYU possessions, Lee.
Well, I tell you, just watch the way they played at the very beginning of the game. They had no continuity. It didn't look like they had any idea what they wanted to do. They got a little bit better. They fumbled. They had another punt. And at the very end, they started looking like a very better football team. And then Wyoming came back and put the pressure on Covey.
We just took a look out in the field at number 14, Ty Detmer, the redshirt freshman, has come out to start the second half. So Lavelle Edwards with the freshman Detmer, Fred Whittingham. The lone setback, 1st and 10 for BYU. And Whittingham takes it right up the gut. And I'll tell you what, that Wyoming defensive front has been awfully tough so far tonight.
We said before the ball game that if Wyoming was going to win this game, they're going to have to win it up front with the defense putting the pressure on them. Whittingham is going to have to break one. Bellini's going to have to break one. I'm surprised that Covey's not in there, but Lavelle has obviously got a lot of confidence in Ty Detmer.
Whittingham, 4 carries, 17 yards in the first half. As Whittingham and now Matt Bellini in the backfield. 2 wide receivers, Franson and Cutler, split to the top of your screen on 2nd and 8. Detmer finds Bellini, and he's taken out of bounds at the 27-yard line by Steve McMillan, who last year with 3 interceptions and 35 tackles at that right cornerback spot.
Bellini comes out of the backfield as good as any back in the country. Comes out, reads the coverage, catches the ball in his hands, cuts up the field, and delivers a blow. Really good play. Now, I'm looking on the sideline. On the sideline on the bench is Covey, and he's got an ice pack on his neck. Now, he could have a neck problem, and that's why Lavelle Edwards has gone to Ty Detmer.
And 3rd and 1, 3 tight ends right now for BYU. Bellini is stopped. Pat Raybould, 69, and Steve Addison, 22, the men in there, as on a 3rd and 1, the Wyoming defense rose to the occasion.
Now watch Raybould, number 69. He comes across, makes a lot of penetration. They have a delayed play, which is kind of a different play on 3rd and 1. And Raybould, who's late foul brother was a great player at Indiana, where I coached, makes a terrific play.
And Addison was also in there. Thompson to punt it inside the 10. Doucette is going to let it go. Finally, at the 32-yard line. And they give it to BYU. They give it to BYU. I thought, Lee, that ball hit number 2 for BYU, Norman Dixon, back at about the 40-yard line. And he ran right into Doucette before Doucette had a chance to catch it.
Right.
And they're going to give it to BYU.
Okay, that's exactly what I saw. And remember, if the ball does hit the BYU player, it automatically is Wyoming's football. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't.
Boy, it looked like he was all over that football. Here's another look at it.
Let's watch it.
See,
it hit their own man. It hit the Wyoming guy in the back.
That's exactly what happened.
Exactly what happened. And now it's a live ball if that happens.
Great field position for BYU. 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line. Right up the gut goes Whittingham. Hard yardage down to the 25-yard line. The right side of that line, Don Busenbark, number 64, leading the way blocking. Also, Phil Nuwahi, who had some problems in the first half with those snaps. But a good pickup by Whittingham right there, and it'll be 2nd and 5.
It looks like from what BYU said in the halftime, let's establish that running game. Remember I said that yardage of rushing was the most important, significant statistic in the first half?
Whittingham, the lone setback, and the draw. Whittingham with plenty of room inside the 20, and he's got the first down and more. Rich Miller, number 30, came up to make the tackle for Wyoming.
And why he is an offensive left guard who has now made the center position, number 60. Now watch him in a replay. He drops back, takes on number 69, Raybo, picks up number 92, Shinting, and moves the ball, and the ball moves right behind him. Nice play by Nuwahi. The center at BYU has to be the best all-around offensive lineman by far.
And they've had some great ones through the years. 1st and 10. Ball's at the 20-yard line. Detmer is in at quarterback. Bellini with the pitch. Cuts it up inside the 20 to the 19, where number 22 comes up to make the tackle. And that's Steve Addison, 6', 218-pounder from Littleton, Colorado. And Addison getting a lot of action tonight as Robert Midget has had some hamstring problems.
Nice defensive play by Willie Wright, number 96. He's coming from the inside out, makes him cut back in, and nice pursuit there. One of the things that happens, sometimes when a star quarterback gets hurt, the offensive team buttons up their chin strap a little tighter and goes after it, try to win the game for him.
2nd and 9. Detmer goes to the far side. The intended receiver was Bellini. On the coverage was Ron Dean, number 21, and Ty Detmer, who is a redshirt freshman, not able to connect on that pass to Bellini. And 88, Darren Handley, the leading receiver last year for BYU, will check in with a play coming from the bench.
That's an important play for BYU right now. If nothing else, they've got to get 3 points here and not at least score something coming out of the dressing room to get their confidence back up there.
82, Cutler goes to the top of your screen. Double tight ends on 3rd and 9. Detmer scrambling's got Cutler inside the 5. Cutler touchdown BYU. Great effort by Chuck Cutler, the senior, for BYU. And Ty Detmer, who got the start here in the second half for the Cougars, takes him down for the score.
Watch Cutler now. 82 goes across the middle. Now, the reason why he's wide open here is that the quarterback is scrambling, giving him so much time to get open. I tell you what, you could put this, take this to the bank. I can see why Ty Detmer was the Texas Player of the Year when he was in high school. He's some kind of quarterback.
Jason Chavez to attempt the point after. And that one's good. So with 11:50 to go, 3rd quarter, the Cougars of BYU have cut it to 7. Jeep Jeep. There's a feeling you can get only in a Jeep. By Budweiser, proud sponsor of the 1988 U.S. Olympic team, this Bud's for you. And by Certainty, manufacturer of America's quality fiberglass insulation. Roger Twibell, Lee Corso here with you in Laramie, Wyoming, as BYU has cut it to 7. They trail 21-14 as Earl Kaufman will kick it off. And back deep is Ted Gilmore at the 2-yard line. Gilmore across the 30, still going finally driven out of bounds at the 32-yard line by Eric Bergeson, number 7. And here's a look at scrambling Ty Detmer.
Yes, now watch Detmer. This is what makes the play. This is what Covey hasn't been able to do, is avoid the pass rush. Cutler's got enough ability to find the open area, and when he does, he goes in for the touchdown. Now you'll take, here we go, another look at Detmer. He goes, he throws the ball running to his left. Perfect play to Cutler. Cutler moves it into the inside and touchdown. One of the things you got to remember, in the second half, the first 6 minutes is important to see who will take control of the game.
Wyoming now, 1st and 10. Doucette in motion to the near side. Ball at the 32. They give it right up the gut. That's Dwayne Jones. And Jones is up to the 40-yard line. So Dwayne Jones, as you take a look at the scoring drive, 5 plays, 32 yards time, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And Detmer, a 19-yard pass to Cutler, who last year caught 3 touchdown passes, and you can see him drop.
Now that's Roger French, the offensive quarterback and line coach, giving the BYU guys, tell him exactly what he wants out of it.
2nd and 3 for Wyoming. Off, Dabby Dawson skirts to the outside. Dawson to the 45-yard line. A penalty marker is down as Dawson gets up to the 45-yard line. Regan Hansen, the left side linebacker, number 50, and a holding call is going to be against Wyoming. And those penalties are going to start catching up with the Wyoming Cowboys. We're told that Sean Covey suffered a mild concussion, and his return is doubtful.
Okay, the reason they have a holding on this play is right there. You notice one of the Wyoming linemen actually pulled down the defensive lineman from Wyoming, from BYU, and that's why the referee called the play right there. One of the officials.
Offense, 10-yard penalty, still 2nd down.
Now with Covey out of the ball game offensively, BYU will rely more on the offensive line to open them up, and that's why Roger French was down there. The defense should be fired up more from BYU because they've cut the lead to 21-14.
You know, Covey suffered a concussion against Utah and was hospitalized, so if that's a recurring problem, that could be a big factor this year for BYU. 2nd and 10. 10:42 to go, 3rd quarter. Dawson comes in motion to the near side. Welniak's got Doucette wide open, and he overthrows him. Doucette was wide open, and Welniak just can put his hands on his hips and drop his head and say, man, I hope I get another chance at that. And there's Sean Covey. And we'd like to say hello to all the folks at the Marriott Center at BYU. We understand we've got about 6,500 football fans watching our game here tonight on ESPN, and we will see you folks a week from tonight when we have the Longhorns of Texas and the Cougars of BYU. That's our game next Thursday night here on ESPN.
Hopefully Sean Covey is better by then.
3rd and 10. Peter Gunn is the lone setback for the Cowboys. He comes in motion to the near side. Welniak could not get away from the pressure that time. Boy, he had a host of players. Bud Orr, 93, with the initial pressure, and then Craig Patterson, 51.
Can you believe it? It's the same guys. Patterson, Orr, that played the first half. What's the difference? Now they're starting to play with more intensity. Why? Because the offense has started moving it. It's amazing. When one side of the ball starts playing well, the other side just picks up the momentum.
O'Brien is back deep at the 30-yard line for BYU. Kilpatrick inside his 15 on a 4th and 14. And that's a good punt there by Kilpatrick. O'Brien at the 30. And he is dragged down from behind. 94, Vaughn Henderson, the man on the tackle. 42 yards in the punt, and we'll be back to Laramie in a moment. As we go back down to the playing field now, BYU the football. 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line. And Ty Detmer, the freshman from San Antonio, Texas, gets nailed. Big rush that time. Raybould was in there. Also in there was David Dean as we take a look at the big rush coming up.
Watch Dean, number 99, jumps on a pile, but actually it was caused by number 69, Raybould. He made a good inside move. He moved to his outside and came in. And Conrad, we were talking off camera that basically games are won up front, aren't they?
Absolutely won up front. And the first half, Wyoming actually won that battle. The first series of play, BYU came out there, and really got their horses going.
2nd and 18. They get it to Whittingham on the near side. Good move back to the outside, and he takes it to the 29-yard line. 23, Eric Coleman, the left side cornerback, one of the men in on the tackle, as the Cougars of BYU get the ball back up around the 30-yard line. There's a look at Coleman. Coleman and the other cornerback, Steve McMillan, played against each other in high school in Denver, Colorado, and they're a veteran player. They got some seniors on the corners, and they have done an outstanding job here for Paul Roach's Detmer now with a 3rd and 12.
3rd and 12, and Wyoming has 6 defensive backs in there, hoping that Dittmer will make a mistake and they can get a turnover here.
Plenty of time for Detmer. Donahue giving chase. Intercepted. Intercepted at the 25-yard line. It appeared as though it was David Dean. It was David Dean, who's had a couple of sacks so far tonight. Let's take a look at
Watch him. He's coming from the outside. He's working on Hunter, number 68. He doesn't give up. This is what you like about him. He's coming off, and Whit Dittmer throws the ball right to him, and he said, can you believe what he caught? How about you ever intercept the pass, Conrad?
Never intercepted a pass. I've scored a couple of touchdowns by just falling in the ball in the end zone, which they pay too.
Well, you know what set that up? That offensive lineman did such a good job of holding him that took him out of the play.
No, come on. Don't blame that on me. I've had enough flags thrown on me in one lifetime.
Conrad, you've got a book that's either just coming out or has just hit it's the Don't Call Me Dirty?
No, it's called They Call Me Dirty.
Oh, They Call Me Dirty.
It's going to be out September 6th.
Excuse me.
September 6th. Putnam's publishing it. It's going to be on the book stand.
What are you chewing there?
September 6th. I've got a football in my hand right there, and
I thought they'd show you chewing a defensive lineman's ankle or something.
That's absolutely correct. I've done that occasionally too.
Of all the things you've done, isn't doing the light commercial one of your favorites?
That is absolutely one of the favorites because I have a big family and they love to eat.
8:22 to go, 3rd quarter. 1st and 10 for the Cowboys at the 24-yard line. Welniak. That ball nearly intercepted by Bob Davis, number 36. He wanted to run the option to the right, a lot of pressure that way, and one of those defensive linemen got a piece of that pass from Randy Welniak.
Okay, come down the line of scrimmage, and he wants to throw the ball over number 5, but number 50, Hansen, comes in. Now watch Davis. He just puts one arm up there. Look, he just put one arm up there instead of trying to cradle the ball in with 2, but I think he probably got shocked that the ball was right there in his hand.
Regan Hansen got a piece of it now. 2nd and 10. Ball at the 24-yard line. Dabby Dawson, Mark Timmer, the running backs, behind Randy Welniak. That's Dawson. Tries to cut it to the outside. He can't do it. Number 54, Dwayne Johnson, made the good tackle on the outside. Conrad, you were here from 68 to 72. Paul Roach was an assistant one of those years.
He was the assistant coach. We had Lloyd Eaton as our head coach, and we had some. We didn't have such very good jurors at that time. We had the Black 14 incident from way back. I mentioned in the book and stuff, but in 68, the 67 team was the team that went to the Sugar Bowl, so they have a big tradition of winning up here at Wyoming.
3rd down and 11 now. Gilmore, Doucette, the wide receivers. Timmer, the lone setback. Nearly intercepted. 24 back on the coverage. That's Tony Crutchfield. And so Welniak gets a couple of breaks. Davis nearly picks one off. Crutchfield nearly picks one off. He was trying to go to Doucette, who was in double coverage back there, and that's going to set up a field goal opportunity for Wyoming.
Tony Crutchfield, number 24, makes a good play. If they can force the 3 points, it's a moral victory for BYU because really the momentum had switched to Wyoming on that interception.
Fleming, a 41-yard attempt. Not a very good snap or hold. The kick is up, and it's no good. So the field goal attempt, 41-yard, no good. Conrad, I'd like to thank you very much. Best of luck with your book.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all having me up here, and good luck the rest of the day.
When is the book coming out?
September 6th.
How much did it cost?
It cost not enough. $17.95.
Conrad Dobler, former Wyoming Cowboy, and we'll return to Laramie with Wyoming leading by a touchdown.
Thanks for coming. Enjoy it.
Wyoming, 7:28 to go in the 3rd. Wyoming with a touchdown lead. Oh, I get a little nervous with Conrad around here.
He's a tough-looking guy, isn't he?
And there's Paul Roach, the head coach, in his second year as head coach at Wyoming, also the athletic director. 1st and 10, BYU at their own 25-yard line. 4 wide receivers in right now. Branson was the intended receiver, and it was nearly intercepted at the 40-yard line by Darrell Harris. This is the attempted field goal. Bad snap and not a good hold.
A bad snap, but the holder Wiggins couldn't do anything that because the ball was low on him, and number 42 Fleming missed it. But I'll tell you what, if you miss an extra point or a field goal like that, you cannot get psyched out because there's going to be another opportunity in this game for Fleming to kick one, and he better be ready.
2nd down and 10. The 25-yard line. Cutler splits out to the near side. Now that's Darren Handley who splits out from his tight end position. Once again, 4 wide receivers in the draw to Whittingham. Donahue had him behind the line of scrimmage, and he stopped at the 25-yard line. Mitch Donahue made the initial contact, and then number 94, Von Henderson's played a big role so far tonight for Wyoming.
Henderson's playing very, very well on the inside. Donahue, 49, is an outstanding football player. He's very, very tough. He's 6'3", 237, and a very, very aggressive pass rush.
He was the dominant freshman a year ago in the Western Athletic Conference. He had 7 sacks and 36 tackles. 3rd down and 10. Less than 7 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. Down the middle, intercepted. Intercepted by Ron Dean, and he's all the way down to the 21-yard line. Dean, the 5'11 junior from Chula Vista, California, picks off the freshman Ty Detmer, and Wyoming with excellent field position.
You're going to wonder, why does Detmer, number 14, throw the ball straight to number 21? Because number 21 is playing what they call robber, which means he's free in the middle, and he can roam in that area. He watched the quarterback by his eyes and moved right in there and made the kick.
The other reason he did, because Dean was right in his face.
That'll help you, boy.
Well, you know, Dean last year had 13 what they call quarterback hurries.
That's the call scares.
Yeah, there you go. Peter Gunn, the lone setback. 1st and 10. Gunn's got it. He's got a hole. Gunn down inside the 10. Still going inside the 5 to the 3-yard line. Peter Gunn.
What a great run that was by Peter Gunn that time.
Scott Peterson finally made the tackles. You take a look at the junior from Denver.
Yeah, but the left side of the line makes a good block on this side. Watch, Kapushin and Weir come pulling in there. Now watch him as he runs right through Peterson, who's about 20 pounds heavier than he is, and he drives himself. Remember, speed is power, and that young man, Peter Gunn, ran with power that time.
Peter Gunn, who was born in Suffolk, England, is seeing some playing time tonight and cashing in on it. 51, Sean Weir, who's the best pulling offensive lineman for the Wyoming Cowboys, got the big block. 1st and goal from the 2. 3 tight ends, Dwayne Jones. And Jones is pulled down, loose football. And they're not making any call. And so all we can assume is it's still Wyoming football. 21, Troy Long was the man that met him. And it'll be 2nd down. Looked like maybe a loss of about a yard there, Lee.
What do they try to do all the defensive teams do on the goal line is the first guy tries to make the tackle and everybody else tries to strip the football. You see now they're coming in and trying to strip the ball, and it looked like from this angle it might have been a fumble, but the officials had good position.
What about Wyoming's offense inside the 5-yard line?
Well, number 1, watch, keep your eye on number 11, Welniak. Bootleg, some kind of play action. He's quick.
2nd and goal from the 3. Timmer and Perkins, the running backs. Play action. The intended receiver looked like John Brzee, and Welniak got nailed. Brzee, the 3rd tight end, was running a crossing pattern, and it threw it behind him.
Number 7 is a corner. Ferguson, watch him. He's coming unblocked. The reason why he's unblocked is because you don't have anybody to pick up that many men come from the outside. You try to throw the football before he gets to you. That was a calculated risk by BYU that paid off.
This is where Wyoming has trouble. When they're inside the 5, they'd almost rather have the ball between the 5 and the 10 in their type of offense, running sometimes 4 wide receivers.
Now watch some kind of like an end-around bootleg special play. This is when they do it.
3rd down and goal for Wyoming. Fumble. Welniak pitched it back. He got hit, And that's going to be a big play right there. Number 5, Scott Peterson, comes up with a fumble, and Welniak would have been well served just to eat it that time and try to go for the field goal. A mistake by the senior.
But what he does is he wants to win the game. He doesn't want to go down there and not try to make the play. He comes down on the option play. He's hit. And as he's hit, now we've always taught the quarterback, when there's contact, keep the football. Now watch. He'll be hit right here. Now, keep the ball. But he tries to pitch it out, and Peterson, number 5, makes the recovery. So that was a big, big play.
So after the turnover, the interception, and a good opportunity to score, Wyoming turns it back over to BYU. And with 5:19 to go in the third, they've got it 1st and 10 from the 9-yard line. And Whittingham right up the middle. Good blocking. He gets up to the 14-yard line as number 89, Travis McBeth, the tight end, one of the men out front blocking for him. And Whittingham with a good gain. There's a look at him. That kind of bowling ball sort of running back.
He was the leading rusher last year, and he's had brothers and father and everything else. He's got a great BYU tradition with the Whittingham family.
2nd down and 5 now as the clock runs. The freshman, Ty Detmer, taking over for Sean Covey as Bob Murdoch, number 11, splits to the near side. Double tight end formation for BYU, and they'll go right up the gut again to Whittingham as he gets across the 15, let's call it the 16-yard line, trying to make those tough yards. Phil Nawahi, the center. Warren Wheat, the left guard. Don Busenbark, the right guard. Turnovers 4 for BYU. Sacks allowed 5. A couple of drop passes. 3 penalties. All those came very early in the game, and just the 1 wasted timeout. And there's a look at Randy Welniak.
That's part of the misery index for BYU right there. Number 11, Randy Welniak.
He has caused them some problems. 3rd down and 4 now. Detmer sends it upfield, looking for his tight end. And is it intercepted? Yes. Eric Coleman, number 23, with the interception. The pass intended for Darren Handley. And last year, Coleman, who picked off a couple of passes, and the Wyoming school long jump record holder, did a great job right there. The pass, though, Lee, underthrown.
The pressure by the defensive line really makes Dittmer get fast feet. They call those bad feet. Now he throws the ball up, just hoping that anybody get it. But Coleman, who many people think is the best pro prospect on this football team in Wyoming, makes an outstanding interception.
That's the 3rd interception off the freshman Ty Detmer. And we should say that 92, Schlichting with a lot of pressure on the youngster that time to cause that pass to flutter downfield. So Wyoming now with another opportunity here in the 3rd quarter. 3:53 left to go. 1st and 10. The ball right at midfield. Perkins, the lone setback fumble. Grant Salisbury and Welniak having a mix-up on the snap right there. You know, Lee, one of the things that I think Wyoming prided themselves on last year, they felt they were strong at the finish. They've got a very interesting and aggressive weight program here, and they feel they get better and stronger as the game goes on.
They work on what they call power clean. They work on everything as power, not how much you can lift, but how much power you have and speed. Speed is power, and they've got an outstanding program right here.
Well, it's cold up here in our broadcast booth above the stadium. We're at 7,220 feet. This is the highest stadium. You take Mile High Stadium in Denver, we're higher than that. Maybe a little bit cold for the center and the quarterback right now. Welniak downfield. The intended receiver was Peter Gunn, but Brian Mitchell back on the coverage. And that'll bring up a 3rd down situation for Wyoming. Do you think Welniak, they're getting away, Lee, a little bit from what they did earlier in the game when they're successful mixing that run with Welniak in the past?
Well, what they've done now, they haven't established anything in the second half. Remember when they came out, they had a special game plan. They ran it, they play action. Now they look like they're trying to knockout punch. And you cannot give a team like BYU this many opportunities or they'll come back at you. Although it'll be much more difficult for Team BYU to come back without Covey than it would be with Covey.
Dwayne Jones, the lone setback, and a timeout is called by Randy Welniak. Obviously seeing something on the defense that he didn't like, so with 3:03 to go, 3rd quarter, the Wyoming Cowboys take the timeout. A lot of firsts here tonight. First home night game, first national television game in Laramie. First time a second-year coach defends a WAC championship, Paul Roach. First time a second-year coach defends WAC Coach of the Year, and the first time season opener against Brigham Young University. So a big night for Wyoming football, and yeah, it's cold.
It's also a first. The first time ESPN's ever stayed at the V-Bar Ranch. V-Bar Ranch.
Listen, you were amazing out there, Lee.
Tell you what, I've never seen so many mountains. And they said those were just molehills out here, Greg.
Well, it's a beautiful part of the country. Unfortunately, the western part of the state up at Yellowstone, they've had some terrible fires. Look at that moon over Wyoming tonight, huh?
Wyoming's got great football tradition. One of the reasons why is it's the only state institution of a four-year nature that plays football in the whole state. Every kid that graduates from Wyoming high school someday dreams about playing for the Cowboys.
And Randy Welniak came from Ord, Nebraska. So they do get a few from out of state, and they've got it 3rd and 11 right now. 3:03 to go on the third. Wiggins split to the near side. Doucette and Gilmore to the top of your screen. Welniak intercepted. Intercepted by Rodney Rice. And he's knocked out of bounds at the 34-yard line. Gilmore was the intended receiver. It went through his hands, and he was finally knocked out of bounds. It looked like Steve Slay, the big offensive tackle, who came over to knock him out. So a lot of interceptions here in the third quarter.
Yeah, but Welniak threw this ball right straight at number 80. Gilmore went right through his hand, and there you got a little luck. But Rice, number 31, catches the ball off the tip drill. All the defensive coaches in America use a drill they call a tip drill. When the ball is deflected by a receiver, you immediately go for the ball and head for the nearest sideline. Big break, Rodney Rice.
So the senior who had 6 interceptions a year ago with a big one here and 2:52 to go. BYU with a good field position. It's been a turnover third quarter. Detmer in trouble, and he's down. 55, Mike Schenbeck, and 69, Pat Raybould. Raybould last year with 14 sacks and 63 unassisted tackles. Man, I'll tell you, this defensive front for Wyoming has been tough tonight.
Watch 69, Raybould, but they do a little stunt when you bring 2 men to the outside, and Mitch Donahue never gives up. Now, the reason why that play was a sack was the defensive secondary did such a great job of coverage. They made Ty Ditmore pull the ball down, and that's the reason he got sacked.
2nd and 16 to Otto Whittingham. He's down to the 30, inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. So a 2nd and 16, and a good pickup by Whittingham as Mike Schenbeck makes the tackle. The misery index for the Cowboys, 3 turnovers, a couple of sacks allowed, 2 drop passes, penalties, 8 for 81, and they have already used a timeout here in the third quarter with 1:52 left to go in the third. They lead BYU 21-14.
When you get in a situation like this with a quarterback like Ty Ditmer, and who is only a young player, what you need to do, and Paul Roach knows that Lavelle Edwards knows this, you try to win the game with other people, not just the quarterback.
3rd down and 6. Cutler split to the near side. Pass intended for Cutler, 82. He slipped. Looked like he had it for a moment, then he dropped it. Eric Coleman back on the coverage, and that'll bring up a field goal situation as 69 Raybould very slow in getting up, and he'll limp off the field right now. So Raybould comes off the field as the offensive players for BYU do also, and this will be a field goal attempt for Jason Chavez, the 6'2 junior from Winter Park, Colorado. They'll spot the ball at the 37-yard line. Pat Thompson will be the holder, and this will be a 47-yard attempt. Now, the wind is coming from behind, out of the east. And let's see how that affects the sidewinder. It affects him quite a bit as he misses the field goal attempt. So this was a concern for Lavelle Edwards, the kicking game coming in. And BYU will leave the field right now. 1:22 to go in the third. Wyoming leads Brigham Young University 21-14. This has been a great series through the years, going back to 1922. A lot of football has been played between these two teams. And, of course, last year, the Wyoming Cowboys with a big victory. But we're going to open the doors back and go back just a few years to 1976 to a game that many people feel possibly the best ever between these two teams. And Mark Cousins, the quarterback, laterals to 24, Latrey Jones. And this one of the great runs as he cuts it back to the inside. Does a little bit of a jitter. Heads on downfield. And Latrey Jones goes in for the touchdown. Then Mark Cousins will keep it on the option. He'll take it in for the touchdown. And Wyoming's in control. But BYU stages a big comeback. Gifford Nielsen's their quarterback. Late in the game, back to pass. But number 7, Sammy Steinmark, intercepts it to end the game on Wyoming's 27-yard line. Final score, Wyoming 34, BYU 29. And those two teams tied for the WAC title that year. 2nd down and 8 now after a 2-yard pickup on that last play. In motion is Davy Dawson to the near side. Welniak goes to Dawson, and he's up to the 37-yard line. Eric Bergeson, one of the men in on the tackle, along with Bob Davis, number 36, who's been very active at middle linebacker.
This time they take Dawson out and they put him in motion. It's just like a long lateral. He catches the ball, makes a good move to the inside. Now watch, Davis gives him a good shot from the inside, number 36. One of the problems they had with Dawson this spring was that he fumbled a lot. That was a perfect opportunity for him to fumble, but he made a good play by holding on to the football.
Time's going to run out here in the 3rd quarter with Wyoming leading BYU 21-14. We'll be back for the 4th quarter here in Laramie right after this.
Over Jeep Cherokee's advantages, and certain things stand out. Cherokee gives you a choice of 2 or 4 doors, 2 shift-on-the-fly 4-wheel drive systems, and an optional 4-liter 6-cylinder engine that's more powerful, far more powerful than anything in its class. All of this is precisely why 4-Wheel and Off-Road magazine named Jeep Cherokee 4x4 of the year for the 2nd time.
Save up to $1,950 on selected Jeep vehicles during America's Winners Clearance.
This Harbeck kid looks good to me, Bob.
Now he's the darling of the fans this year. Look at that fluid motion towards the Ricoh laser printer.
And watch this move coming up on that Ricoh copier.
Yes, remember, he was all swivel chair in college.
He does know his office equipment.
His teammates call him Mr. Copier. There's why.
Hold on, Bob. He's attempting to fax one document to 3 cities.
Whoa, wait a second. That's a 360. And another. What a show.
I'm looking for a perfect score on this,
That'll
Bob.
endear him to the fans forever. Oh, that's going to cost him.
Judges. Well, the scores aren't too bad. Maybe all Ricoh this year.
The Transamerica Pyramid. You'll find it wherever there's a need for financial services. Whether it's property and casualty insurance in Dallas, life insurance in New York, consumer loans in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, or commercial financing in Chicago. You see, our home may be in San Francisco, but our heart is everywhere. Transamerica, the power of the pyramid, is working for you.
If you want power and endurance that go the distance, get the heat pump that outruns the rest. The Heil 510. It's the tough one with the guts to run on and on for years. Get the heat pump you can depend on summer after summer, winter after winter. The Heil 510 heat pump. Born to run.
No matter what anyone tells you, the Wall Street Journal cannot make you a success overnight. Which is why we suggest a 13-week subscription.
Call 800-372-3000 for this great journal subscription offer. 13 weeks for just $29.75 with a money-back guarantee. 13 weeks, $29.75. Phone 800-372-3000 now for the Wall Street Journal.
Roger Schwabel, Lee Corso back with you in Laramie, Wyoming. 4th quarter, final 15 minutes. Wyoming leads at 21-14, and they've got it now. 3rd and 1 at the 38-yard line. Peter Gunn, the lone setback. And Welniak going to the far side, and the pass is incomplete. Pass is incomplete. Chad Robinson on the coverage over there. And that'll bring up a 4th down situation. Paul Roach, you know, when you get to be 60 years old and you're the coach at the University of Wyoming, also the athletic director, you'll pass a lot on 3rd and 1, won't you?
Well, that was a strange call, but they must have seen something in the scouting report that thought the guy would be wide open, but obviously he wasn't.
Kilpatrick to punt it from his 25, and Well, that's another one off the side of his foot. Gets a pretty good roll, though, inside the 25, where it will be downed. And BYU will take it over now. 37 yards on the punt for Tom Kilpatrick. Tonight's attendance 28,847 here in Laramie. And want to remind you on Saturday, 17th ranked Tennessee, 14th ranked Georgia in a big early season Southeast Conference game at 6 Eastern time here on ESPN.
If Georgia can find a quarterback, they're one of the top 10 teams in the nation. They've got 5 running backs that can play anywhere in the world. Not in America.
Anywhere in the world, okay.
Good.
Wyoming with a strong effort from their defensive front. And the freshman Ty Detmer, who was started the second half, took the final 2 snaps in the first half at quarterback for BYU. Quick pass intended for 88, Darren Handley. And Handley not able to hold on to the football. So the leading receiver from a year ago, he's got that Darth Vader look with the dark shield over his eyes, not able to hold on to it.
If he drops many more, the Darth Vader look will no longer be there. I tell you what, he's a great prospect, though, a great pro prospect. Got good size and a tremendous receiver.
They've had some great tight ends through the years at BYU. Gordon Hudson, Clay Brown, and going back, there have been some good ones. Second down and 10. Fumble. Wyoming's got it. David Dean was the man that stripped Detmer, and Schlifting, number 92, came up with a fumble, and Wyoming will have it at the 11-yard line.
You watch Dean come from your right side of your picture. He's quick. He's coming on now. Somebody has to bust an assignment because you never allow a man to come that clean, that free, and Detmer had no chance on that. No chance at all. Now, Dean is a good pass rusher. Watch him again. He's quick. They tried to fake him with that little boot, but he didn't care. His main reaction is to go after that quarterback. He doesn't care if he fakes or not. Lavelle Edwards knows if he doesn't stop him this time, he's got big, big problems.
A lot of turnovers by both teams. First and 10 from the 11. Jones and Dawson, the running backs, and inside the 10 to the 9, Dabby Dawson, the junior college transfer from Coffeyville, Kansas, gets down for a couple of yards right there. This is an area we were talking to Paul Roach yesterday and their wide open offense, and also to Joe Tiller about what they like to do offensively at the 10, at the 5, how they change things.
Well, one of the things they like to do is run the option, but they might be leery of the option because the last time they ran down in the right-hand corner down there, they had a fumble. But it's still a good play, and Paul Roach knows that.
Timmer and Dawson, the running backs. Doucette is the lone wide receiver at the top of your screen on 2nd and 9. Welniak is nailed. 54, Dwayne Johnson came busting through from his strong side linebacker position to drop Welniak back at the 17.
It's the same kind of play Dean made against them. Watch, he comes from the blind side. The blind side for a right-handed quarterback is to his left because he cannot see over that shoulder. That was a good play that time by number 54.
Dwayne Johnson, junior from Provo, Utah, and once again we'll be out in Provo next Thursday night as Wyoming will take a timeout now with 13:24. They have used now 2 of their 3 timeouts, and they lead it by a touchdown.
Since the beginning of the 88 model year, Ford's sales leadership over the second best-selling truck line has been stacking up at a terrific rate. Maybe it's because Ford trucks have been the best-built American trucks for 8 straight years. Or because Ford has the highest percentage of repeat buyers of any full line of light trucks. Or because they've been the best-selling trucks in America for the past 3 years. Whatever. If you stacked up Ford's current lead over the second-place truck, 150,000, the Fords would actually reach all the way up to the Space Shuttle's orbit. That's leadership. Built Ford tough.
Now the final chapter, students, in Bosworth's book of etiquette, personal hygiene. I suggest the maximum protection of new Right Guard Sports Stick from Gillette. Antiperspirant and deodorant. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Dutch Boy Satin Finish has the look that gets the looks. The look that's today's hottest decorating trend. You can see why it's worth more.
Dutch Boy, he works hard for your money. junior welterweights clash when KO artist Harold Brazier takes on John Rafuse. Budweiser presents Top Rank Boxing, Friday night at 9 Eastern, live on ESPN.
Tonight's game is being brought to you by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? And by new Right Guard Sports Stick from Gillette. Antiperspirant and deodorant. Anything less would be uncivilized. Roger Twyba, Lee Corso with you here in Laramie, Wyoming. 3rd and 16. Lee, you got a call on this one?
Watch one of the wideouts. 4, 3, 6.
Dawson's in motion to the near side. Welniak down the middle, incomplete to set the intended receiver, and he was open, and it was thrown low and behind him. So that'll bring in the freshman, Sean Fleming, as Welniak now 10 of 28.
Welniak gets 5 receivers down. He tries to hit Doucette in the seam. Watch this, a nice break, nice and low, concentrate, just a little bit too low. He couldn't scoop it up. Now, if BYU can force this miss, they dodge another major bullet.
And Wiggins will set it down at the 24-yard line, a 34-yard attempt for the freshman from Vancouver, British Columbia. It's good. It looks like he's almost kicking it straight on, Lee, but he's really sidewinding.
The reason he made that kick was the snap was good. He would have made that last one if the snap was good. He's a very fine young kicker.
Boy, he's got a strong leg. 24-14. The Wyoming Cowboys lead it with 13-16 left to go. Paul Roach told us the other day, he says, you know what? This first game is so important for us. He says, our fans come from all over the state. He says, if we lose this, they may not come back for the rest of the year.
Paul has got a great philosophy of life. He's 60 years old now, and he's finally got his chance to be a head coach. But he knows one thing. It's important that he gets a good associate athletic director. And we were very impressed with Joe Dollar and the job he does in helping Paul Roach run the athletic department, because an AD cannot be a football coach and a AD during a football season.
We asked Paul the other day, if you would have gotten a head coaching job back when you were 35 or 40 instead of at 59, do you think you would have been a different coach back then? He goes, oh, yeah. He says, I would have done a lot of stupid things. He says, I'm a much better coach. He says, I'm just happy to get up the next morning and look in the mirror. He says, and see that I'm still here. Back deep is Brooks, and he takes it at the 8-yard line. Brooks across the 25 to the 28-yard line, and once again, it was number 34, Jay Daffer, a 6-footer from Nebraska City, Nebraska, a 198-pounder who's made his 3rd tackle on kickoffs tonight.
Now there's Lavelle Edwards. He's been in this situation before, but I don't think he's been in a situation like this without a quarterback with more experience. I think that's the thing that's killing him right now. Ty Dittmer is going to be a great player, got great ability, great credentials, but he hasn't played.
24-14, 1st and 10. BYU at the 28-yard line. Cutler split out to the far side, and Dittmer with a problem finding out what's going on with his offense, and he needs to call a timeout with 13:10 to go.
Honey, should we take the other car?
I'd rather not. Ford Escort now offers an attractive new design, plus fuel injection and a 660 powertrain warranty. In fact, the redesigned Ford Escort may make your other car seem considerably less attractive.
Honey, aren't we ever going to take the other car?
Nope. The world's best-selling car just keeps looking better all the time.
Now get a $500 cash bonus on 88.5 Ford Escorts.
Hey, Walter, what's up?
With great taste and just 1 calorie, Diet Coke is the one soft drink everyone's falling for.
Hi.
Hi.
1 calorie just for the taste of it. Diet Coke.
When you've got a job to do, go with a winner. True Value Hardware Store. The 19.5-inch roller coater from Empire for just $7.77 puts on a smooth blacktop surface quickly and easily. Polycell foam sealant, only $3.99, expands to fill cracks, gaps, and holes that caulk can't. And get a men's analog digital watch from Casio with 5 daily alarms for just $29.99. And make True Value Hardware your store of first choice.
Roger Tribal, Lee Corso back with you in Laramie. Ty Detmer 0 for his last 6 with 3 interceptions. So the redshirt freshman having a struggle right here. 1st and 10 now. Ball at the 26-yard line. Plenty of time. Down the middle. Intercepted. Intercepted. Now they wave it off. Steve Addison, 22, was the man that had it.
49, Mitch Donahue was all over the quarterback, Dittmer again. Now watch on the bottom of your picture to the right now, you'll see a flash coming in there. Good play by number 22 right there. Dittmer's got to understand one thing. He cannot get rattled. There's plenty of time in this ball game. He's got an excellent coaching staff who'll give him the information to help him win.
Bellini turns it up across the 30 to the 34-yard line. A gain of about 6 yards that time. Mitch Donahue, one of the players over there on the tackle. Number 49, the sophomore out of Billings, Montana. And Donahue's been strong over on that left side of the defensive line. Of course, with Raybould over there, that's just a very, very strong front four. It's a veteran front four, and they played exceptionally well this evening. Now it's 3rd down and 3 for BYU. They trail by 10. Cutler comes to the near side. Bellini and Whittingham, the running backs. Detmer, intercepted, picked off by Wyoming's number 13. That's Courtney Rogers. Excuse me, number 13, Gaston Gozar.
That was a kind of a funny-looking play because Brady, watch, Dittmer drops back to pass. He gets good pass protection. He tries to hit number 88, Hanley. It goes off of his hands right into number 13, Gozar's hit. Now, that is luck. I'll guarantee you what, you coach him all day you want, but that's just luck. But I'll tell you what, it takes a little luck to win these games. And there's a little luck on number 13.
So Gozar was the guy that was called earlier in the game for the face mask penalty, so he makes up for it. And Wyoming now 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. Perkins inside the 35 to the 33-yard line. So Wyoming now will probably, Lee, try to eat up some of the clock at 12 minutes left to go in the game and chew up some yardage on the ground.
They're going to try to run the ball, obviously, but one thing they got to be careful about. Once you get into a mode where you're trying to conserve the time, you take the aggressiveness out of your football team, and when you do that, the other team can catch you. Now, Paul Roach is a veteran of a lot of years in football. He'll know exactly what to tell his team to do.
2nd down and 6. 2 running backs, Peter Gunn, Dwayne Jones. And Jones has got it. Jones inside the 30 to the 28. I'll tell you what, Wozniak does a great job of staying with that fake after he's handed it off.
That's why he runs those bootlegs so well. What's happening to BYU right now, the defense is getting discouraged. They stop them, they stop them, they stop them, they force the field goal, and all of a sudden now, Wyoming's starting to blast them, knock them off the line of scrimmage.
There's Gaston Gozar of Pinedale, Wyoming. He's got a brother on the team, one of 10 children, and with the clock running, 11:20 left to go. 1st down and 10 for Wyoming at the 28-yard line. Dabby Dawson, Dwayne Jones, the running backs. Right up the middle, Jones inside the 25 to the 24-yard line. Lee, I wanted to ask you, you see how his shirt's tied up there in front?
That's illegal. You must show every part of the number. Now, the referee, if he was on the ball, would call a timeout and have that gentleman, number 41, Jones, out of the game for one play until he gets back in. The new rule says that you must have your number showing just like that on the front and in the back. He must have heard me. He took him out of the game.
2nd and 6. I think the coach did that. Gunn, the lone setback. BYU blitzing that time, and Gunn fighting hard, maybe gets a yard to the 22. middle of that defensive line for the Brigham Young University Cougars. Tim Clark was up in there. Also, number 9 came up, Chad Robinson.
Now watch Gunn. This is why they've got him in the ball game. He's an aggressive runner. He keeps fighting it, gets as much yardage as he can, and drives himself forward. Now, this is a perfect opportunity for Welniak to get into the game. They've been running the ball. Be a perfect time for a fake, a boot, and hit the tight end in the flat for a big play.
Gabby Dawson, a lone setback. Doucette comes out to the near side on 3rd down and 4. Welniak couldn't make up his mind, and he's dumped back at the 27-yard line. He was looking at Doucette, but Bob Davis, number 36, got in to sack him, and that'll bring up another field goal situation for Paul Roach and the Wyoming Cowboys.
Well, this is very important. It's 24-14. 10 is possible. 13 is near impossible with this young freshman quarterback with 9 minutes to go. This is a big play right here.
Wiggins will set it down at the 33-yard line, a 43-yard attempt for Sean Fleming. And it's no good. Boy, he's got a strong leg, but he pulled that one. So with 9:10 to go, Wyoming maintains that 10-point lead.
People ask me why I support No Fault. They say, why should I support an initiative that's supported by the insurance companies? And I tell them because I was involved in an accident with an uninsured motorist. When I found out the man that hit me had no insurance, I was mad. My family pays for its insurance, and we shouldn't be victimized by someone who is not. I support No Fault because it rewards the people who pay for their insurance and doesn't reward the ones that don't.
Get ready, race fans. This Friday night is Fox Night at Speedway in Costa Mesa. That's right. All ladies, whether you're 1 or 100, will be admitted absolutely free. See 500cc motorcycles without brakes, battle wheel-to-wheel in 2 hours of non-stop action with America's top Speedway stars. What a bargain. Free parking, free programs. Kids 12 and under free, and this Friday night, all ladies free too. It's Speedway racing at the Orange County Fairgrounds in Costa Mesa. Take the new 455 freeway and turn right on Fair Drive. The gates open at 6:30. First race at 8. That's Speedway. This Friday. We'll see ya.
Countries, the America's Cup.
I can tell you that any sailor in his right mind would not race a monohull against a catamaran.
I think the only chance we've got is if we get a handicap of about an hour and a half.
Downwind, I think we have a little bit of an edge.
It's certainly going to be different. It's going to be interesting.
When the talk stops, the excitement begins. See live coverage of the America's Cup races starting Wednesday only on ESPN.
Absolutely gorgeous moon over Laramie, Wyoming tonight. And the Cowboys of Wyoming lead BYU 24-14 in the season opener. And the Cougars now 1st and 10. At the 26-yard line, the freshman Ty Detmer has not had much success in this 4th quarter, but there he finds a man at the 35 up to the 37-yard line. That's Travis Macbeth, one of his tight ends who last year had 10 receptions for 230 yards and a touchdown. Rich Miller, the strong side safety, came up to make the tackle.
Miller, number 30, is the toughest football player on the Wyoming team. The trainer tells me that nothing bothers him. Now, Dittmer, nice soft pass. You notice that pass? He threw with a lot of zip on it. He knew exactly what he wants to do. They might have to throw some nice short passes, not too complicated, to get him back his confidence.
8:45 left to go. Deflected. Von Henderson got a hand on it. We've called his name an awful lot tonight. Henderson's a 6'1", 226-pound junior out of Denver, Colorado, and Schenbeck nearly came up with the interception after the deflection.
There must be 10 Schenbecks in the 55. Now, it's good pass coverage. Now, watch the outside receiver curl inside, but it was a nice deflection there and almost intercepted. One of the problems that BYU has right now is that Wyoming knows they have to throw the ball, so they're dropping off, or then they're coming with the full blitz. They're keeping them off balance.
Lee, are they at a point yet where they're going to give them the short stuff?
No way. You never give anybody the short stuff until after the game's over. Not BYU anyhow.
2nd and 10. Detmer going deep to Bellini. Beautiful defensive play by Rich Miller. Man, that looked like 6.
Oh, that was a great play by Miller, wasn't it? Rich Miller, 6'2", 195 senior. Watch him in the right-hand side of your picture. He's playing zone. He's watching a quarterback's eyes, and now he goes and knocks the ball down. He's got an interesting situation. His dad played football in Colorado, and his mother lettered in badminton at Minnesota. How about that?
Well, he's from an athletic family.
You got it.
3rd down and 10 now for BYU. 8:32 left to go. They trail it by 10. And they got Texas next week at home. Lone setback is Whittingham. But Detmer's got all day. He comes near side. He's got Franson. And Franson's pulled down at the 47-yard line. Steve McMillan on the coverage. And that'll move it up and be enough for the first down for Brigham Young.
You notice what they did that time? They quit putting the heat on the quarterback. We said at the beginning, the way to beat BYU is to pressure the quarterback. You play zone and give them the short stuff, they'll kill you. Look at that pressure. That's why they're winning 24-14.
Matt Odell is checked into the game now for BYU with a wide receiver split to the near side. Whittingham on the draw up the middle, and he gets down to the 41-yard line. And I'll tell you what, Darrell Harris, well, he must do some steer wrestling during the offseason, because that's what it looked like right there.
It's interesting now, this attack. The plays are being called from the sideline. It's interesting now how BYU is attacking the full field. Left, right, draw, taking some of the pressure. Lavelle Edwards is taking some of the pressure off of Ty Ditmore by involving his entire team.
Meanwhile, the clock continues to run. It's down to 7:35 as Odell comes to the near side. Whittingham and Bellini, the setbacks, on 2nd and 5. Bellini. Oh, and he is stuck by Rabel. He might have stretched forward and got a yard or two, but Rabel put a big-time hit on him.
Co-captain Pat Rabel, I tell you what, he came from the inside and make a great play. I tried to recruit him while I was in Indiana. I thought he would be a tremendous football player. Now watch him. He'll come from your right side of your picture right here. Boom. And what he does good is he squares up. In other words, he puts his face on his face and doesn't allow the ball carrier to go forward.
Gain of 2, 3rd down and 3 as Cutler and Franson split to the near side. Schenbeck's coming. They're all coming. Going deep, the intended receiver was Handley, and it's overthrown. Boy, they sent everybody that time.
You sure they didn't have 12 guys? It looks like they sent everybody.
Well, Schenbeck is so much all over the place that you think it's 12. Watch Harris now.
Good play by Darnell Harris. This is man-for-man coverage on Handley. Handley's bigger than he is, but Harris is a better athlete because he's not as big. Watch. Gets up real high, keeps his position on it, overthrown. Interesting situation coming up right now. It's 4th down and about 4. They got to go for it.
Whittingham and Bellini, the setbacks. The crowd here at War Memorial Stadium on their feet. Incomplete. Penalty marker is down. The man who came busted in was number 30, Rich Miller. Also in there was number 21.
If this is
Ron Dean.
All right, it was. Roughing the quarterback, automatic 1st down, and a 15-yard penalty. Very, very costly penalty.
Let's take a look at this one because it looked like Miller was in there in plenty of time.
Now watch and see if the ball is gone and he hits. I tell you what it is. It's across the face. It's an automatic 15-yard penalty, roughing the passer anytime you hit a man across the face. That's what it was.
They have got nearly 100 yards in penalties, and I would say, Lee, what, about 80 of those are on defense, very aggressive defensive kind of penalties?
Absolutely.
All right, Paul Roach. Defense has played so well, but they're so aggressive. In that case, it cost them. So on a 3rd down situation, 4th down, incomplete pass. Now they've got the 1st down at the 24-yard line with 6:36 left to go, and they trail it by 10. Bellini, Whittingham, the setbacks. Cutler split to the near side. Incomplete, nearly picked off, and Detmer on his back because Pat Rabel and Dean were in there, and it was Dean who knocked him down to his back.
And I tell you what, it's very, very difficult to throw a spiral when you're flat on your back, and that's exactly what Dean and Rabel have been doing to Ty Dittmer. Now, Dittmer is a fine quarterback and a good prospect, but I tell you what, watch Dean, number 99. He whips his man, number 68, Hunter, whips another man, and boom, he comes around. We called the wrong guy.
Schlichting. 92 was the first man at him. Mike O'Brien. Oh, and he gets a stick at the 22-yard line. Rich Miller, and Miller is hurt.
He ought to be hurt. Oh, this is wonderful. I mean, excuse me.
He's holding his right elbow. Let's take a look at
Watch him strike number 32 right here. Oh, wasn't that beautiful?
But look at that shoulder. He took the full impact on that right shoulder, Lee.
Yeah, but he's giving himself to the university right here, boy. Man, that was a nice shot. He's making up for that 4th down penalty.
And Miller's being taken off the field right now.
He hurt his right shoulder. He probably got what they call a stinger or a stinger, yeah, you know, or a shoulder separation. But as long as he's moving it, he didn't dislocate anything. But that was a tremendous hit by Miller from Wyoming.
Miller, who's a senior out of Lakewood, Colorado, comes out of the game. 3rd down and 8 now. And look at this on 3rd down. Long yardage, 3 or more. They're 3 for 9. Bellini, Whittingham, the setbacks. Franson and Cutler split to the near side.
They're in a 4-down area. They got 2 plays.
Less than 6 minutes to go. Going to Bellini and hits Schenbeck in the back. Dittmer's going down to argue about it, but I don't know what there is to argue about. He hit Schenbeck right in the back.
That's Roger French on the sideline, the offensive coordinator, saying that it was face guarding, but that's perfectly legal. Watch. Dittmer comes back to pass. Schenbeck's got man-for-man coverage on Bellini. He's covered him. Now watch him. He should have made an out of his area to go get the ball, but now your percentages are a kicker is going to try to kick a field goal.
And a new kicker in. This is Earl Kaufman, number 86. This will be a 40-yard attempt. And he misses it. So BYU has had little success with their place-kicking game tonight. Chavitz couldn't do it. They bring Kaufman in. He can't do it. And with 5:47 left to go, the Wyoming Cowboys have a 10-point lead.
Snap is good. The hole is good. The kick is no good. Part of the problem, his left foot is too close to it and makes him pull it. The closer you are to that tee with your left foot, a soccer kicker has more of a tendency to hook it to the leg.
Lee, this is the type of thing in your first game of the year when you schedule, you know you've got some questions with kicking. You know you've got some questions in your secondary or such. And that's why teams play usually lesser teams in their first game of the year, because you'd like to find these things out. It's really haunting BYU this evening as Dabby Dawson takes it around the left side. He gets up to the 25-yard line. So the Wyoming Cowboys with a 10-point lead, the clock running. With 5:35 to go, BYU has 2 timeouts left. Wyoming has 1. And it doesn't get any easier next week as they meet a much-improved University of Texas team. And we'll have that game for you right here on ESPN. Lee and I will be in Provo, Utah, a week from tonight.
And remember one thing, a team improves more from the first game to the second game than any other time during the season. BYU will get better, and the Texas team will have a problem maybe finding out some of the things about their players because it'll be their opening game.
Gilmore and Wells split to the near side. Jones goes in motion. They throw a quick pass to Kilpatrick, and he's got the first down. So the quick pass to Kilpatrick, the tackle by Brian Mitchell, and our student of the game is Randy Welniak of the University of Wyoming. He's a finance major with a grade point average of 3.45 in the MBA program. So he's a fifth-year senior. He's already got his undergraduate, and he's going for that master's.
Well, that's really, he's played very well. And you know how wonderful it is when Paul Rhodes told us that he didn't have to be here to graduate, but he rehabilitated his shoulder. He came back. He wanted to be the leader of the Wyoming team. And I tell you what, you can't say enough things about Randy Welniak.
4:38 left to go. First down and 10. Jones and Dawson, the setbacks. That's Dwayne Jones. And he moves it up to the 37-yard line as Wyoming will continue to run the clock down, continue to run the football. Yeah, it was interesting. We were checking out of our Dude Ranch today, and Randy's brother and his family showed up. They drove all the way from Kansas City to watch him play this game tonight, and they got to be really happy. Make that 15-hour drive seem like a lot less, huh?
They got to be. That gentleman's got to be very happy. Paul Roach. He's come here after a long time. He's the athletic director. He's got an excellent staff. Joe Tiller's an outstanding offensive coordinator. His defensive coordinator is Del White. Calls the defenses upstairs, and they played very well to keep BYU to 14 points.
Second down and 6. Jones is the lone setback with 3:48 left to go. Dwayne Jones, good effort, maybe to get back to the line of scrimmage. Dwayne Johnson, number 54, made the tackle, and boy, there's some of the BYU players thinking about this game tonight and the fact that they're in danger of losing consecutive games to a WAC opponent for the first time in 17 years.
Well, you know, percentages. If you're in a coaching game like Lavelle Edwards is long enough, things happen to you. But remember, 5 of the 10 championships that Lavelle Edwards has won at BYU, he's lost one game early.
Third down and 5. Timmer, the lone running back. Relniak has the pass knocked down. 93 Bud Orr got a hand up and knocked it down, and that'll bring up a 4th down situation. One of the other things, Lee, that you need to talk about, and a lot of people maybe haven't seen a lot of WAC football, this is a much improved conference. Texas El Paso really came on last year under Bob Stahl. Did a great job, nearly knocked off Arizona State. They were 7-4. They had BYU down at halftime when Haggerty, their quarterback, suffered a broken jaw. So the competition here is much better as Rodney Rice is back at the 25 to receive the punt from Tom Kilpatrick. Rice is going to let it drop. Well, he thought about it for a second, and Gordy Wood comes down and marks it at the 24-yard line. 36 yards in the punt. Coming up Saturday, Tennessee will be at Georgia. That's at 6 Eastern time here on ESPN. A great SEC matchup. And then, of course, we'll be with you next Thursday night. It'll be Texas against BYU, that at 8 Eastern time, right here on ESPN.
And Texas has got a back named Eric Metcalf that could really play. BYU will not have a single problem bouncing back. They definitely will come back, and I'll tell you why. Because they've been winning so long, they know how to win.
The problem is, though, with the history of Covey having concussions, whether they'll let him come back this next week. Detmer's a youngster. He'll learn a lot from tonight, but how much he can learn between now and next Thursday night is yet to be seen. 1st and 10. He's got to move, and he can't get away. Pat Rabel at 69, the man that makes the sack, the senior from Glencoe, Illinois.
I can't say enough about Pat Rabel. I tell you, when I tried to recruit him, I thought he was one of the finest student athletes that I was after. His dad was a great player, Mike, at Indiana for years, and he's doing a tremendous job right there.
He kind of floundered on the offensive line here for a while, and this coaching staff came in, put him on defense, and I'll tell you, he has blossomed into something special. Detmer going downfield. He's got Murdoch across the 40 to the 41-yard line. So with 2:19 left to go, a 22-yard pickup as Darrell Harris, number 12, makes the tackle.
That was the best pass Detmer has thrown all night. He got back on his back foot, drilled that ball to number 11, Murdoch.
1st and 10. Clock continues to run now at 2:18. Going down the middle, Hanley, the intended receiver, nearly picked off. 23 was back on the coverage, and that's Eric Coleman. As you take a look at a bunch of Cowboy players, they got to get up and go to class tomorrow, Coach. And they're going to call that a reception?
Absolutely.
Okay. Hanley credited with the reception. 1st and 10, just over 2 minutes left to go. That time, Cutler makes the reception.
You know why they're completing all these passes? Because, number one, Wyoming's going into a prevent defense and giving Dittmer time. They should try to come out. Now, watch. There will be nobody near Dittmer. That's why he's completing these passes. Now they're going to try it, and there's Cutler coming wide open. Now they'll come and do the same thing, and all of a sudden, watch it.
1st and 10 from the 25. Dittmer, he's going to try to get it out of bounds, and he does at the 21-yard line. So with 1 minute and 50 seconds left to go, BYU has 2 timeouts remaining, and they only trail by 10.
And this is how they got to win the ball game. They've got to throw something like a post corner or something in the end zone for a touchdown, kick an onside kick and get the football, and then pray that they can come up with a big play to win it or tie it with a field goal. He might go for a tie here being 10 down.
And he's having some ties throughout his career.
He might do that. I don't know if Lavelle is thinking that right now, but he might go for a tie to get out of here and escape a big upset.
2nd down and 4. Murdoch. Franson split to the near side. Detmer going to Franson. Over his outstretched hands, and that'll bring up a 3rd down situation. Eric Coleman was back on the coverage right now for the Wyoming Cowboys with 1:44 left to go.
All right, Detmer gets good pass protection this time. He comes back. Week 78 does a nice job in there. He throws the ball for Fred right there and just can't quite get it. Even if he'd have caught that ball, his momentum would have taken him out. What he needs to try to do is hit something coming across so that the guy can get into the end zone as the tackle is made.
Cutler and Franson split to the near side. Bellini goes in motion now. 3rd down and 4 with 1:44 left to go. Detmer, Schenbeck had him, and he's finally finished off by Willie Wright. Well, they brought everybody in that time.
Okay, now, what we just talked about, they pass, complete a pass. Now watch the top picture, top of your screen, right there. They're sending 4 men, and number 96, Wright, is the only guy that can come in with number 55, Schenbeck. They sent too many men. That's the way you stop a passing attack.
Timeout on the field, 1:25 left to go. For the 9 sacks for 72 yards, and BYU their last chance. 4th and 16 with 1:25 left to go. Cutler and Francis, the wideouts. Detmer deflected. Looked like Schenbeck got a hand on it. And it looks like Wyoming's going to win their season opener. Oh! Off camera, guys are doing flips. And Ty Detmer talking to his coach, Lavelle Edwards.
This is good pass protection. This is a well-thrown ball that 55 Schenbeck just makes an outstanding effort. Watch him dive and knock the ball down. That would have been a completion in the 1st down. Watch him right there give that extra effort. I tell you what, Wyoming deserved to win the ball game. They played aggressively. They were tough up front. They put the pressure on the quarterback, and they were relentless with that blitz.
1:19 left to go. 1st and 10 for Wyoming. Timmer and Dawson, the running backs. And that's Timmer right up the middle. BYU with just 1 timeout left. Mitch Donahue did a flip. You know how Ozzie Smith does a flip in baseball? Mitch Donahue, who's about 6'4", 240, just went over and did one of those flips on the sideline.
Paul Roach is going to win this ball game. Lelniak was a star of the game. There's no question. I'm sure he's glad of it. They go to Louisville next week to play a very fine Louisville team.
Hi, everybody. I'm Roger Twibel, and we welcome you to our 2nd CFA game of the year. There is a danger zone in their storied 94-year history, but the big loss at the University of Texas is concerned about you. 85 degrees here in Provo as the Texas Longhorns, ranked 19th in the country, take on the Brigham Young University Cougars from Cougar Stadium in Provo, Utah. ESPN's presentation of CFA football is being brought to you by Budweiser, proud sponsor of the 1988 U.S. Olympic team. This Bud's for you. By Thrifty Car Rental. For worldwide reservations, call 1-800-FORCARX. Mike Hoffman will kick it off. He is also a true freshman. And by the way, he will handle the extra point and field goal kicking chores tonight for Brigham Young University. That's a change from last week. A squib kick picked up by number 23, Chris Samuels right there. Samuels gets it across the 27-yard line where 45 Rocky Beagle makes the tackle for BYU. 14 yards on the return. Shannon Kelly's the quarterback, a 50-year senior for the University of Texas. The running backs, Patrick Wilson taking the place of course, Metcalf and then Darren Norris. The receivers, Tony Jones, watch him, and Johnny Walker, number 1. Alan Champagne's the center. We are set to go 1st and 10 out of the I formation for the University of Texas. And they give it to the youngster. 39, Wilson with the carry, 9 yards in the pickup. First time he's ever touched the football as a collegiate. Dwayne Miller, Omar Saleh, the offensive guards for the University of Texas. The tackles, Chad McMillan and Stan Thomas. and the tight end is Stephen Clark. So the first time Wilson gets his hands on the football, Lee, I think that's a good move to get it over and done with right away.
Absolutely, and McWilliams ran him towards the sideline so he wouldn't take a lot of pressure and get an opportunity to run out of bounds.
Second down and 1. They're in that flex offense right now. Kelly throwing far side, and he's got Johnny Walker. Walker across the 45 to the 46-yard line. Eric Bergeson, the corner, makes the stop. 9 yards on the pickup. And for BYU defensively, Tim Knight, the nose guard out of Burley, Idaho. In their set, defensive tackles Pete Harston and Tim Clark. The backers, Bob Davis and Regan Hansen. And then on the outside for BYU, Dwayne Johnson and Chad Robinson. The secondary looks like this. Rodney Rice, 6 interceptions a year ago, and Eric Bergeson, the corners. And then the safeties, Troy Long and Scott Peterson at 6'5" and 235 as the University of Texas now with a 1st and 10 from the 46-yard line. Wilson, he gets it up to about the 48-yard line. Chad Robinson, number 9, one of the men in there on the tackle. And Lee, a couple of changes for Brigham Young University. We thought Patterson was not going to play tonight. Broke a hand last week, but he's in there starting.
Yes, he can play with a cast on his hand, but it must have a rubber substance on the outside. So 51 will play, and so will 55 in there. Interesting strategy. Give the ball to the young freshman right away and let him get his baptism. Good strategy by McWilliams.
Well, if he had any butterflies, they're gone by now, I guarantee you that. Second down and 7. In motion is Clark to the near side. And they'll throw it out to Tony Jones. Watch him go. Jones at the 40-yard line is knocked out of bounds by Rodney Rice. 13 yards on the reception. Jones, 5'7", 140 pounds out of Grapeland, Texas.
Nice safe play. Quick pass to Jones. Watch 82 Clark comes out and gets a nice block. Now Jones is extremely dangerous. Gets around number 31 Rice and they knock him out of bounds. Get the ball into Jones's hands any way you can.
As much as Texas will miss Metcalf, folks, you'll watch this young man tonight. And if you saw him in the Bluebonnet Bowl last year, the MVP, the offensive player in that game, 242 yards in receptions. First down and 10. Ball at the 40-yard line. They'll get it to number 39 one more time. That's Patrick Wilson. But Tim Clark, the right end, number 44, this man, a magna cum laude, triple major. You talk about a smart football player. That's Tim Clark.
And he's 6'5", 255. Number 44 comes across the line and gets a lot of penetration. Now, one of the things to do on Wilson is to get him before he starts running and get him before he starts getting the line of scrimmage. Nice play by 44 Clark.
Jorick Battle, number 40, checks into the game right now for the University of Texas. That's still run their flex, Lee. And Battle is the man who now is on the near side. That was Wilson in motion, and a delay play. A penalty marker is down. Penalty flag is down. Bob Davis, one of the backers, and Dwayne Johnson also in there on the tackle. And motion. Seemed like a little bit of confusion there. Charles Cephas, 78, has checked into the game on the offensive line now for the University of Texas.
Texas sent a man in motion, and when a man goes in motion, he must be going backwards.
Illegal motion on the offense. Penalty is declined. Third down.
We talk about the flex a little bit.
Okay, as he goes in motion, you'll watch a little bit of a fake handoff. The man in motion was the man that was illegal. The flex is when they take a tight end from his normal position, they put him out 6 yards wider.
Walker split to the near side right now. It's the first third down. It's 3rd and 14. And Kelly's got his man. That is number 1, Johnny Walker. Rodney Rice was back on the coverage, 18 yards on the reception. And Lee, this is one of the concerns of the BYU coaching staff, being able to cover those quick wideouts for Texas.
Walker from San Antonio, Texas, runs a great route. Watch, he comes down, makes a little fake to the outside, but this is what I like. Watch the way he catches the ball in his hands, even though he knows he's going to get hit by number 31, Rice. Good play, Walker.
13:05 to go, first quarter. Kelly, 3 of 3 for 38 yards. Kerry Cash is checked into the game. He's number 19. That's a fumble by the freshman. He picks it up, and he falls on it at the 35-yard line. Chad Robinson, number 9, one of the men in there. And also number 21, the strong safety, Troy Long. Lee, this youngster played a lot of defense in high school and was a defensive player his last year at the University of Texas.
Well, this ball is right in his hands, but he takes his eyes off the ball. If you'll notice in the replay, he did not have his head down looking at the football. He was looking at the offensive line and the defensive line. You must look the ball in first before you run it.
8th play of this drive, 2nd and 18. Walker comes split to the near side. Cash in that slot position. Kelly will throw downfield to Walker. The pass is incomplete at the 22-yard line. Rodney Rice, I'd have to say the top defensive back for Brigham Young University. 6 interceptions, 9 deflections a year ago.
It's interesting that Texas comes out immediately and attacks number 31 Rice, who was a second-team all-WAC player in 1987. They must feel that their speed can beat Rice on those outside cuts.
Jorick Battle, number 40, checks in for Texas now. 3rd down and 18 as Tony Jones will split to the far side of the field. Walker, number 1, comes to the near side. And that's 39. Wilson in motion. Kelly finally heaves it downfield, but neither of the players downfield. We're talking about Battle, number 40, and Walker were looking the way of the football. There's a penalty marker down at the 30-yard line.
What Shannon Kelly is complaining about there is he's holding defensive holding, but a lineman was downfield. Anytime a team like Texas or anybody else starts to roll out, one of the worst things that can happen is a lineman loses perspective of where the ball is, and then he goes downfield. Now watch Kelly go back. You keep your eye on number 55 and the rest of the linemen. Now when he comes around to the right now, one of the offensive linemen for Texas was downfield.
It's interesting so far, Lee, that number 34, Darren Norris, one of their outstanding backs, and of course David McWilliams told us if Metcalf wasn't at Texas, Norris would be the big star. He's not touched the football so far tonight.
I'll tell you why. That's exactly what BYU planned. BYU planned to watch Norris early in the game, and McWilliams did a nice job of using him as a decoy.
4th down, they don't take the penalty, so 4th and 18 with over 12 minutes to go, and that'll bring on the Texas kicker, number 28, Wayne Clements. Clements from the 41-yard line making a 51-yard attempt, and last year he was 2 of 2 from 50 yards out. Handler can't handle the snap, and Clements is tossed down at the 45-yard line. Bob Davis, the middle linebacker, was the man in there, and it was number 5, Mark Murdoch, the backup freshman redshirt quarterback who simply did not hold on to the snap. And Lee, what was that call there against Texas?
That was a delay of the game. Now, what might have happened is the 25-second clock might have expired before the snap.
We have a dead ball, delay of game penalty before the snap on the offense, 4th down.
Okay, they're going to replay it again. What happened is a football team has 25 seconds to put the ball in play. Texas took longer than that and was automatic. The ball was dead at that time, but the ball was snapped anyhow. This is a low snap. He drops the ball, and now Texas is in big trouble, but the kicker's smart enough to just hold it, and while Davis comes in and gets him.
And back to punt now is Alex Waits, a 6'2 junior from Plano, Texas. At 86 was second in the nation in punting. Last year, second in the Southwest Conference.
Isn't that amazing? They do a poor thing, and it helps them. The penalty saved Texas.
Absolutely. There's a look at Waits. Barefooted. Or he's not barefooted right now, but he has punted that way before. Left-footed kicker. That's an end-over-end punt. And that's going to go right into the end zone. So Texas had a real chance to put BYU in the hole there, and BYU will take it over. 1st and 10 from the 20. Sean Covey, with a concussion last week, will start at quarterback. In the backfield, Fred Whittingham and Matt Bellini. Wide receivers Chuck Cutler and Jeff Branson. The center is Phil Nawahi. The guards, Warren Wheat and Don Buzenbach. And John Hunter and Brian White, the tackles. And the tight end is Darren Handley. Bryce Doman, 83, was a late addition. He is starting at wide receiver. He is split to the near side with Cutler in the slot to the left on 1st and 10. And they go deep. Doman is wide open. See it. 80 yards on the touchdown pass. Mark Berry, number 9, the cornerback, fell down, and that's why Doman was wide open.
Come out throwing. Come out throwing. BYU, nice little fake reverse. They beat number 9, Berry, who's a redshirt freshman. And Dolman is so wide open, he looked like he popped out of the ground. Touchdown, BYU first play.
Well, this is a freshman, Dolman, who got the start tonight as Kaufman will attempt the point after, and it's good. And Brigham Young University has jumped out to a 7-0 lead with 11:30 to go first quarter. Pass as number 17 back for Texas. That's Willie Mack Garza, the freshman. And number 34 is Darren Norris as Kaufman gets set to kick it off. We'll send it deeper this time as Texas had come up with a short kick through the end zone, and the Longhorns will have it 1st and 10. First home game a year ago against Pitt. As we take a look at Texas' last 2 openers, they've never lost 3 straight. Lost to Auburn a year ago on the natural grass, the only time they played on it last year, and then lost to Stanford in '86, 31-20. 94 years, they've only lost 11 openers in those 94 years. As you take a look at the University of Texas right now, and Shannon Kelly, their quarterback, a 6'1", 178-pound senior out of Houston. Kelly so far 3 of 5 for 38 yards, but he's missed his last 2. 1st and 10 from the 20. Wilson was the man in motion to the near side, and they go outside right now, and that is Jones. They say he runs a 4.275 or a 4.3, and here's a look at the touchdown pass.
Now we know why LaVell Edwards started Dolman. He had this in mind because Dolman's got a great speed and a fake reverse, and there's a duck. That thing is waddling all over the place. Can you imagine Dolman couldn't wait for that thing to come down? When it finally came down, all the way for a touchdown.
In their home opener last year against Pitt, the same play, touchdown pass, Jensen to Zayas, same play, 80-yard way to open it up. Big time for their fans here at BYU. Right up the middle, that is Norris finally, number 34, the senior from Oceanside, California. Bob Davis, 36, the middle linebacker, comes up to make the tackle. Darren Norris with over 630 yards rushing last year, averaged better lead than 5 yards a carry, and with Metcalf, that makes a great tandem backfield. As you see, he started every game since his freshman year in '85.
That's 32 in a row. 32 in a row.
2nd down and 6. 10:55 to go first quarter. Kelly, near side, and number 1 is Johnny Walker. They say no, he was out of bounds. 31 Rodney Rice was on the coverage there. Walker, who a year ago with just 10 catches for 110 yards. Tony Jones, the other wide receiver, and Johnny Walker. Lee, that is a lot of speed on the outside for Texas.
And I think that's probably the main concern of the BYU defensive secondary, Coach, because of the great speed that the outside people have. They could run those outside cuts. But I would look for Texas to go deep pretty soon to loosen up those defensive secondary people from BYU.
3rd down and 6. All day for Kelly. He finally goes underneath, but not enough for the first down at the 40-yard line. Wilson made the reception. And Chad Robinson, number 9, in on the tackle.
Nice pass protection. 54 in the middle is Champagne, one of the best football players in the country. They give Kelly all the time he needs, but good coverage deep. Not enough for a first down, and Texas has got to punt the ball again.
2nd punt now as you take a look at O'Brien, number 32, back for BYU. He's inside the 20, and that's Alex Waits. Beautiful high spiraling kick. O'Brien inside the 10. Gets 1 block, but not enough. Down on the coverage was Jay Jaquez for the University of Texas. 52 yards on the punt, 3 yards on the return. And Brigham Young University will have it 1st and 10.
And that's one of the cardinal mistakes you make in the kicking game. Number 32, O'Brien, should never, ever try to field a punt inside the 10-yard line. He got away with it, but not percentage-wise. That's not a good call. That's not a good play.
There's a penalty marker down on the field. And the officials over talking to David McWilliams. The referee is Pat Sweeney tonight. McWilliams, who played his college football at Texas, was an assistant coach there for many, many years. Went to Texas Tech year before last for 1 year as head coach. And nothing's been decided yet. 9:56 to go first quarter.
What they're deciding here is that when the penalty occurred. And if it was pushing by Texas, then it was after BYU had the football. It'll be tacked down now from the spot and be first down BYU.
Well, Vel Edwards, who told us the other day about last week's game against Wyoming, he said, we felt we were as prepared as we could be. I had great confidence going into the game, and he said we played terrible. He said this week, he says the practices haven't been so good, so maybe we'll play a lot better.
Now, that was an interesting call. That was blocking below the waist, or hitting a man below the waist, because you can
still fourth down. So Waits will go back to punt it again. David McWilliams and O'Brien, 32, who moves now up to his 30-yard line. Last year, his longest punt return was 22 yards, as Waits is standing at the 10-yard line. Not as good a punt as before. At the 33, O'Brien with a wall to the outside. O'Brien to the 45-yard line, where 18 Stanley Richard makes the tackle. 42 yards in the punt, an 11-yard return, and BYU with great field position and a 7-0 lead. Texas has run 14 plays. BYU just one, but that was the 80-yard touchdown pass out of the shotgun right now. Sean Covey. Penalty markers down, as the man that was wide open was number 19, Matt Odell. The pass deflected at the line of scrimmage. 95, Oscar Giles was in there, but a penalty marker thrown. Let's take a look at the University of Texas defense right now. Up front, Mark Steed and Oscar Giles. Watch 95. He's big and strong and fast. Steve Llewellyn and 6'10" Ken Hackermack on the inside. The backers for Texas, All-American candidate Britt Hager. On the outside, Bobby Rhodes and Dwayne Duncan. Fred Strohmile, Mark Berry, the corners, and the safeties, Paul Bierman and Stanley Richard, and that's a young group in the secondary, Lee.
They proved it on the first play of the game.
Second down and 10. And once again, a penalty marker goes down. Last week, you remember against Wyoming, some problems between Covey and Nawahi, the center. That looked to be another problem right there. Let's take a look at the center of the line.
You'll notice what happens is that you can't see it in the picture, but the right tackle, number 63, White, put his hand down and then picked it up. You cannot put your hand down and pick it up as an offensive lineman. That's a 5-yard illegal procedure penalty. That's exactly what happened.
Second down and 15 now. At the 39-yard line. Play action. That's 83 Gorman again. Mark Berry, the freshman redshirt out of Dallas, Texas, makes the tackle, and that'll be very close to a first down at the 46-yard line. 15 yards on the pickup.
You can see BYU's strategy automatically. They think that number 9, Berry, has got to be a weakness because they've thrown 2 great plays against him right now. Doman runs a good route. He drives a man deep and comes back, but I like one thing he did there. He cradled the football just because it was low, and he made sure he caught it. It's third down and short yardage.
Third and short. And Covey comes up to the line, and he calls a timeout. So Sean Covey calls a timeout with 9:12 to go in the first quarter, and we'll be back. And the turnovers, that was not a good situation for Brigham Young University, as 88 Handley comes in motion to the near side. Matt Bellini gets little or nothing on third down. That's going to be very close, as number 22, Paul Bierman, the sophomore safety out of Norman, Oklahoma. And how did he get away from Barry Switzer?
Oh, I don't know, but the offensive left side, Hunter, number 68, weak number 78, comes off the ball, but number 22, Bierman, comes up from his secondary position and makes a great play. Now it's going to be fourth down. As we look at it from ground level, watch the top of your picture, number 22 come in there. He's not supposed to be there. They got everybody blocked, but Bierman makes a nice play and stops him. This is going to be an interesting situation now.
The chains are out. Yep, he got enough. So at the 46-yard line, first down, Brigham Young University. There's a look at Sean Covey. Talk about his helmet, Lee. We found out that one of the reasons for the concussion last week was he changed helmets.
Yes, LaBelle put a linebacker helmet on for the American Bowl game. It never caused him a problem, but it wasn't as pretty as this one. So when he put a pretty helmet on, it got knocked out. Leo's got the ugly one back on. It's big.
Branson was in motion to the near side on 1st and 10. All day for Covey. He's got Branson deep at the 11-yard line. Strohmeyer made the tackle, 35 yards on the reception, and give the BYU offensive line a lot of credit because Covey had all day to throw the football.
The reason he's having all day is they're doing a lot of pass protection zones. Now watch number 44, Strohmeyer, is trying to cover number 87. Franzen went on one, but he can't do that. Texas is famous for playing man for man, but you better not play man for man without hitting that guy Covey, or he'll riddle you.
Branson's a walk-on from Huntington Beach, California. Didn't have a particularly good game last week. 1st and 10, pitch back to Bellini. He is nailed over there at the 14-yard line. That was Britt Hager, the All-American middle linebacker who set a school record with 187 tackles. He wears number 60. Tommy Novus wore that number, and he broke his record.
Watch him to the inside. He's sliding, he's keeping inside. This is a perfect picture. Wow, that would be a perfect picture for a clinic. You stay inside linebacker, and then you attack from the inside out.
You love those big hits.
Oh,
the one Miller had last week for Wyoming?
Yeah, but that was a picture-perfect hit. Look at this.
Look at this setup. 2nd down and 12. Covey, penalty flags down, and the pass is thrown out of bounds. It looked like Cutler jumped off and made a move forward. The offensive line was all lined up to the near side. Coach, tell me about that formation. What do you call it?
Well, whatever you call it, it didn't work. And we probably will not see. That's what you call the alumni formation.
The creature.
The creature?
That's the creature formation.
You do those for the alumni so they can say, what wide open football they play here at BYU.
Well, alumni probably sent that play in, and Lavelle probably has a deal where every week he uses one alumni play.
On the offense, penalty is declined.
What was the name of that formation?
The creature.
The lost creature.
Tex Mercer, number 3, is checked into the game now for the University of Texas. And out comes Ken Hackamack, the big 6'10" defensive tackle. 3rd down and 12, 7:47 left to go. Tyler Anderson, number 4, is split to the near side. That pass is deflected at the line of scrimmage. It looked like Mark Steed, 87, the left defensive end out of Houston, got a hand up. And the BYU offense has been just a little bit confused on the last couple of plays.
They tried a trick play. It didn't work. But the reason why Covey has a problem sometimes throwing over those big linemen, he's only 6'1", and I think that's cheating a little bit. I stood next to him yesterday in practice, and I'm not sure he's not closer to about 5'11". And that defensive tackle was 6'4" to knock the ball down.
Earl Kaufman will come in now to attempt the field goal, 31 yards. Kaufman kicked a 58-yarder in high school. He had one attempt last week at Wyoming and didn't make it. But he made that one. So Kaufman, who inherited the job from Jason Chavitz, after Chavitz missed a couple last week in Wyoming, has gotten BYU out to a 10-0 lead over Texas. Kaufman from Universal City, Texas. Going to go over the head of Garza, and Kaufman has done the job so far with the kickoffs. He's kicking into a slight breeze of about 8 to 10 miles an hour. So Texas now got off to a pretty good start, but has stumbled. And here's Shannon Kelly. He backed up last year, got in to see a little bit of playing time. Not a great deal of action, though, but completed 63% of his passes, Lee, while he was in there.
Also, he was a quarterback at Texas, and Fred Akers turned him into a wide receiver, and when McWilliams came back, he moved it back into a quarterback position.
He's 5 of 8 for 54 yards so far, and 1st and 10 from the 20. And he's going to his favorite target, Johnny Walker. A penalty marker is down. It looked like Eric Bergeson, number 7, and also 5 right there, Scott Peterson, on the football, but a penalty marker's down back at the 15-yard line. You think that might be a hold?
When the penalty flag is thrown in that area by the umpire, you could almost bet that it's going to be offensive holding.
Well, isn't it great to stand up here and watch him throw flags against somebody other than you?
Holding on the offense. 10-yard penalty. Still first down.
On the right hand of our screen here, you see the offensive line.
Looks like that 51 reaches in and Thomason does a little holding. Looks like 65 Soleil joined with a little holding. Champagne looked like they all were holding that time. One of the rules as an offensive lineman is taught, though, if the guy's beating you, he's going to hit the quarterback, grab him, throw him down, don't let him hit your quarterback.
First and 20 now. And they'll run the draw to Wilson. And he gets just across the 10. 55 Pete Harston makes a tackle. Another penalty marker's down. Harston, who got the start tonight, Craig Patterson, who broke his hand last week, will see some action as there's a face mask call against BYU.
Remember, it can either be 5 yards or 15 yards. If it's 15 yards, it was intentional. Let's take a look at it and see what happens.
Now, that looks intentional, but then so did the face mask last week at Wyoming. Gozar tackled the guy.
You're 0 for 2. Face mask penalty situation.
Yeah, I know. Well, that was only 5 yards. There you see McWilliams, his career record. That includes a year at Texas Tech. Ted Dawson, 47, has checked into the game at a linebacker for BYU. Regan Hansen has come out now on 1st and 15. Kelly will throw it over to the near side of Johnny Walker. And he gets maybe a yard. Rodney Rice, 31, and another penalty marker is down.
This looks like it might be spearing a 15-yard penalty illegal. That's it. He puts his hand on his head. That means he uses the helmet. It's spearing. That's a 15-yard penalty. It's a dangerous play. Not only can you hurt the guy you're spearing, you hurt your own head.
Hitting with the headgear on the defense. Automatic first down.
Watch, the ball is completed, and you can see the gentleman come up from BYU right here. I don't know. 21 Long. Looked like he hit him with his shoulder. I'm not so sure that was a penalty.
But was the intent to hit him with his head?
No.
Well, I disagree. I mean, he stuck his helmet right in there. We'll have a little argument about it later. Right. Okay. 1st and 10. Pitch back to Wilson. He drives ahead up to the 40-yard line. Rodney Rice and Bob Davis come up to make the stop. And this young man, Patrick Wilson, out of Odessa, Texas, who is getting his first start. As you look at the play selection so far, and of course, Texas has had a few more of those. He was a defensive player. He told me yesterday he feels that's made him a tougher football player as an offensive back.
When he was redshirted, he played linebacker and defensive end. That's the kind of back you want. Now, he's getting good pursuit here by the whole defensive team. Number 31, Rice, nails him.
2nd down and 2, Texas out of the flex. Quick drop for Kelly. Oh, nearly a terrific grab by Johnny Walker, but Kelly showed you pretty good arm on that pass across the field right there. 21 over there is Troy Long, along with Dwayne Johnson. And that'll bring up a 3rd down situation for the University of Texas. 3rd down and 2 with 6:51. Last year, Lee, Texas scored more points than anybody else in the Southwest Conference. They had a prolific offense. They really got it in gear. That big victory over Arkansas speared them on to a great ending to the 1987 season.
They've got an outstanding football program. Rick Williams is one of the best coaches in the country. They told us yesterday if it's 3rd down and short, watch for the option or go over the right side.
Norris gets it, and he gets stacked up. He doesn't get the first down. Bob Davis, 36. And also in there, number 55, Pete Harston for Brigham Young University. And the BYU front won that battle against the Texas offensive line.
Texas has got to be careful. They're going to let this game get away from them, and if BYU gets this crowd in the game, Texas is going to have a hard time coming back. Now, they go over to the left side, and number 53, Miller, number 78, Cephas gets in there, but oh, boy, that was a nice defensive play by the entire BYU team.
Waits is at the 27-yard line to kick it for the University of Texas, his 3rd punt. And O'Brien back to receive it. End-over-end punt, but O'Brien runs out of bounds at the 14-yard line. His momentum carried him out at that point. So Brigham Young University will have it 1st and 10, 45 yards on the punt for Alex Waits, the junior from Plano, Texas, who averaged just over 43 a game. last year for the University of Texas. And how about Texas in their last 5 road games? They lost to A&M, they lost to Houston, they beat Arkansas and lost to Auburn and Baylor. But the Arkansas win, what a big one for David McWilliams a year ago.
That turned their whole football season around. Got them a bowl bid. They won the game on the last play to Tony Jones for a touchdown pass.
And what a catch he made. 1st and 10 now. 6:06 to go. First quarter. Covey out of the shotgun. Down the middle, nearly intercepted. The pass intended for Travis McBeth, and it was that youngster out of Dallas, Mark Berry, who got burned on the opening play, who nearly picked it off.
Mark Berry would have had his first touchdown, and it would have been even. Berry 7 and BYU 7.
And he was a wide receiver in high school in Dallas. He should have caught that one, Lee.
Oh, you think so? But I tell you what, the one thing I was impressed so far about BYU is they're not getting away from the game plan. They got to be careful. 10-0. They're still throwing the football because that's the way they can beat Texas.
2nd and 10. Brigham Young University with just over 6 minutes to go. First quarter, they lead at 10-0. Whittingham is 33, and he's across the 20 to the 24-yard line and close to a first down. So the delay to Whittingham, and number 3 over there, Tex Mercer for the University of Texas, one of the men in on the tackle. As you take a look at Whittingham's stats from a year ago, over 400 yards.
Remember the pregame show? Throw the ball, and every once in a while, run a draw. This is a draw play. You make everybody think that it's going to be a pass, but number 60 comes out and traps, and there goes Whittingham with a good play. That's one of the key things to do with a passing team. Throw the ball, screens, and draw, and as long as BYU does that, they have a chance to beat anybody in the country.
And the Cougars got enough on that one. That's a first down now at the 24-yard line. Sean Covey, 3 of 7, 129 yards, and of course that 80-yard touchdown pass out of the shotgun tonight. And they hand it off to Whittingham. Penalty marker is down at the 25-yard line. Penalty marker down at the 25-yard line. 68 Hackamack and 27 Bubba Moffitt on the tackle for Texas, and it's going to be a holding call against BYU.
Passing teams get a lot of holding calls in the inside because they're doing a lot of pass protection. The coach never worries about that too many times. Depends on when they have them.
Holding on the offense. Still first down.
You'll see the hold right there by number 78 Wheat. You'll see the referee, actually that's the umpire with the black hat. The referee is the only man out there that wears a white hat because he's a good guy. All the rest of them are bad guys, and that's why they wear black hats.
Penalties just about evened up now. Texas 3 for 30, BYU 3 for 20. 22, Mike Solito is checked into the backfield. He'll line up next to Bellini on 1st and 20 with just over 5 minutes to play first quarter. Covey's going to come out of the pocket. He's throwing downfield intended for his tight end, Darren Handley, number 88. Stanley Richard, 18, was the man on the coverage, and Richard had a chance to pick that off. Lee, what about Covey scrambling, moving out of the pocket? Can he be effective that way?
Yes, he can, but that's exactly what they want him to do. Remember in the pregame show I talk about if you cannot get him in a sack, scare him, put the pressure and intimidate him. That's the way you handle Covey.
Covey's missed 4 in a row now. And he's faced with a 2nd and 20 from the 15-yard line. Doman will split to the top of your screen. The tight end, Macbeth, came out as Bellini now goes in motion. They flushed him out of the pocket again, and he's got Cutler over on the far side. At the 27-yard line, Fred Strohmeyer, who last year picked off 3 passes and made over 40 tackles, was the man on the coverage. Cutler's an interesting case. You notice the tape left hand. He's had, 4 operations on those thumbs.
Speaking of operations, Covey is lucky right there to number 68, Hackenmack, who you said is about 6'10", doesn't get him. But he's got nice maneuverability. Last week I felt against Wyoming, he didn't have the maneuverability because of that bad knee. It's a good route by Cutler. That pass was almost perfect.
3rd down and 8 for BYU. That pass deflected inside, still bouncing around. 93, Steve Llewellyn was the man inside getting a piece of it, and that'll bring up a 4th down situation for BYU.
And that's why Covey might not be a great pro prospect, because he's not tall enough to throw over those defensive linemen. 93 Llewellyn is 6'6", 270 pounds. He's a tall guy.
And back to punt is Pat Thompson from his 13-yard line. Willie Mack Garza, the freshman, takes it at the 25. Still on his feet, spins around, gets up to the 30. David McWilliams said he was going to close his eyes on his first punt return of the night. And the youngster, Willie Mack Garza, a 5-yard return, 48-yard punt. Ferguson was the man down to make the tackle. And David McWilliams and the Texas Longhorns have stumbled a bit so far here in their season debut. There's a penalty marker down way back at the 30-yard line. We've had a lot of penalties so far tonight, Lee. I'm glad you're up on the rules like you are. You know them all.
I don't know them all, but I know one thing. It looks like arena ball. Remember how many we had in arena ball?
Oh. At least we're outdoors here. That's a good thing about it. So they're going to go all the way back down to the other end now and give us a
holding by the offense while the kick's in the air. 15-yard penalty. Still 4th down.
So it'll still be 4th down, and coming up on Saturday here on ESPN, it'll be 4th-ranked Oklahoma against the Tar Heels of North Carolina. And Oklahoma's lost a lot of starters, 13 from last year. 5 Eastern time is kickoff here on ESPN.
I'm afraid to tell you they could lose half their teams to beat North Carolina. I mean, I've watched the game because it's going to be exciting, because North Carolina needs to throw the ball 127 times to beat Oklahoma.
And Thompson goes back. He's now inside the 5 at the 2-yard line. And he picks a bad snap up now. He's going to run with it. No, he's going to punt it. And it runs out at about the 32-yard line. No flags. A little indecision by the senior from Lompoc, California. He had a lot of room.
That's perfectly legal, but I want you to watch it, a replay. The ball was on the 17-yard line, and I believe that he was over the line of scrimmage when he kicked this. Now watch. It's a bad snap. He starts to run. He says, I'll run it. No, there's one of those guys, I'll kick it. Now watch.
He's at
right.
the 19.
He's at the 19.
Yeah.
He was over the vine.
50 yards on the punt nonetheless, and Texas has it 1st and 10. The ball's at the 32-yard line. Shannon Kelly going downfield, and he's got Tony Jones. Jones is knocked out of bounds at the 47-yard line, 21 yards on the reception. Rodney Rice was on the coverage that time. What a blue-bonnet bull Tony Jones had. 242 yards in receptions. He only had 435 on the year.
But watch the way he catches it with his hands. This is impressive to me. See that? That's perfect coaching, great athletic ability. Texas needs to throw a couple of long passes or like that to get the BYU defensive secondary back further so they can throw it underneath more.
Jones, 3 receptions, 46 yards, 1st and 10 now with 3:30 left to go, 1st quarter, and they'll give it to Wilson. Speed to the outside, and Wilson inside the 40, down to the 36-yard line, where Chad Robinson got a hold of his jersey and pulled him down. Patrick Wilson, 6'1", 198. That's an 11-yard pickup.
He must have been the fastest linebacker ever to play at Texas. Watch the speed. This is what I like. Right here, he puts acceleration on. Right there. He's running determined, and he doesn't shy off one bit. Patrick Wilson looks like a pretty good football player for a young man that hasn't played before.
He was nervous yesterday. I had a chance to talk to him and he had to catch his breath. You take a look at Roger French right there.
He's the offensive line coach. They never watch the game when they're on the sideline.
Now, Wilson's a man in motion. They come to the near side, and Jones smothers it up, and they said, no, he dropped the football at the 29-yard line. These two teams have great traditions, and Jones, number 4, not a big man, but really knows how to catch the ball.
Let's see if he catches it in his hand. No, see? He didn't catch it in his hands like he was doing. He tried to cradle it and hit him in the stomach and bounced right out of his hands. He should have caught that ball in his hands.
A couple of Texas fans on hand. You had just talked about what a great job he did catching the ball with his hands. Then he showed you he tried to catch it with his hands. It didn't work that time. 2nd and 10. Near side, Jones again, and I think Kelly has found a favorite target. Rodney Rice, 31 on the coverage, 9 yards on the reception, and that'll bring up a third down situation for the Longhorns of the University of Texas. Lee, I was about to mention a great tradition for both of these schools in football. Of course, Texas dominated the Southwest Conference in the 60s up into the early 70s, and of course, BYU from the mid-70s up until about 85 in the WAC, but Texas has not won a Southwest Conference title since 83, and BYU hasn't won one since 85, as Craig Patterson and Bud Orr in there defensively now. Third and short, Kelly dives over the line, and that's going to be very close. Bob Davis, the middle linebacker, and he's the guy that should make the tackle on a quarterback sneak, was the first to reach Shannon Kelly.
The offensive teams in college football have a rule. If it's less than a yard, you run the quarterback sneak. Anything more than that, you run to the best back behind the best blockers.
And they'll bring in the chains now to check this one at the 26-yard line. And you're telling me they made it?
Absolutely.
Well, I want you to share that with everybody, dude, because I mean, I can sit up here and tell you something, or you can tell me something just between us guys. And you were right. You've been right so far all year.
You know how I was right? I looked at the post is over there on the 26-yard line, and the ball's on the 25 almost.
That's pretty easy, though.
That's pretty easy.
First and 10 for Texas. Tim Clark, 44, is back in there defensively for BYU. 2:35 left to go, and that's Wilson in motion. He's going to Jones, nearly intercepted by Rodney Rice. Scott Peterson was also back there defensively.
That is the essence of pass defense. Being able to play your man, perfect position, going up and trying to intercept the ball at its highest point. He almost had a perfect play. This is what they call a fade route, which he's thrown to a spot in the right-hand corner. Watch the good position by Rice, and it just is deflected off his hands. But a nice play by Rodney Rice, number 31.
Kelly, 8 of 14 for 95 yards, as Johnny Walker splits out to the far side on 2nd and 10. Wilson in motion, and they'll give it to Norris right up the gut, and he gets little or nothing. Left side of the BYU defensive line, Chad Robinson, Pete Harston, 55 and 9, the guys that jumped up there to stop Norris, and Norris hasn't been able to get much up the middle.
Well, you must wonder why they run this play on 3rd down or 2nd down and long, and the reason they do it's a trap play. Number 53, Miller, came over and tried to trap a lineman who should be coming across and rushing the passer. It's not a bad call. The execution was not good.
3rd down and 8 now for Texas with 1:55 to go, first quarter. Walker split to the near side. Clark, the tight end, is out at the top of your screen, along with Tony Jones. Kelly, thinking about throwing it away, finally found Clark, but it was broken up by the safety, number 21, Troy Long, and that'll bring down a 4th down situation for the University of Texas, and that'll bring in their field goal kicker, Wayne Clements. So Long, a good play right there. He's a senior, and he was first team all-WAC, led BYU in tackles with 122 a year ago.
He's a 3-year letterman and was elected one of the defensive team's co-captains. Quite an honor.
41-yard field goal attempt for Wayne Clements. He transferred from Tulane and had an outstanding season a year ago when he made 16 of 22. That's very, very high, and it's right on the mark. So Texas finally on the scoreboard with a 41-yard field goal. The man on the special teams for the University of Texas came down to make the tackle. As you take a look at O'Brien, he's had some knee trouble. They'd like to use him more. He's a senior out of Northbrook, Illinois, and Sean Covey comes in right now. We've seen a lot of the shotgun so far tonight. Lee, why is that?
The reason they use the shotgun is it gives the quarterback more time. In other words, instead of taking the ball and dropping back 5 steps, he's already back there. They learned against Wyoming they better get good pass protection to keep that young man healthy.
Cutler comes to the near side. Doman is split out to the far side on 1st and 10 with 90 seconds to go, first quarter. Oh, Covey got nailed there, but he completes it to Bellini. Bellini finally thrown out at the 31-yard line. 48, Dwayne Duncombe was the man that made the tackle, but I want to tell you, 46, Bobby Duncombe was the man that leveled Covey.
This takes a lot of guts right here. I would try to find another word, but I'll tell you what thing. He's sitting right there in the middle, and that guy, Duncombe, is coming to get him, and he sits right in that pocket and throws the ball over his head. Bellini is a former wideout receiver, and that's why he's such a tremendous receiver coming out of the backfield.
The Duncombe brothers, their dad played with the St. Louis Cardinals and was a professional wrestler. As you take a look at Matt Bellini right there. 2nd down and 1 now. As Handley comes in motion to the near side with less than a minute to go, first quarter, and Handley makes the reception and gets across the 35 to the 37. Britt Hager, the middle linebacker for Texas, makes the stop.
You notice what BYU is doing? Outside passing, inside passing, little draw play. They're playing BYU football now. This is why they go to all those bowl games. This is why they're a great football team. They got away from this last week and tried to do something that they were not. Now they're back to doing what they do best, and that guy is real happy. He's not smiling too much, but he looks happy.
19, Matt Odell is checked in for BYU as Handley goes to the far side now on 1st and 10 with the clock down to 23 seconds to go, first quarter, and the handoff to Salido across the 40 to the 42-yard line. The tackle was made by Paul Bierman, the sophomore out of Norman, Oklahoma, and this young man, Salido, we'll see a lot of tonight. The coaching staff really likes him. Good inside runner who's got some pretty decent speed, and of course all the BYU backs very adept at catching the football. And we've completed the first 15 minutes from Provo, Utah, and Brigham Young University leads at 10 to second quarter, 2nd and 5 from the 41-yard line. Handley in motion to the near side, and they'll give it to Bellini. Bellini to the 47-yard line, loses the football. Stanley Richard, 18, was the man that made the tackle. Lee, last week we saw Bellini slipping off a lot going to the outside.
That time was a good tackle by Richard, number 18. He came all the way from his free safety position. You'll watch it on the left-hand side of your picture. Number 60, Hager, will get blocked down there. And now 18 comes up and makes a nice tackle by Stanley Richard.
Mike Salido made that nice block, number 22. And obviously the ball was ruled down. And it's a first down for BYU. Ball at the 48-yard line, just underway. Second quarter as Covey will go out of the shotgun. Cutler now goes in motion to the far side. And Covey's coming to Cutler. He's got it at the 30. Good step inside the 10. Touchdown, BYU. Yards on the touchdown pass from Sean Covey to Chuck Cutler. And what a great bit of running by number 82, the senior.
Goes in motion, and that's to get the man-for-man coverage on him. He breaks it to the outside. 44, Strobile cannot cover him. Watch it. Great hands here, but here's a good piece of running. Number 18, Richard, misses him. And there goes Cutler all the way. 27, Moffitt misses him. Touchdown, BYU.
Cutler is an academic All-American, and we talked about the fact he's had 4 operations on his hand. He's had some bad thumbs, and the extra point by Kaufman is good. And Brigham Young University now leads 17-3. We're just underway. Second quarter from Provo. It for the far corner. Willie Mac Garza is told to just put a knee down, and we'll take it from the 20.
Sean Covey gets this in the shotgun. They get good pass protection. Texas cannot stop BYU unless they hit Covey, number 10. Now this is man for man. Number 44, Strohmeyer has number 82. Cutler man for man. Cannot cover him. Nice bit of running there. He avoids number 18, Stanley Richard. Touchdown, Cutler.
Texas has not had good field position. Their drives have started from the 23, 20, 20, 31, and 20. And 1st and 10 from the 20 right now. Far side, and he overthrows his intended receiver, Tony Jones, the 5'7", 100. They say 140 pounds. I saw him on the field yesterday. He looked like he's about 125. Last year, he averaged 15 yards a reception. Sean Covey very concerned about the concussion last week because, Lee, that was the third time in his last 4 games going back to last year that he had suffered a concussion.
2 things have changed. They've changed his helmet, and Texas hasn't had an opportunity to hit him yet.
2nd and 10. They'll go to Norris right up the middle, and Texas has not been able to establish that running game up the middle. 93, Bud Orr, the junior from Salt Lake City, and Bob Davis, the middle linebacker, both get in on the tackle.
They like to trap up the middle. Number 53 is their pulling guard. Watch him. He'll pull and trap. They'll drop the lineman, but they cannot seem to get through there. 93 Orr is there. 36 Davis is there. Again, the trap play is designed against a defensive lineman that rushes the passer.
3rd and 9. Walker is split to the near side. Jones to the top of your screen. Kelly going down the middle. The intended receiver was Eric Williams, the 3rd string tailback, who now is 2nd string with Metcalf being ineligible. And Tim Knight putting some pressure on Shannon Kelly. So a good job defensively by BYU, and that'll bring Alex Waits back into the game to punt it from the 6-yard line. That's Mike O'Brien, 32. End-over-end kick. And O'Brien's going to let it go out of bounds at the 36-yard line. So Brigham Young University, who's had the benefit of good field position, will take it over once again. 42 yards on the punt for Waits, and one of the very young fans here in Provo out on this beautiful Thursday night. Glad we can be here with you from Provo, Utah. David McWilliams, the 2nd year head coach at the University of Texas. Lee, what's it like to be the 2nd year? The honeymoon's over now, right?
Well, McWilliams has got a great record. He had a great record at Texas Tech. He's an outstanding Texas person. He started his coaching career as an assistant coach at Abilene High School in Abilene, Texas.
New cornerbacks in for Texas now. Irish Lewis, number 6, and number 25, Bubba Jacks, on 1st and 10, out of the shotgun at the 30. That's Whittingham. Whittingham inside the 40 to the 35-yard line. Stanley Richard finally made the tackle. 29 yards on the pickup by Whittingham. And what a great fake that was.
It was a draw play. Covey went back in the shotgun, and everybody in America thought he was going to throw the ball. He bobbles it. This will show you how lucky they are today. He drops it, picks it up. They might put that play in the playbook. And all of a sudden, there goes Whittingham. The reason why that play is so effective is now Texas has got their linemen coming across trying to get Covey, and nobody's watching the draw.
And you wonder where the defensive backs are. The receivers did such a good job of continuing to run their patterns downfield. The backs were looking at them.
And Texas plays man for man, therefore they were running with him.
Out of the shotgun from the 35-yard line, 1st and 10. Covey going deep. Doman, the intended receiver at the 5-yard line, and he had a step on Irish Lewis, the redshirt freshman from Dallas, who's just checked into the game. And I think it's interesting, Lee, that David McWilliams has changed his corners here in the 2nd quarter.
I don't think the corners are the problem. They just can't hit Covey. Unless you put the pressure on a good passer, he's going to riddle you. That time he faked the ball on a draw, and there goes Doman down. Lewis, number 6, has got pretty good position on him, but if the ball would have been thrown just a little bit shorter, it still would have been another touchdown.
The front 4 for the University of Texas, not a prolific sack bunch. Hackamack didn't have a sack last year. Llewellyn had but 2. Steed had but 2. And Giles had but 2. A timeout on the field, and BYU to look at the number 2 on the wristband. Number of players for the University of Texas. Just to remind Eric Metcalf that they're thinking about him here tonight. He can't be here because he is ineligible for this one game. And he'll be on live at halftime. 2nd and 10 now, as Covey comes to the near side and completes it. Mike O'Brien makes the reception at the 30. Stanley Richard and Paul Bierman on the tackle. A gain of 5 for BYU.
Covey is getting more confidence and more confidence. He's throwing the ball straight. The backs are starting to catch it. That's a nice catch by number 32. O'Brien was man-on-man with number 18, Richard.
I was mentioning about the people up front for the University of Texas. Hackamack missed all spring practice with a knee injury, and Llewellyn missed all of spring practice also with a knee injury. They're going to rule that pass was incomplete, and that'll bring up a 3rd down and 10. So they're going to rule that pass incomplete with 12:51 to go. First half. 3rd down and 10. Covey going to Franson, and it's incomplete. It bounced right in front of him, but a nice scoop. He probably plays in the baseball team.
It's a good thing Covey's got a bad leg and doesn't want to run, because he could have run for at least 25 yards. He broke containment, rolled to his right, had a man open, but couldn't quite hit him. But he could have ran the ball. Watch him. He takes a little bit of a fake bootleg action. He's coming out. He's looking deep. There is absolutely no one in front of him and about 20 yards. See, there's nobody in the picture.
Do you think he's been told not to run because of concussions?
Absolutely. No, he's been told not to run because of that leg problem that he has. And obviously that time he could have ran for 20 yards in the first down.
This will be a 51-yard attempt by Kaufman. It's got the distance. It's good by about 15 yards. The native Texan now playing for BYU, Earl Kaufman, with the 51-yard field goal. And BYU leads Texas in the second quarter 20-3.
What a difference a week makes.
What happened?
Nothing. They just played one game. And I've said this over and over. Coaches will tell you all over the country, you improve as a football team more between your first and second game than any other time of the season. Texas will be really much, much better week after this.
What about the storyline in the game so far tonight with 12:38 to go? First half, well, Texas, their average drive start on their own 22. Covey, a couple of touchdown passes, 80 and 52. And the Longhorns, 5 penalties for 45 yards in the first quarter. So field position has been a big factor. And the other thing that's going to help Texas next week is they're playing New Mexico.
That'll help you. And with Metcalf.
Lee, what do the Longhorns have to do not to let this game get away now? They're down by 17.
Well, first thing they do, what they can't do is panic. They've got to try to establish something. They established a nice drive at the beginning of the game. Short passes, a few runs. Then they went helter-skelter and looked very disorganized for the next 3 series. They got to get back to the original game plan and try to get out of here 20-10 at halftime.
34, Darren Norris is back. You take a look at Earl Kaufman, who kicked off last week but was not used on the extra points or field goals until late in the game. Willie Mack Garza, the other deep man, and the Texas Speedsters have not had a chance to return any kickoffs tonight, as Kaufman's done a great job kicking the ball deep, and that's such a big factor in a football game. If you've got that kicking game going strong and not allowing the University of Texas, as Kaufman has tonight, to even have a chance at any returns. So the Longhorns, once again, we showed you their average start on the 22-yard line. They'll put it in play from the 20 behind Shannon Kelly, who a year ago completed 63% of his passes, but threw 6 interceptions and only 1 touchdown. 3 of those came in a game against Houston. Kelly airs it out. Going for Jones. What a catch! Tony Jones at the 42-yard line. Eric Bergeson was the man on the coverage. 38 yards on the completion, and what an athletic move by Tony Jones.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking at one of the plays in the Texas highlights of 1988. This is as good a catch as you're going to see all year. Jones goes down the sideline. The concentration is excellent right there. He brings 1 foot in, and that's all you need. Nice position by Bergeson, but not good enough to stop Jones.
And 1st and 10 for Texas at the 41. Jones with 5 catches for 93 yards. And this is 29, Eric Williams, a sophomore from Orangeville, Texas. He gets a couple. Bob Davis and Regan Hansen come up to make the tackle. We've got a penalty marker down on the field as Kaufman, boy, he's got a big smile on his face. A 51-yarder, that's a great way to start off your college career.
Except Kaufman ought to pay attention what's going on.
Holding on the offense, 10-yard penalty, still first down.
It's not how many you kick, it's when you kick them. He might have to be ready to kick one the last play of the game to win this one. So we better get his act together and watch the game.
So the penalty against the University of Texas. And the ball will be moved back to their own 49-yard line with 12:25 to go, first half. It'll be 1st and 20 for the Longhorns. That's Williams in motion. And they come near side to Jones. Look at that speed. Jones inside the 35 to the 34 lead. You can't blink. He goes by you.
Great coaching, right? Throw the ball out to Jones, number 4, let it run past everybody. The secondary is playing zone coverage. Number 7, Ferguson's got zone coverage. He slips down, and Jones gets around him for a big play. But there was a penalty, and it'll have to come back against Texas.
And Kelly's coming over to the sideline to talk to McWilliams as a second penalty in a row against the Longhorns.
Illegal formation. Only 6 men on the line of scrimmage offense. Still first down.
That meant that one of the 2 wideouts was not on the line of scrimmage because the 5 offensive linemen were, except one of the outside men was not, either the tight end or a wide receiver.
What's the procedure for Texas offense? Where are the plays coming from?
The procedures come like this. Their offensive coordinator, John Mize, is upstairs. He calls them down. He coaches the running plays, and they single them in to the quarterback. John Mize, offensive coordinator, is upstairs.
1st and 25 now. And they swing it out. That's Norris. Gets one block, cuts it back to the middle. He's across midfield, and Norris down to the 43-yard line where Bob Davis finally brings him down. A 14-yard pickup, and what a beautiful block by 51, Stan Thomas, the right offensive tackle from El Centro, California, and that opened up the play.
And you just talked about John Mize. This is an outstanding call. It's a little screen pass to Norris, but Norris, remember, is a former tailback. Texas doesn't have any fullbacks. They got all running backs and all tailbacks, and he eludes a couple of men and makes a great play.
2nd down and 12. Kelly. The intended receiver was Kerry Cash, number 19. Chad Robinson was over on the coverage. A lot of pressure that time on Shannon Kelly. The thing was, Cash never turned around and looked for the football.
It comes from the backside. Remember, we've always talked about the blind side. Robinson, number 9, gets a chance to hit him from the blind side, but he doesn't get there in time. One of the situations right now is Texas has got to be careful. Don't turn the ball over. If nothing else, if you don't make the first down, punt the ball inside the 10 and play good defense and play field position football.
3rd down and 12. Kelly's got to scramble with it. He's inside the 40 to the 38-yard line where Tim Knight, who put the pressure on him in the backfield, flushed him out. And Kelly is brought down at the 38-yard line. Not enough for the first down. And the University of Texas looked like they had something going there, and a couple of penalties set them back.
I'm going to question this call before he kicks it. It's a 55-yard field goal. Is that correct? It's against the wind, and it gives up the most important thing, field position for Texas.
He kicked a 46-yarder against BYU last year, and he had 2 of over 50 yards. And a timeout now by the University of Texas with 10:51 to go, first half. And want to remind you that race 2 of the America's Cup is upcoming tomorrow. That's September the 9th at 2:30 Eastern time. And of course, the Stars and Stripes won that first race. The United States, of course, against New Zealand. And you can see live here on ESPN from San Diego, or just off the coast of San Diego, at 2:30 Eastern time. That America's Cup Race 2.
I was very impressed with Gary Jepson, who does the analyst job for that. I wish I knew as much about football and could be able to explain it as eloquently as he did. He was tremendous.
You saw the lights on here at the stadium. Beautiful setting right up against the Wasatch Mountains. The longest field goal in Wayne Clement's career, 52 yards, and he's done that twice. So obviously the Texas coaching staff with a lot of confidence in him, out of the hold of Mark Murdoch. It's got the distance, and it's good.
I told you should have kicked it.
Well, we've seen a couple of big field goals here tonight. Murdoch into the wind, 55 yards, and he's accounted for all of the University of Texas offense, and with the same team. Texas has it as Clement sends it down to number 3. That's Michael Brooks, the junior from Fremont, California. And Brooks across the 20 to the 22-yard line. And number 47 there for the University of Texas. That's Robert Sullivan. Comes down on the special teams to make the tackle. So BYU will start it from the 21. Not good field position for him.
Good kickoff. Now 47, Sullivan, as you said, will come down in good position. Now this is where they get all the walk-ons and the guys that really have low grade point averages. No, I don't really mean that, but they're the guys that got to be more aggressive and tough, because I tell you what, 47 Sullivan did a nice job of covering.
Those are the guys that really love to play football.
They're tough.
Because they'll just give up the body for the good old State University.
They were always my favorites on my team.
Macbeth was the man in motion. This is O'Brien, and look at the speed by number 60, Britt Hager. Man, is he fast. 6'1", 230. You know, some pro scouts, Lee, will say he's too short.
He makes all the tackles. What do they do? Want to have him jump center in the NBA? They don't want him to rebound. Now watch him. Remember that inside-out position I was talking about? Look at that. He forces 32 O'Brien to go outside, and he comes from the inside and makes a nice tackle. Hager's an All-American middle line.
I guarantee you he's done some steer wrestling in his day, too. Did you see him get him around the head there and pull him down? From Odessa, Texas. Second down and 12. A loss of 2 on that last play as Covey goes back in the shotgun. He's got 4 receivers to the far side of the field. And trying to throw a fly pattern to number 8, Matt Bellini, and the pressure really put on that time in the backfield. Covey had a lot of pressure on him. Steve Llewellyn, one of the players back in there, as the Cougars have scored on 4 of their 5 possessions. And what a turnaround from a week ago. You saw the graphic earlier. They had 18 total possessions, and 14 of them were in the negative category. 3rd and 12. Covey. He's got Chuck Cutler at the 36-yard line. They'll now mark it at the 37, 19 yards on the pickup. Bubba Jacks, a freshman from Conroe, Texas, makes the tackle. Covey showing you some good running ability to get to find Cutler open.
Cutler's driving Jacks deep. He goes to the inside, drives him up. Now he knows where he's supposed to come back to, and Covey throws a ball to a spot. Good play by Jacks, but an outstanding pass by Covey to Cutler.
Could have been a face mask call right there on Bubba Jacks also. 1st and 10. 9:25 left to go, first half. Snap by Nawahi, and Covey does a smart thing and just falls on it, and he's got Solito back there with him. Now, we saw last week some problems on the exchange between Phil Nawahi and Sean Covey, but in talking to the coaching staff, it wasn't so much Nawahi's fault all the time.
This was a low snap, low and to the left. Now everybody says, well, they better get out of the shotgun. No, a low snap to the left and using the shotgun is better than getting underneath the center and having the quarterback get knocked out. So I would say, don't worry about it. Nawahi, don't worry about it. Snap another one, you'll get this one perfect.
They said Nawahi was sometimes too concerned with his assignments and calling out checks at the line of scrimmage, and consequently, he a couple times forgot the snap count. 2nd down and 24. Bellini up to the 29-yard line. Britt Hager, number 60, one of the men in on the pile. Also, number 26 was there. That's Hunter, Charles Hunter, who's a senior from Odessa, and Oscar Giles, 95. So a lot of gang tackling right there by the University of Texas, and that'll bring up a 3rd and 19. How have the quarterbacks done? Well, Shannon Kelly, 10 of 19 for 127. Sean Covey, 8 of 18 for 230 and 2 touchdowns. That's more like a BYU quarterback. Those numbers there are more significant of what you think of in a BYU quarterback. As Bellini's in motion to the far side. They go down the middle to Doman, intercepted. Stanley Richards inside the 35 to the 34-yard line, and Sean Covey makes the tackle. So Stanley Richard, the sophomore from Hawkins, Texas, with a 21-yard return on the interception, as they were in the nickel defense that time.
And the nickel back, number 18, Richard, was playing deeper than anybody. Notice they've changed their defensive now. They play man for man underneath, but they've got one free safety back watching for the long play. And here comes Covey in to make a good tackle. Be careful, Covey. Be careful. Now watch. He comes down. He breaks it down. Good position. Get out of the way, Covey.
Texas. And Shannon Kelly going to Jones. Look at the leap. Jumped just a little bit early. Didn't quite time it that time. Scott Peterson was back on the coverage. Peterson goes 6'4" and 235, and he's covering Jones, who's 5'7" and 140. Now, Lee, when your quarterback throws an interception, was it the rule that he had to go and make the tackle?
Absolutely not. We used to tell him to get out of the way. If somebody else can't tackle him, we'll find somebody else. But you're a thrower, not a tackler. They could have lost Covey on that play for the season.
2nd and 10. Ball's at the 33-yard line. They give it to Wilson. He's got a big hole inside the 30 to the 25. Scott Peterson makes the tackle. As the man tonight who gets the nod in the absence of Eric Metcalf, Patrick Wilson with another good game. He's ripped off several 9, 10-yard runs.
And that was a nice call. The reason it worked is because everybody on the BYU team was coming after the passer. He slips that nice little draw to Wilson, who breaks it to the left. The one thing he knew there, he switched the ball from his right hand to his left hand. Excellent play by Wilson.
Orr and Patterson have checked into the game now on 3rd and 1, and Kelly with the option down the line, and he gets the first down at the 23-yard line. Pete Harston, 55, made the tackle. Shannon Kelly showed you that time some of his running ability, and he is capable of running that option.
The last time they had 3rd and 1, they gave the ball to the fullback, and they didn't make it. This time they faked it to him, come down, run the option nice. He cuts it in as soon as he can to make that first down Texas. They need a touchdown here, but if they can get 3, it's better than nothing.
And they've got plenty of time. 7:15 as Jones splits to the near side. 1st and 10 from the 23-yard line. Wilson with it again. He's got one block. Wilson inside the 15 to the 14-yard line, and a fine bit of running, and he's going to give a good pat on the back to number 34, Darren Norris, who got the block that sprung it.
You know you're in trouble when 5 Patterson and 21 Long from BYU are making the tackles. There's a good block, but when the defensive secondary are making the tackles down here, you know your line and linebackers aren't doing the job.
You never like to see that free safety lead your team in tackling, did you?
Well, when your free safety leads your team in tackling, you're a losing coach. Now, Mac Williams knows that his team is back in it. He's one of the most competitive people I've ever seen.
2nd and 2 from the 15. I'll tell you, a real good job by Shannon Kelly that time, folks. He didn't have anybody, so he threw it out of bounds. Tim Clark, number 44, the right defensive end, was the guy that put the pressure on him, but a real heads-up play.
Good call, Roger. What he did here is he ran that bootleg action, but number 44 was not faked. He was in on him. He threw the ball out of bounds. Why? Because it's now 3rd down and about a 1.5 to 2, and they can make a first down.
Tim Clark had a triple major: international relations, political science, and Korean. 3rd down and 2. And that time they gave it to Norris, and he has the first down. So they faked him into the line the last time on short yardage. This time they gave it to him. He got it. Good blocking by Omar Saleh and Stan Thomas on the right side of the line. And the Longhorns driving now with 6:15 to go in the half. The ball is spotted just outside the 10, Lee, so they can make another first down before they score. 19, Kerry Cash is in the slot to the right, but they're going for Jones. Look at this catch. No, they said he was out of bounds. Can he get up in the air for a little man? I bet you he can dunk the football. I mean, the basketball.
Oh, no question about it. He plays about 6'7", although he's only 5'7".
He's Spud Webb and pads is what he is.
That was that same fade pattern that they like. The pros brought that into football against man-for-man, and Texas and BYU both use it.
Eric Bergeson was the man on the coverage as Stephen Clark, 82, tight end, has checked into the game. Shannon Kelly, 2 of 7 passing in this quarter as Jones is split to the near side on 2nd and 10. Draw play. Doesn't get anything. Wilson is brought down by Tim Clark and also by Bob Davis, number 36. And now Texas is faced with a third down situation. Is this 4-down territory here for him, Lee?
Well, no, I think he'll go for a field goal this time. He will not get away from this drive without some points. He needs points because that keeps his team up morale-wise. But if they've ever had a play here where they can get the ball to Jones, either on a post route number 4 or in the corner, watch number 4, Jones.
Incomplete. Eric Bergeson and number 9, Chad Robinson, the man back defensively for Brigham Young University. And Texas will be faced with a field goal situation.
Okay, they went to their best player in their best situation. Bergeson just makes an outstanding play, number 7. Jones makes a move to the outside. Bergeson knocks it away from him. Outstanding defensive play. Good throw by Kelly, but an awful nice play by number 7, Bergeson. Texas tried to go to their best football player to clutch. Good call.
28-yard field goal attempt by Wayne Clements. Somebody got a piece of it, and it's no good. So Clements, who had kicked a couple of field goals already at 41 and 55 yards, has that one partially blocked. So a real good drive by the Longhorns, all for naught with 5:12 to go in the half. Salito and Hager meets him at the 21. Loose football, and they're going to say, no, he was down. Hager made the tackle, had him secure, and then went to strip the football. Is that the way you teach him, Lee?
They teach him that in college football, but very few guys are strong enough to do it. But look at those arms on number 60, Hager. He gets the tackle right here on number 22, Sausalito, and then all of a sudden, watch him strip the ball right there. He's strong.
Hager had 22 tackles a year ago against BYU down in Austin. Covey has completed just 1 of 7 passes and thrown an interception since that last touchdown pass to Cutler. 2nd and 9. A lot of pressure on Covey that time. Dwayne Duncombe, number 48, came from the near side and applied the pressure as he tried to get it to Whittingham, but he had to get rid of the football.
They put a little pressure from the split inside, number 48, Duncombe does. Also, remember one thing. Duncombe is a fine all-around athlete. He's played every linebacker position, inside and both outside linebackers, since he's been at the University of Texas.
And, of course, his brother Bobby Duncombe, Dwayne last year with nearly 100 tackles. And BYU now faced with 3rd and 9. They're 2 of 6 in 3rd down situations so far as Bellini comes in motion to the near side. Covey, Bellini at the 46-yard line. First down, BYU, 25 yards on the reception by Matt Bellini.
Bellini was a receiver before he became a halfback, and that's why they like him so deep. What Texas is doing is playing man for man. Number 3, Mercer, has got Bellini, number 8, but there's no way in the world he can cover a guy like Bellini in that open field.
Texas has been letting Covey roll out to the near side. What do they got to do to get him going the other way, which he has more difficulty with?
They can't make him do that because the play is designed to go to the right, because Covey's a right-handed quarterback and BYU is going to his right most of the time.
1st and 10. Down the middle, pass intended for the tight end, Darren Handley. And a couple of defensive players there for the University of Texas to make sure. And one of them was Paul Bierman, who is out of Norman, Oklahoma. Last year had 1 interception, and that came against Brigham Young University. Nearly had one there. Covey, 9 of 22, 255 yards. And he's faced with a 2nd and 10. Bryce Doman, Chuck Cutler, the wide receivers. 3:50 left to go, and that's it. 95, Oscar Giles from Palacios, Texas. 6'3" and 240 pounds with the sack, and everybody around the Longhorn football team says, watch out for this sophomore.
They got a bad exchange here. The ball doesn't come up quite clean, and he has to slow down a little bit. But number 95, Giles, at 6'3", 239, who McWilliams said is the strongest sophomore he's ever seen at the University of Texas, right there.
Last year he had a couple of sacks. As a true freshman, saw a lot of playing time for the University of Texas. And 3rd and 21 now for BYU at their own 34. Cubby's got his tight end, Hanley. A penalty marker's down as Hanley gets to the 31-yard line. Stanley Richard made the tackle, but a penalty marker back at the 42, 35 yards on that third down completion.
Illegal man downfield. It's an automatic loss, a down, and a 15-yard penalty. It'll be fourth down BYU. That's a major penalty.
Well, they've been so efficient on those long third down plays here.
Well, what happens a lot of times, the quarterback will bootleg right there, and the lineman will forget where they are on the field, and they just kind of drift down the field, and they go downfield, and all of a sudden, boom, it's a major penalty. Hanley made a nice route ran a nice route that time by settling into the nice area. Good tackle by Richard, number 18.
Did you notice that Hanley took the face mask off? The dark shield, he'd been poked in the eye during two-a-days, and he put it on and felt that he caught it better than he took it off one day and missed a couple of passes, and he put it back on, wore it all during the Wyoming game, but now is taking it back off again. Third down in a cab ride. It's 3rd and 26 with just over 3 minutes to go. Covey, a lot of trouble again. 26, Charles Hunter, the senior from Odessa, came blitzing in from the outside, and we haven't seen Texas bring their back people very much. That time they did.
And one of the things that BYU did that time that I have never believed in is try a bootleg or some kind of action with third down and 26. They're not going to go for any fakes. Who do you think they're going to give the ball to? Bellini? They're just going after number 10.
So now on a 4th and 30, Thompson standing back at his 10-yard line. Last year averaged over 43 yards a kick, and he gets a beautiful spiral off there. And this is the youngster, number 17, Willie Mac Garza. He's got one man at the outside. He's buying. Garza across midfield. Willie Mac Garza. A penalty marker's down, but he's going to go all the way. 49 yards on the touchdown by the freshman, Willie Mac Garza, but a penalty marker down at midfield. Well, McWilliams has got his eyes open now. Eric Metcalf usually returns punts for the University of Texas, and he is a great punt returner. They've got themselves another one.
Now, imagine next week when they put Garza on one hash mark and Metcalf on the other. You might quick kick against a good team like that.
Well, the officials talking it over now. In that sort of situation, you're always thinking about the clip. You know, one thing I like, the officials are talking things over a lot more. It seems like the last couple of years, if there's a question, they are taking time to talk to one another and get the right ruling. Personal foul is going to be against Texas.
Okay, it depends on when. If there's two penalties and they're both live ball penalties, the play goes back. If one of them's a dead ball penalty, then they do them whichever one happened first. So they could get a touchdown and then have a penalty on it, depending.
There's a look at Willie Mac Garza, a freshman from Refugio, Texas. 54, Alan Champagne, the Texas captain, out on the field.
There's a new rule in college football right now. Coach McWilliams could ask the official, the referee, to come over and explain that to him without causing any problems. That's what he's asking his official. I want to know what's going on so I can make the call.
2:05 left to go, first half. Texas has been trying to hang in after BYU jumped out to the early lead and had been progressing a lot more.
See, Champagne is asking the coach what he wants done. McWilliams should ask the referee to come over there and explain to him the options he has.
We have a personal foul on the kicking team during the kick. We have slipping by the defense during the return. They have elected offsetting penalties. It'll still be fourth down.
That's right. That's why the reason why they're offsetting, Roger, is they both occurred while it was a live ball. If one of them occurs while there's a dead ball, then they mark off both penalties. Nice play by Garza. He suckers them up to the inside, then he uses his speed to get to the outside. Good speed, good quickness. Right here, boy. That might have been the clip right there. And there he goes, all the way touchdown. And Metcalf is home right now. Metcalf and Garza returning punts next week.
And Thompson's back at the 10-yard line, and also in there now for Texas is Chris Samuels to help on the punt return. And at the 35, fumble by Willie Mack Garza, and BYU comes up with it, and what a turnaround. Errol Bergeson, number 7, was the man that made the hit. And number 65 for BYU, that's Devin Coggins with the recovery.
Number 23 should have been over there and helped block him, but he wasn't. So what happened is Garza, who just ran his one punt back, got a little bit careless and did not signal for a fair catch. He should have signaled for a fair catch right there, but he didn't.
Freshman mistake.
Absolutely, but how'd you like the freshman's mistake to play before that?
Well, he just went from the penthouse to the outhouse is what he did.
Very quickly, and that's the game of football.
20-6, BYU with 1:56 left to go in the half. Bellini, Hager hitting first. And then Tex Mercer came up to help out. There's Coggins, the man that recovered the fumble. And for Bellini, a gain of about 1 on that play. Clock running at 1:33. BYU with just 1 timeout left. Covey going the far side. Nearly complete. Bryce Doman, the freshman from Salt Lake City, who in his senior year of high school was 60 receptions for 15 touchdowns. And he's the speedster. BYU is not known, Lee, for playing a lot of freshmen, especially wideouts.
Absolutely. Covey gets back here. Watch him. He's calling an automatic right here, and he tries to throw a fade. He gets hit. His head goes down, but he's got that big helmet on. Texas has done something interesting. They brought 44-9 back in there. Those are the 2 guys that got beat early in the game.
3rd and 10 with 1:20 left to go, first half. Going near side, Dolman that time makes the catch at the 20-yard line. And that will be enough for the first down, 12 yards on the pickup.
They're picking on number 44, Strohmeyer. He has not been able to cover any of the receivers. And I'm surprised that he's got 44, Strohmeyer, and 9 Berry back in there when Jax and Lewis did such a good job.
1st and 10, ball at the 20-yard line. Covey coming to Bellini inside the 15 to the 14-yard line. Tex Mercer, number 3, the senior from Springtown, Texas, makes the tackle. And BYU, we remind you, with just the 1 timeout left in this first half, they've got it 2nd and 3 now at the 14.
They'll call the play on the line of scrimmage. They're in a 2-minute drill.
Handoff inside to Whittingham, and a good tackle right at the 13-yard line by Britt Hager. Hey, last year, he did it all for the University of Texas. He set a school record, 187 tackles.
You got to be alert, but both corners have got to look in the cornered end zone. He might try to throw a touchdown in the corner.
3rd and 2, that's where they're going to Cutler. Oh, good call, Coach.
Well, that's what you do in a 2-minute drill. You try to pull the ball into the corner. If it's an incomplete pass, which it was, it stops the clock. Now the coach can bring in one of his special plays.
Fred Strohmeyer was back in the coverage.
And there's a spot. Covey throws it. It's a nice throw. Strohmeyer has got good coverage on him this time. Oh, Cutler makes a good extension, but can't quite hold it.
64,249 here tonight at Cougar Stadium on a beautiful Thursday night. And the field goal try now by Kaufman. They put it down at the 19-yard line, making a 29-yard attempt. Thompson holds it, and it's no good. So a big break there for the University of Texas, and what a change of emotion here in the final 2 minutes at Cougar Stadium. Lee, you pointed it out. He was over on the sideline celebrating just a little while ago.
Boy, there's nothing that used to make me worried. I worked with Bobby Knight for 10 years and the basketball coach. You ever see Indiana celebrate? Not even after the game they don't celebrate. You got to keep your intensity the entire 60 minutes of the game. You never know when you're going to be called on.
13 seconds left to go in the half. Texas has got a couple of timeouts left, and they'll start it at the 20-yard line. And BYU with a 20-6 lead. And Texas, though, playing much better football in the second quarter, and Kelly will just fall on it. I'll tell you what, 55, Pete Harston came in and knocked one of Kelly's so-called protectors right over on Tito. Across the 40 to the 44, where Britt Hager, the middle linebacker, makes the tackle. An 11-yard pickup. We've been told, and we'll check on this again, that Darren Handley, the tight end, hurt his shoulder and may not return for BYU.
Hager, number 60, comes from the inside. It's a fake pass, draw play. He's got enough speed to tackle a man and bring him down. BYU immediately come out with a nice call because they figured Texas was going to come after the quarterback Covey, so they slipped a nice draw after him.
So they'll bring the chains out right now to see if BYU got that first down. Just underway, second half here at Cougar Stadium, and they come up just a bit shy. What did BYU do in the first half as far as their possessions, Lee?
They came out smoking, just like we predicted they would do. Long one, touchdown. They came right back, field goal. Came right back and moved the football again. What they do best is throw the football. That time they got stopped, but notice all those goals. That's good for BYU and bad for Texas.
But then the interception and then the missed field goal off the excellent opportunity just before the half. And consequently, Sean Covey in the second quarter not as effective as he was in the first quarter because the Texas defense tightened up. We are told that Handley suffered a dislocated shoulder and will not return. So Travis McBeth, 89, will be the tight end with Salito in motion to the far side. And the sneak by Covey right up the middle, and he's got the first down.
Well, the reason they ran that quarterback sneak that time was less than a yard, and Covey just ran over the first down. A lot of coaches like on second real short yardage to throw a bomb, but BYU ran the ball instead.
Substitutions now for Texas, 48. Dwayne Duncombe coming in. Is the quarterback sneak. Many times, Lee, what that'll do is the quarterback will simply come up and just pinch his center right on the backside, and that's the snap, and that's the go, and that's why you get a quick start as McBeth comes to the middle. On the near side, and Bellini trying to turn it up, and he can't get anything. It's Ken Hackamack, 6'9", a 288-pound junior from Belleville, Texas. Look at how big he is.
He had surgery in the offseason on a knee, and he hasn't been able to get back at full speed. But when he does, he's an outstanding pro prospect. He's a 2-year letterman, Ken Hackamack.
6'9", 288 pounds. Probably the way they do the rosters, he's 6'10" and about 300. They always, when you're that big, they always try to make you a little smaller. 2nd and 12 now for BYU. Covey going straight down the middle. The outstretched hands of Matt Odell. And the sophomore from Orem not able to gather the pass in. Looked like Covey might have checked off at the line of scrimmage that time.
He checked off and he went after his favorite defender, number 44, Strohmeyer. Every single time that he has gone long and checked off, he goes against number 44. So they must think in a scouting report that he can't play pass defense as good as the other corners.
67 Rhodes and 48 Duncombe come out on a 3rd down and 12. Covey with plenty of time, and he's got Branson at the 39-yard line. Mark Berry makes the tackle, and once again, Sean Covey with plenty of protection and able to find Branson across the middle for 17.
As long as Covey has time, he's going to riddle anybody in the country. Drop back, good pass protection by the offensive line. He steps forward, he throws the ball beautifully across to number 87, Branson. The thing I like about the BYU passing attack is they're crossing a lot of receivers. The reason why they cross the receivers is because Texas is playing man for man, and that's how you beat man-for-man coverage.
12:55 to go. 3rd quarter. Cutler splits to the near side on 1st and 10, and the penalty marker's down. A lot of activity up front. Lee, I'm curious. Texas is not being as aggressive defensively as Wyoming was a week ago against BYU.
Because what they haven't, but the reason they're not is because one of the reasons is they're not blitzing. They've got to take a chance.
Offside on the defense, still 1st down.
David McWilliams is a defensive specialist, but he's got Paul Jett calling the defensive signals, and he's a great coordinator. But a lot of times when you have a defensive secondary coach as your coordinator, you don't blitz as much.
You don't have Much work on the ground for BYU, as you saw that statistic, 10. And there's a movement by the left guard right there, Warren Wheat. And we mentioned about Darren Hanley, the tight end from Sandy, Utah. He is out for the rest of the game because of the dislocated shoulder. And, well, with an injury like that, you just don't know how long. But that was an interesting stat we had there just a moment ago, that BYU has really not got much done on the ground tonight.
And that's why they're winning.
Because
that's right. The more they run, the worse they are. They got to keep throwing it, and every once in a while run a little draw play.
1st and 10 as they exchange 5-yard penalties. That's McBeth in motion, and here comes Salito up the middle. And he is tackled by, Britt Hager. And he might top that 22 tackler mark of a year ago that he had against BYU.
If you'll notice, all of the runs by BYU are off what they call play action. The quarterback drops back and he becomes bait, and then all of a sudden they slip it off. That's very good strategy by BYU.
2nd down and 7. Franson comes to the near side. 83, Bryce Doman at the top of your screen. Covey checking off at the line of scrimmage again. Quick out, and he's got his tight end, but not for much. Maybe about a 3-yard pickup. Stanley Richard, 18, the free safety, was over there on the coverage as Travis McBeth, the 6'3 senior from Carefree, Arizona, makes the reception.
Watch Bellini, number 8. He's coming in. They got a full blitz. He's in good position. He comes across. He cuts the man down. Good block on Hager. Whenever you're going to block Hager, block him below the knees because he's too strong up front in his shoulder area.
I figured that guy's got to be a neighbor of mine. There aren't many of us that live there. 3rd down and 4 for BYU. Covey barking out signals from behind the line, and a flag thrown right over the center, Nawahi. It looked like he might have been checking off again.
Dead ball. False start on the offense. Still 3rd down.
I'll tell you how that happens. When a quarterback comes over and he's going to call the signals and he starts checking off, some of the linemen think he's calling the snap count and they move. That's why that happened.
And of course, you know, as you see the penalties there, that offensive linemen are the smartest football players on the field.
Where'd you play?
3rd down and 9. 8th play of this drive for BYU. Covey with all day, and he's got Cutler wide open and overthrows him. 44, Fred Strohmeyer was back on the coverage. You can't blame the defensive backs, really, Lee, when you got that much time to throw the football.
The theory that Texas uses is they're going to get to the quarterback before he gets a chance to throw it. But look at that nice pass protection by number 68, Hunter, right there. He stays in the pocket real nice. That's why Covey's a great prospect.
That's a great matchup. Hunter is 6'8 and 300 pounds. Hackenmack is 6'9 and 288. Thompson at the 48-yard line. He's had 2 punts for 44 yards tonight. He angles that to the near side corner, and he's not able to get it there. Boy, that's a real art form. If you're a punter, you can do that. University of Texas will take it now 1st and 10 from their own 20-yard line. And Lee, here's the Texas possession.
Well, you notice the gray is not very good for Texas, but as they got along in the first half, they got better. Notice they start getting some of the gold in there. Field goal. They come back, get another one. They're a good football team, and they're starting to get into the flow of the game. Remember, this is their opening game and BYU's 2nd game.
And, of course, they had the punt return by Willie Mack Garza called back, the return for the touchdown, and they missed that short 28-yarder. It was partially blocked on 1st and 10 from the 20. Shannon Kelly holds on to it a little bit too long, finally gets rid of it, and they're going to call it an incomplete pass as Chad Robinson was the man on the coverage. Tim Clark applying the pressure, number 44.
Robinson, number 9, 6'4", 225, comes from your left side. He beats the Texas offensive lineman, number 65, Soleil, and gets to the quarterback, but the quarterback did a smart thing. He threw the ball in the direction of a receiver, and that is not intentional grounding.
2nd and 10, 10:41 left to go. 3rd quarter, BYU leads at 20-6. Draw play up the middle, tries to turn it to the outside, and that is a freshman mistake. Patrick Wilson, the redshirt freshman from Odessa, is dropped by Dwayne Johnson. Lee, what do you tell your back on the draw play? Do you tell him to break it to the outside if he can, or do you want him to stay up the middle with a block?
What he does is he reads the offensive block of the right tackle, in that case against the defensive left end, and whatever the defensive end does, he does opposite. In that case, the defensive end went to his outside and so did the back, and that's why they didn't make any yardage. It's called running to daylight.
Number 30, Brian Mitchell, is checked in defensively. 3rd down and 14. And they hand it off on that little inside move to Norris. He doesn't get the first down. Up to the 28-yard line, where the tackle's made by Bob Davis, number 36, a junior from Mesa, Arizona. And I'll tell you what, Norris is upset with himself. He had a lot of football field in front of him. So on a 4th down and 2, that'll bring on the Texas punting team. And Alex waits once again. Rodney Rice back deep for Brigham Young University. Rice will get back right around the 40-yard line. Waits last year, his long punt, 64 yards against the University of Houston. And this one end over end. It's going to send Rice back. And what a great bounce for Texas. They'll let it roll down to the 6-yard line. So a 66-yard punt. He just hit the longest punt of his career. Timeout on the field. 9:10 to go in the 3rd. And BYU leads.
Introducing a high-performance luxury sports coupe made the Mazda way.
If you like the idea of going places in a hurry, check out Mazda's all-new MX-6 GT. A turbocharged, intercooled 12-valve road machine that'll outrun the top-of-the-line Honda Prelude and still run you a cool $2,000 less. Believe me, you don't have to drive it this hard to love it. You just have to drive it.
This is the Mazda way.
Great. But we wanted a Bud Light. Bud Light! If you want the great taste of Bud Light, ask for it. Now go get pizza. Bud Light. Because everything else is just a light.
Who do you call to conquer the cold?
Call me Ream.
Ream is marching through the neighborhoods of America.
Call me Ream.
To conquer the cold on the home front, your Ream dealer's 90-plus gas furnace is more than 90% energy efficient to reduce utility bills and keep you in comfort year after year. Call him fast, call him reliable, but call him.
Call me Ream.
Tonight's game is being brought to you by Mazda. Bringing performance and value together, that's the Mazda way. By Qantas, the airline of Australia, and the experts to the South Pacific. And by the U.S. Army. Learn how to get an edge on life. Be all you can be. Roger Twyla, Lee Corso here with you in Provo, Utah, where Brigham Young holds a 20-6 lead over the University of Texas. And yeah, there are a few hook'em horns here. Look at that youngster. Isn't that cute? 1st and 10. BYU. Covey from his goal line. Going deep to Dolman at the 45. And just overthrown Irish Lewis, number 6, back on the coverage. And Covey is 7 of 20 with an interception since the first quarter. Putting the heat on Covey. 2 sacks, 2 passes blocked, 3 hurries, the interception, and 4 knockdowns. The Texas defense has really come on strong.
The 4 knockdowns come because of the fact that he's 6 foot or under, and the 6'4", 6'5", 6'7" defensive linemen are putting their hands up and deflecting the pass.
2nd down and 10 from the 6-yard line for BYU. Nearly picked off. 22, Paul Bierman on the coverage as Covey tried to find his tight end, Travis McBeth. And a good job there by Bierman out of Norman, Oklahoma, who is a real speedster, was a runner-up in the Oklahoma High School 100 and 200 meters. 5'11", 184. I'm always curious about how a kid leaves a town like Norman, where the University of Oklahoma is, goes to Austin, Texas, and he's got to live with all those fans there, all of his friends all year.
Sometimes athletes do not want to play in their hometowns. Too much pressure on them.
3rd down and 10. 9 minutes left to go, 3rd quarter. Covey checking off at the line of scrimmage. Going far side to Cutler, and he can't get it. 25, Bubba Jacks, who's been in there, did a nice job defensively. And we'll mention that Steve Llewellyn, 93 for Texas, has left the game with a shoulder injury. He missed all of spring practice because of surgery on that shoulder. So Llewellyn is out of there. So each team has now lost one player. Llewellyn for Texas and Handley for Brigham Young, as Pat Thompson will be standing at the back of his end zone. And back deep for the University of Texas is Willie Mack Garza, right at midfield. Beautiful high spiraling punt. And taken there by Samuels, 23. He's got some room to the outside. Chris Samuels inside the 30, still going. One man left, and he pulls him down at the 12-yard line. 43, Kirk Davis was the man that made the tackle, and they're going to rule that he was out of bounds back upfield about the 18. As we take a peek right here at a beautiful return by Samuels.
Samuels, number 23, does the same thing that Garza does. He started up the middle and broke to the outside. He makes a little break to the outside right here before Davis, 43, makes the tackle. He steps out here, but awful good punt returns by Texas.
54 yards of the punt, 42 on the return, and what a story Kirk Davis is. Had a battle with Hodgkin's disease this last year, had surgery on 2 different occasions, and has come back to play football. As Texas hands it off right up the middle, Darren Norris might have gotten a yard. Chad Robinson, 9. Bob Davis, 36. The middle backers in there for Brigham Young University.
Texas has made a change. They've taken number 34, Norris, their most experienced back, and put him in a tailback position. That's because they think now that this game is going to get down to experience, and he's got much more experience than Wilson.
Johnny Walker splits to the near side. Jones to the top of your screen, out of the eye there right now. Second down and 9. Kelly's got a man open, and the reception by number 19, Kerry Cash. Cash down to the 6-yard line, and that'll be enough for the first down. The sophomore from San Antonio's got a twin brother, Keith, that also plays in the team.
Good fake here, number 34. Norris makes a fake, but I like the way Kelly threw that ball because he stepped over on his front foot and delivered a ball right to Cash, number 19. Cash is 6'4", 215. He's much better as a pass receiver than a blocker, and that's why they went to him.
First and goal now from the 6-yard line for the University of Texas. 7:45 left to go, third quarter. 23, Chris Samuels is the up back with Norris, 34, right behind him. A mix-up, and Kelly's got to eat it. 44, Clark came in, but Lee, you just talked about experience, but now you've got a guy who's in another position. Yet that shouldn't happen for Texas because they're taught a certain way by David McWilliams.
It couldn't have been Norris's fault because Norris and Samuels both went the wrong right, and it must have been number 7, Kelly, because he was the only guy that went to the left. The entire line blocked to the right. It must have been a toss right. Be alert, down in here, they like the option play on the goal line.
2nd and 7. Battle split out to the far side, and they'll hand it off to Norris, and he's tripped up behind the line of scrimmage. Regan Hansen, number 50, was the man that came busting through to make the tackle. The point I was trying to make about McWilliams, he spent a lot of time in spring practice having his players learn the other position from where they're at.
He's one of the few coaches that does it, but I tell you what, it's a great idea. Now, here's that sprint draw, gives the ball. He reads number 50, who made him force back to the inside. Hansen made Norris move to the right, and he had a good play.
Third down and 6. 6:30 to go, third quarter. Walker split to the near side, Jones at the top of your screen. And they'll run it again. And inside the 5, down to the 3 is Norris. Troy Long, 21. Chad Robinson, number 9. Come up to make the tackle, and that'll bring up a 4th and goal situation for the University of Texas. And finally, there was a little hesitation on the sideline, but finally, the kicker, Clements, number 28, comes in to attempt a field goal. So Clements, who's nailed 2 long ones tonight, he had one of 28 yards, partially blocked. So he's 2 of 3. Sometimes that statistic when a kick is blocked, is that really the kicker's fault? That's a whole other story, but that's the way it goes in the stats. 20 yards, field goal attempt. And it's no good. And a penalty marker is thrown now because Clements is on the seat of his pants.
It's an automatic first down if BYU hits the place kicker. So it'll be at half the distance to the goal line. Watch, the ball is put down, the kick goes through. Does anybody hit him? Yes, sir. 54 Johnson hits him. Remember, one of the most dangerous positions to be in football is right there where you got your leg up, and it doesn't make any difference if the ball, if he is pushed into it or not. It's a penalty if they run into the kicker.
Now, a lot of discussion going on between the referee, Pat Sweeney.
Half the distance to the goal.
Remember, it's still going to be fourth down.
Well, I mean, we have to take it. So we can take it. It's not automatic first. No. What's the ball? It's 1.5. It's going to put on 1.5. It's 1.5.
Shannon Kelly came over, and I thought I heard power left. They're going to go for it.
They're going to go for it. They've got to go for it now because of the situation. It's only about 1.5 yards. If it's a power left, it could be a fake inside and run the option.
Kelly's got a man wide open. He underthrows it. It's incomplete, nearly intercepted. Stephen Clark, 82, was wide open. And back of the end zone, they're having a couple of players.
Villa Ford of Orange, your 5-star Ford dealer, serves Southern California with a commitment to excellence. Quality is our first star with Ford Cars and Trucks, #1 in the U.S. Value, more than a fair deal. It's you as a valued customer. Selection, having the right cars and trucks for you. Financing, the right terms to fit your budget. And last, service, servicing your car quickly and efficiently on time. You'll appreciate the professionalism at Villa Ford, where you're the star. Exit Lincoln off the 55 in Orange.
Bowl in a fall league at a Brunswick Recreation Center, and you're eligible to enter our new Pocket 500 Singles Classic. A minimum of $2,000 in cash prizes will be awarded at every center. $500 for first place. Plus, Brunswick offers beautiful awards, college scholarships.
10, they're saying he didn't gain anything that time. As they'll hand it off to Solito, who gets it across the 5, out to the 7-yard line.
It's interesting to change the strategy. Remember the last time BYU was down here, they threw the ball 3 times. This time they're going behind 168, weak 78. Good blocking on the line of scrimmage. And Solito goes forward for almost, let's see, a 4-yard gain. They got a man down.
BYU's got one of their offensive linemen down on the field. And with 4:43 to go in the third, we'll be back to Provo in a moment. Billy. 69 yards on the interception and return for a touchdown by Rodney Rice, a senior from Atwater, California, who last year intercepted 6 passes. He missed all of spring practice with a knee injury, but showed no signs of any knee problems right there. Penalty marker is down at the 5-yard line.
We have a dead ball, unsportsmanlike conduct on the offense. Penalty will be assessed on the kickoff.
Is that the new rule, Lee?
Yeah, that's the new rule. Taunting or celebrating or not returning the ball to the official. The officials are trying to keep control of the game and have the people from jumping around and throwing the ball in the end zone. That's what it was. It'll be on the kickoff, so Texas ought to get good field position after this.
But the problem is right now, they trail 26-6. Kaufman on to attempt the point after. That's good. So with 2:16 left to go in the third quarter, BYU leads Texas 27-6.
Get ready ready, race fans. The speed
Good return because Lee, he'd been getting beat a couple times tonight. Back deep. Number 17, Willie Mac Garza, and 34 is Darren Norris. And on that 69-yard return for the touchdown, the second touchdown of Rodney Rice's career. At the 15, that's Willie Mac Garza. And he's tripped up at the 35-yard line. Number 45 for BYU is Rocky Beagle. That's the second time he's come down on kickoffs. And obviously going to be one of my favorite names in college football, Rocky Beagle.
This is the most difficult pass in college football or any football. When you're on a hash mark and you try to throw a quick out, forget it. You got to be the greatest passer in the history of football. That's a very difficult play to throw. Rice got a good jump on it, number 31. Excellent play.
And it helps when you step on the receiver's foot. That helps a lot too. Mix up in the backfield between Kelly and Norris, and 55 Pete Harston makes a tackle, and another penalty flag is down. How about some misery for the University of Texas? A couple of turnovers, 2 sacks allowed, 3 drop passes, 7 penalties for 55 yards, and a missed field goal. Actually, it was blocked.
Rice, number 31, on a low-angle shot, will get a good jump on this one.
5-yard face mask foul against the defense. Go first down.
Watch how long the ball is in the air. That's why his ball is interception. He tripped over the man, number 31, still got the ball. The reason why he intercepted that football is it takes the ball so long to go from one hash mark all the way to the outside, and Rice got a good jump and scored a touchdown.
Clock running down in the third quarter with 1:53 left to go. 27-6, BYU leads Texas. Shannon Kelly trying to find Jones at the 40, and he overthrows him. Brian Mitchell, sophomore from Waco, Texas, was over on the coverage.
Mitchell was also the back last week that got beaten that big touchdown against Wyoming. But they've got enough confidence in him, and that shows a lot of class by LaBelle Edwards to bring him in. David McWilliams knows that he's in for a tough ball game now because he doesn't have a catch-up type team. Doesn't have anybody except Jones that can score for him.
He's missing that big player, Eric Metcalf, on 2nd and 5. Norris up to the 45-yard line. Bob Davis, Regan Hansen, the linebackers, both in the stop, and that'll bring up a third down situation for the University of Texas with the clock running down in the third. Now, Lee, we talked at the top of the show about with Eric Metcalf gone, do you change anything? No, you put his backup in and let him play. But they have changed something. They've taken Patrick Wilson out, and now they've got Samuels in there along with Darren Norris. So they have done something a little bit different than they normally would.
Only after they're getting beat.
Okay.
Not before they got beat.
3rd and 2. That's Samuels up behind the quarterback. Pitch back to Norris. Can he get outside? He's got some room. Norris inside the 45 to the 42-yard line. Scott Peterson makes the tackle, but it is more than enough for the first down. 13 yards on the pickup. Darren Norris, 100-yard games at the University of Texas against Stanford in 85, against Rice in 87, against Missouri in 86, and against Texas Tech last year.
As we said before, he's very experienced. He's a 3-year letterman at the University of Texas.
One of the few players from outside of the state of Texas. He's from Oceanside, California. 11 carries, 47 yards right now. And 1st and 10 with 42 seconds left to go. Patrick Wilson is checked back into the game for the University of Texas. They hand it off to Samuels. And some quick feet right there by Chris Samuels as he's down inside the 35-yard line. Chad Robinson made the tackle, but I like the quickness right there. The sophomore from San Antonio, Texas.
I like the yardage. 8 yards in 1st and 10. We talked about 1st and 10 being the most important down for Texas, and now they're starting to make some good yardage on 1st and 10 and keeping themselves out of that long yardage situation.
Kelly looking at the wristband.
He's looking at the formations. What they'll do, they'll signal in a number which will tell him the formation, and then they send in the play with the man.
And the clock is now stopped with 7 seconds left to go, 3rd quarter. And whether Texas will go ahead and try to run one play, or they'll just let the clock run out, and they're just going to let it run out. And that'll end the third quarter of play.
He's got a big decision to make right now.
And being helped off the field is Craig Patterson. And that is the fourth drop pass tonight for the University of Texas, as Patterson, the 300-pound junior, will come off. It looked as though it was a knee problem, but it's interesting in how you go back to last week, and BYU dropped all those passes against Wyoming, and tonight a lot of drop passes for the University of Texas. They're going for it. 4th down and 3. Kelly's hit from behind. Chad Robinson is the man that sacks him at the 40. The 3rd sack tonight for Chad Robinson. That's a new thing. When they get excited, they butt helmets.
That's the McMahon style. That's what he does. Robinson beats number 78, Cephas. The left offensive tackle right there is not quick enough for Robinson. Robinson comes around for the blind side and knocks Kelly down. Outstanding play by Robinson. Speedness against strength. The speed always wins.
So with 14:15 left to go in the game, Texas cannot convert on the 4th down situation. And Sean Covey and the BYU Cougars back out on the field, 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line. Covey going to Bellini, and it's incomplete. 67, Bobby Rhodes, the strong side linebacker, back on the coverage, and Covey 13 of 35 for 292 yards. Kelly, well, 4 for 17 since the first quarter. Clemens has got the 2 field goals. BYU, the goal line stand in the 3rd quarter, and then Covey 2 touchdown passes for 80 and 52, but only 2 completions in that 3rd quarter. But it doesn't really matter because they're ahead 27-6. 2nd and 10. Whittingham, he's tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Bobby Rhodes, once again, the junior from Houston, Texas, who was a running back in high school, gained quite a bit of yardage in one particular year. Matter of fact, over 1,000 yards.
In this situation, it's 3rd down and 10. Texas would bring in 6 defensive backs, and one of them, number 3, Mercer, will play linebacker and try to match up one-on-one, man-for-man with the BYU receivers.
3rd down and 10. Covey going to Doman. Penalty marker is down as Doman had Stromile beat by a mile. I'll tell you, Covey shows you a strong arm. He needs faster receivers, I think. And it's going to be offensive interference.
Offensive pass interference is an automatic loss of down and a 15-yard penalty against BYU. As 83 Dolman comes out, he's a freshman. Let's watch his hands. That's the secret.
It obviously wasn't there. Wow. That's one of those phantom calls, isn't it, Lee?
No comment.
And that'll bring up a 4th down and 25. And back deep, that's Samuels, 23. And Pat Thompson, whose long punt, it's 54 yards, will be standing back at his 10-yard line. Samuels just inside the 30. Penalty markers down. And what a big booming punt that is. Samuels takes it inside the 20 at the 17. And runs out of bounds at the 28-yard line. Mark Neal is the man that forces him out. 47 yards on the punt by Pat Thompson. And the procedure call against BYU. Are there a lot of flags? I mean, is this normal, Lee, for this early in the year? We saw a lot of flags last week in Wyoming.
Well, there's a lot of flags, especially early in the season. In a kicking game, there shouldn't be this many flags because they practiced and had
With
one
illegal formation against the offense, 5-yard penalty, still 4th down. BYU 13 penalties now, 93 yards, and Thompson
Dixon will be standing back at his 5-yard line. 15 minutes, 20 seconds left to go in the game. Low snap, but nobody's coming, and finally Thompson's got to run with it. He's going to throw a pass, and he completes it. Penalty markers are down. It wasn't enough for the first down. Norman Dixon was number 2 over there.
They had 8 offensive linemen downfield. That's what is it, 8 times 5?
Thompson's got a little indecision tonight. He had a problem before. He couldn't decide whether to run it or to kick it. This time he started to run it. He says, well, maybe instead of kicking it, I'll pass it.
He got 8. He's going to do that 8 times. So see, he patted his head 8 times. That's for 8 different linemen were downfield.
He's not going to have any hair left.
We have ineligibles downfield on the offense. Penalty is declined. First down this way.
BYU leads 27-6. Eric Metcalf ineligible for this one game. What about his Texas school records? Total yards in a season, number 1. Pass receptions in a game, number 1. Pass receptions in a season, second. He only needs 3 to surpass the all-time career receptions. Yards receiving in a game, second. Punt returns in a game, second. This is what Texas has missed on offense tonight. Just his presence, it doesn't matter if he really does that much, as in evident in the Bluebonnet Bowl game last year, where he really didn't do much, but he was a decoy, and Jones had the game of his life.
It'd be a much closer game with Metcalf in there, I'll guarantee that. Texas
is going to take this over at the 35, and penalty markers go down again. Norris was the ball carrier. Knight made the tackle, and yet another penalty. Procedure penalty against the University of Texas. 15 of the 28 rushes have been 2 yards or less.
Did you ever think the University of Texas, with famous coaches like Darrell Royal and those great running teams, would ever have that kind of statistic? I never thought I'd see it as long as I lived.
Roosevelt leads rushes
against the offense. Only 6 men on the line of scrimmage. Still first down.
Roosevelt Leagues one time rushed for over 325 yards in one game for the University of Texas. First and 15 from the 40-yard line. And Kelly gets away from one man. That was Tim Clark, but he can't get away from another man, yet throws the ball out into the near flat in the direction of 34, Darren Norris. Chad Robinson, looking for his 4th sack of the night, was in on top of it.
BYU's putting an awful lot of pressure on Kelly from all angles. Number 44, Clark, is in there. He beats number 53, Miller, to the inside. Chad Robinson, number 9, comes around and knocks him down. That's not pass. It's not intentional grounding because 34 is an eligible receiver and in the area. Smart play by Kelly.
Texas now, 2nd and 15. Had good field position in the 2nd and 3rd quarter. Once again here in the 4th quarter. And he throws it to Jones, but it's intercepted by Scott Peterson, and another penalty marker's down. The interception by Scott Peterson, who a year ago had 4 interceptions. The flag is going to be against Texas.
They're holding on the offense. Penalty is declined. First down.
Well, I'll tell you, their offense is simply disintegrated here in the 3rd, 4th quarter.
Well, the reason it's disintegrated is the fact that they're trying to get too many big plays instead of going back to a basic attack. He goes to his left. He's getting a lot of pressure, so he's going to get rid of it quick. See, he threw the ball too quick, and there's Peterson, number 5, in perfect position to catch the football.
It appeared as though Jones was running one pattern and Shannon Kelly was throwing another.
That'll happen a lot when you put the pressure on the quarterback and knock him down.
BYU now, 1st and 10 from their 21-yard line with 12:48 left to go in the game. And let's see if they just keep it on the ground here for a while as they bust it right up the middle. Mike Solito, number 22, the ball carrier. David McAdoo, 62, is checked into the ball game, makes the tackle. And I would imagine that Lavelle Edwards is going to want to eat up a little bit of that clock with over 12 minutes left.
Lavelle Edwards just passed last year. Frank Kush is winning more games than anybody in the history of the WAC. And when you win more games than Frank Kush, you're an outstanding football player.
Believe it. 2nd down and 6. Branson in motion to the near side. Their game is passing, and Dolman's got it.
Across midfield to the 46-yard line, he beats Strohmeyer again. 28 yards on the hookup, and we should know better than to say BYU is going to run the clock.
BYU runs the clock. They're playing in the hands of the other team. This is just like BYU running the football. Covey's one of the best players they've got. They got number 44's number. Strohmeyer cannot cover Dolman. He hasn't covered him since the first play of the game, so therefore they're going to continue to attack him.
1st and 10. Clock now under 12 minutes. As Dolman, 3 receptions, 122 yards and a touchdown. And they give it to Whittingham right up the middle. He might get a yard to the 45-yard line as Roger Frichter, who took the place of Steve Llewellyn, made the tackle. So Texas banged up some up front. And Rodney Rice over the side. He had muscle spasms earlier, came back into the game, and now is out again.
Sometimes that's cramps because of lack of water. Must get a lot of liquid in him to make sure he doesn't cramp up on it. Rodney Rice got a long touchdown.
And maybe just a little hyperventilating, so excited after that interception and return for the touchdown. 2nd and 10 for BYU. To the near side, intended for Cutler. On the coverage over there for the University of Texas was Bobby Duncombe, number 46, one of the Duncombe brothers.
You know, Lavelle Edwards has had a great offense here. In the last 10 years, he told us he did a statistic.
Yeah, that was interesting.
That's right. They've averaged 37 passes a game and 34 runs. They've thrown for 313 yards passing per game and 134 in 10 years, averaging 313 yards a game passing. That's magnificent.
3rd down and 10 for BYU. Covey's hit, a flag goes down. Cutler, the intended receiver, as Tex Mercer, number 3, came up from a safety spot, and that's only about the 3rd or 4th time we've had a blitz by the University of Texas.
Wyoming absolutely destroyed BYU with the blitz, but the difference is Wyoming's cornerbacks could cover the BYU receivers and Texas can't.
We have holding on the offense. Penalty is declined. 4th down.
The interior line.
Come on, move back the rest of you.
Can't tell exactly which one of it is. I hate to call his name because one of the mothers will call me, but it looked like about 3 or 4 when we're all holding.
So with 10:51 left to go in the football game, BYU 4th and 10. And Samuels is back at the 10-yard line. Thompson from his 40. They sent everybody that time. Thompson with a good punt. And they're going to down it at the 5-yard line. 41 yards on the punt by Pat Thompson.
Hi, I'm Joanne Isuzu, Joe's twin sister, and I love these Isuzu Trooper 2s. They're roomy enough for all your wild Indians. Perfect for grocery shopping. And with their optional automatic transmission and more powerful engine, you can drive anywhere. The Isuzu Trooper 2, rugged yet so chic.
The 4-wheel drive Isuzu Trooper 2, the lowest priced 4-door in its class. The Transamerica Pyramid. You'll find it wherever there's a need for financial services. Whether it's property and casualty insurance in Dallas, life insurance in New York, consumer loans in Fond du Lac, Wisconsin, or commercial financing in Chicago. You see, our home may be in San Francisco, but our heart is everywhere. Transamerica, the power of the pyramid, is working for you.
Oh, there's nothing more better than a taste of fine cheddar. And you can have all the cheddar cheese you please in these. Cheddar and sour cream flavored Ruffles potato chips. They got cheesy flavor in places other chips don't even got places. So you ain't gonna just fall in love with them, no. You're gonna bring them home to meet you, mama, I guarantee. Try cheddar and sour cream flavored Ruffles brand potato chips. They're not just good, they are wonderful. Say cheese, mama.
Tonight's game is being brought to you by Isuzu, the first car builders of Japan. And and by Transamerica. For insurance and financial services, the power of the pyramid is working for you. Beautiful look at Cougar Stadium in Provo, Utah. Roger Twyville along with Lee Corso, and a beautiful night for BYU. They lead 27-6 as number 5, Mark Murdoch, is in the game at quarterback. For the University of Texas, he's a redshirt freshman from Round Rock. And Rodney Rice, who's back into the game, on the coverage as you take a look at the fresh.
Coach McWilliams says that he's the best pure drop-back passer they have, and they're going to use him when they're trying to come from behind and go to the pro offense. That's exactly what he's doing right now.
Kelly left the game 11 of 32, a couple of interceptions, 146 yards. But look at these. Started 3 drives this half in BYU territory and no points, but Kelly couldn't get things going after the first quarter. He was 4 of 20 with 2 interceptions. On a 2nd down and 10, and the passes dropped. Norris was the intended receiver around the middle. The pressure's really on Murdoch right now because BYU, they know exactly what he's going to do. And when you're a passing team, that means that your secondary is going to be usually a good defensive team.
The secret to pass defense is not the secondary, it's the pass rush. There's no football team in the nation that's got good enough defensive secondary people to stay up with college receivers unless they get a pass rush to force the quarterback to throw it fast.
3rd down and 10. And on long yardage, with 3 or more, they run for 11. Murdoch's got time, and he can't find anybody. Threw it in between his 2 receivers, Curtis Govan and Stephen Clark. So Waits will come on and have to punt it from deep in his own end zone, and that means that BYU is going to get a chance to score some more points. And, you know, Lee, through the years, BYU has run up some pretty big scores. Back in 80, they scored 70 against Utah State, 52 against Wyoming, 83 against UTEP, 56 against Utah, 54 against Nevada, Las Vegas. And a flag is thrown as the punt is blown dead at the 37-yard line, just 34 yards. But the fact of the matter is, when you're a passing-oriented offense and you get a big lead, to run the football is doing something that you don't usually do. And it's not necessarily that you're trying to run up the score sometimes, but you don't want to depart too far from what you normally do.
The way BYU throws the football is just as safe as a running attack because they have nice, flare control, well-conceived passes, a quarterback that can throw the ball straight.
Was that the Pledge of Allegiance? Or was he saying, goodness, I've thrown so many flags tonight, I'm losing my breath. Well, they're going to talk it over again. We've got 10-17 left to go in this football game. BYU leading 27-6. Tex Mercer, one of the players in there. Apparently, there were 12 men on the field for BYU.
Substitution infraction, it says in the rule book here.
One of the players apparently trying to get off the field before the play began and didn't make it, so. You weren't catching a plane tonight, were you, Lee?
I hope nobody is catching a plane. But one thing for sure, though. The players are going to be very hungry after the game because they're going to serve breakfast in about a half an hour right here. All right, he waved the flag, which means it's no flag.
No penalty. First down this way.
Well, I'm glad we found that out. 27-6 with 10-17 to go. Believe that?
First and 10 for the Cougars on the Texas 37-yard line.
With this lie detector, I'll prove this great-looking Isuzu is a better pickup than Toyota. It has more standard features than Toyota. It has a double-walled cargo bed, steel-belted radials, and a 5-speed transmission. Toyota doesn't. Yet it's the lowest-priced import truck in America. See, you can trust me.
Now, with factory incentives, you could save even more on the Isuzu pickup.
Presenting the Seagram's Touchdown Minute.
Pittsburgh's Terry Bradshaw threw more touchdown passes in Super Bowl games than any other quarterback. How many touchdown passes did Bradshaw throw in his 4 Super Bowl appearances?
It seemed that when I got into the Super Bowls or into the playoff games, I always seemed to play better than I played during the regular season. I don't know why. It's like someone else took over my body and rose to a different plateau. But when I got into the Super Bowl games, for some reason, great things always happen. You know, somebody's caught a 70-yarder, 68-yarder, 50-yarder. It just seemed like touchdown passes were just the easiest thing to do. But the 9 touchdown passes, when people tell me that that's a Super Bowl record, I said, well, it ought to be. Heck, I played enough of them. I own some records in those games.
The Seagrams Touchdown Minute.
Roger Twyman, Lee Corso back with you in Provo, Utah. BYU with a commanding 27-6 lead and great field position here as they have it 1st and 10 at the 37-yard line. Sean Covey still in at quarterback. And still looking for more. The bootleg and Covey out at the 20-yard line. The tackle made over there by number 3, Tex Mercer. 17 yards in the pickup, but Lee, I don't really understand if that was a planned running play, and why do you want to expose your quarterback with a 21-point lead?
It wasn't a planned play, it was a bootleg, but he did get outside. The reason why he's running now, he's such a competitive player. No matter what the coach should tell you, the player wants to win, he wants to look good, and he's just running because he's a great athlete. That's a little bit outside on number 3, Mercer, but the official was right there.
Yeah, but he's got a 3.92 GPA. He should have bounced before the guy hit him. First down. Whittingham. Touchdown. Whittingham, 20 yards on the touchdown run.
All right, looks like a pass. Looks like a pass. No, it isn't. It's a draw play. They've had great success with the draw. It looks like a pass, and it goes 23 down the field. 19. Odell makes a good block downfield, and it's a touchdown with BYU. BYU has looked like the old BYU football team tonight because they've been playing and using the same offense they should have been using against Wyoming.
And Kaufman in for the extra point, and it's good. And with 10:03 left to go in this game, BYU has moved out to a 34-6 lead over the University of Texas. BYU, of course, has had a great football tradition since Lavelle Edwards has been head coach. And we opened the doors, go back a few years, to the finest moment in Brigham Young University football history. After a perfect season in 1984 where they went 12-0, they meet the University of Michigan in the Holiday Bowl in San Diego. And this is Robbie Bosco, the quarterback. With 1:23 left to go, he finds Kelly Smith, number 21, with a 13-yard touchdown pass. And BYU beats Michigan 24-17. They go 13-0, and they win the national championship. And that's Whittingham on the phone, and I'm sure the guys upstairs are going, hey, where'd he go, guy?
He called collect after he run that good.
So after a loss last week to Wyoming, and what Lavelle Edwards told us was a game that he just really felt so positive about. Felt that they'd really go into Wyoming and do a great job, and then didn't. They've showed some true championship form, a lot of character this week, and they've come back with an outstanding effort. And Sean Covey has shown what he showed last year when he came in and won those 5 games at the end of the year and led them to a bowl game. Kickoff down to Willie Mack Garza. And he's finally stopped at the 25-yard line. And Texas will take it over now as
as Rocky Beagle was back there once again to make the tackle.
Now the quarterback will go back, look like it's a pass, and all of a sudden he'll slip it off to number 33, who runs that slip draw, and he goes down the field. Good blocking downfield, and Whittingham, who's 5'10", 205-pound junior, gets a touchdown. He's an outstanding blocker, tough, aggressive football player, and richly deserves to score.
Bowling ball type of running back. Murdoch, the freshman redshirt, is the quarterback. 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line. He's looking for Norris, and just off his fingertips, 7, Eric Bergeson was on the coverage. Bergeson, the junior from Provo, and Murdoch is now 0 for 4. This is a tough game to put a youngster in. His first action, his team is way behind, and for all intent and purposes, the effort by the University of Texas is just not there right now.
So what the Texas team has to try to do is dig a little deeper and try to find out what they're made of. And I'm sure they're made out of a lot of good things.
That's a cold shot. 34-6, 9:49 left to go in the game from Provo as Norris goes in motion. And Murdoch, what do you call it? A scoop pass or a shovel pass from behind?
That's a draw. That's the Cleveland Browns, Paul Brown, Marion Motley draw. He invented that. Paul Brown did it. You go beyond the guy to make everybody think it's a pass, and you slip it around to behind him.
Last 5 possessions for the University of Texas. You see they started at the 18, the 49, 32, 35, and 3. And Ty Detmer from San Antonio is getting loose on the sideline. What a thrill it'll be for him. He was the top player, top quarterback in the nation in '86 coming out of San Antonio. And chose BYU over a lot of Texas schools as Murdoch goes down the middle. The intended receiver was Stephen Clark, number 82, right at the 36-yard line, which would have been first down territory. And Murdoch yet to complete a pass. Troy Long and Bob Davis back on the coverage, and Waits will come in to punt it one more time. And Lee, Texas is in danger of doing something that's never been done in their great 94-year history, and that's losing season openers 3 consecutive years.
You know, if you're in the game long enough, all your records are going to break, even the bad ones.
O'Brien with the fair catch at the 34-yard line, and BYU will put it into play with 9 minutes left to go and a 28-point lead.
Villa Ford of Orange, your 5-star Ford dealer, serves Southern California with a commitment to excellence. Quality is our first star with Ford Cars and Trucks, #1 in the U.S. Value, more than a fair deal. It's you as a valued customer. Selection, having the right cars and trucks for you. Financing, the right terms to fit your budget. And last, service, servicing your car quickly and efficiently on time. You'll appreciate the professionalism at Villa Ford, where you're the star. Exit Lincoln off the 55 in Orange.
Up, way up. That's what's been happening to cable viewership. At the same time, guess what's happened to network viewership? And the majority of those lost network ratings have gone directly to cable. Over 120 million viewers have found cable, and there's a simple way for advertisers to find them. Plug into the power of cable. America is cable ready.
Competition between foreign countries, the America's Cup.
I can tell you that any sailor in his right mind would not race a monohull against a catamaran.
I think the only chance we've got is if we get a handicap of about an hour and a half.
Downwind, I think we have a little bit of an edge.
It's certainly going to be different. It's going to be interesting.
When the talk stops, the excitement begins. See the second race of the 1988 America's Cup, Friday only on ESPN.
64,000 on hand here tonight at Cougar Stadium. BYU leads Texas 34-6 in the fourth quarter. Sean Covey, 14 of 37, 316 yards, 2 touchdowns, and 1 interception. Now in the game is number 14, Ty Detmer, the redshirt freshman from San Antonio, who we saw against BYU last week, and he hands it to O'Brien up the middle, who gets to the line of scrimmage, maybe not more than that. Rocky Allen, 89, who's seen a good deal of action tonight, a junior from Brownwood, Texas, makes the tackle as Ty Detmer in probably more of a comfortable situation for a young quarterback.
This is what Lavelle Edwards would have liked to have done with him. What Edwards' plan with the quarterback is to redshirt him his freshman year, play him in the JV the second year, and then play him after that. But he didn't get a chance to do that with Dittmer. He needed him last week when Cubby got hurt.
Clock running, 8:27 left to go in this football game. Pass out in the flat. O'Brien is wide open with plenty of green in front of him. O'Brien inside the 30. Mike O'Brien down to the 22-yard line where Jeff Higgins finally makes the tackle. 45 yards on the reception and run by the senior from Northbrook, Illinois.
O'Brien come out of the backfield this time, and he left you a picture, and somehow somebody from Texas busted assignment because he's wide open. Now, after he catches the ball, he's one of the best runners they have, and he's a big, strong guy. He cuts across the grain right here and makes a good play. Texas, at this time, has its second unit defensively in the game.
O'Brien, who's been hobbled by a bad knee through the preseason, showing no ill effects as Ken Hackamack, the big defensive tackle, checks back in. Salido, he's down to the 20-yard line, a gain of about 2 yards as the clock continues to run with 7:40. Jay Jacques, number 91, right defensive end, makes a stop from Lavelle Edwards. They were starting to get on his case here a little bit, weren't they?
I mean, that's unbelievable. Lavelle started his coaching career at Granite High School at Salt Lake City. That was his first head coaching job. It's come a long way.
Well, only about an hour down the road. Second down and 8 for BYU. Ball's at the 20-yard line, and Detmer going down the middle, and he overthrows his intended receiver. That's number 11, Bob Murdoch. John Powell was back on the coverage, and you hear Edwards talking about a field goal.
The offensive line's doing a nice job in there. 63 Wright, 64 Busenbark, 60 Nawahi. They all doing a great job. I'm sure Roger French, the offensive line coach, is a lot happier tonight with his performance of his offensive line than he was last week against BYU.
Well, that adds up to 472 yards, total yards, and 382 of those passing. On 3rd and 8, they come out to the near flat. Cutler, that's going to be 6. On the touchdown pass by Ty Detmer to the senior, Chuck Cutler. Ooh, I'm glad I don't have to practice with Texas next week.
Detmer goes back to pass and got Cutler here, man-on-man with Mercer, and there's no way. They had him isolated one-on-one, and Cutler just beat this man and for a touchdown. The reason why Texas can't stop BYU is because they can't play man-for-man against BYU. I would doubt if the Green Bay Packers could play man-for-man against BYU and stop them without a pass rush.
Kaufman, the extra point. BYU leads Texas 41-6 with plenty of time. 6:59 left to go in the football game from Provo.
Pass protection, excellent again. Number 63 Wright, 64. Busenbark gets good protection in there. 78 Wheat. That's why he had plenty of time. But you now notice it's one-on-one, and nobody can cover Cutler 82 in an open field like that, and he goes in and scores for a touchdown. Texas's plan has always been to play a 4-3 with man-for-man coverage. That's great if you're playing against an option team or a running team, but you can't play BYU with a 4-3 man-for-man without tremendous blitzing.
I want you to stay tuned to ESPN. Coming up tomorrow, it will be the America's Cup off the shore of San Diego, California. And I'd like you to stay tuned for that. And then we'll be over on San Diego on Sunday night for a game between San Diego State and Air Force.
San Diego State's got Denny Stoltz, probably one of the finest coaches in the Big Ten. Went from Michigan State out there, was coach of the year. Beat this BYU team 2 years ago. Outstanding football game at Air Force in San Diego State.
41-6, 6:59 left to go in the football game. Kaufman will kick it off. And that's 34, Darren Norris. who decides to down it, and they'll bring it out to 20. Let's go to our ESPN studios right now, and Chris Berman and Bob Lee.
Thanks so much, Rod. Sports Center coming along right after your game. We'll have the continuing story of Andre Agassi at the U.S. Open tonight against Jimmy Connors. The owners of Major League Baseball selecting a new commissioner to succeed Peter Ueberroth.
Also, we'll have the story of Richard Dent of the Chicago Bears preparing to fight his NFL drug suspension. His attorney going to court tomorrow. We'll have the latest in the war of words in the America's Cup. We'll have tonight's baseball, including an extra inning affair between the Tigers and Yankees. Sports Center after the game, but now here's Lee Corso and Rod.
Interception. 45 for BYU is Rocky Beagle. That ball was batted 3 times, and Beagle in the right place at the right time, and BYU has a great field position at the 19-yard line.
When you're hot, you're hot. Murdoch, number 5, throws the ball. It's deflected off the helmet of Clark, 44, off the wrist of number 30, Mitchell, and number 45 makes a great interception down on the field. Like I said, when you're hot, you get hot. Now, BYU will throw the football here, and people will think they're running it up to score. But that's their offense, and they've got to do that because that's what they do the best.
Should you ever take the football field and hold back? I mean, that's essentially what you do if you don't continue just to run your normal offense.
Why don't you ask Dennis Conner that for the America's Cup?
He has been asked that. Detmer, the quarterback, on 1st and 10. They give it to Solito up the middle, and he's down to the 16-yard line, and a happy bunch of Cougars from BYU as they're going to move their record to 1-1 on the season. Of course, after a couple of Thursday night games, they've got now 4 more games here at home, Lee. The next one against Texas El Paso on September 17th, a much improved UTEP squad.
You know, Texas won 7 straight games against WAC opponents, but interesting, they've lost the last 2, and this would be 3 to the Air Force and BYU twice.
And of course, the game last year in Austin against BYU, where they turned the ball over 8 times. Timeout on the field, 6:12 left to go.
Guess who has more of the year's top films, Showtime or HBO? Well, Showtime has Outrageous Fortune. HBO doesn't. Showtime has Stakeout. HBO doesn't. Showtime has Beverly Hills Cop 2, Tin Men, RoboCop. HBO doesn't. And only Showtime has exclusive rights to 4 of the year's top 5 hits. Showtime exclusives. Here you see them, there you don't.
No, Michael. I want it more Bud Light.
If you want the one light that outshines them all, ask for Bud Light.
Good job. You're not sure.
Oh, but I could be.
Bud Light, because everything else is just a light.
America was built on dreams, and business is the key. We ensure where America works, we're USFSG. From the mountains edge to the ocean's edge, we insure you every day. We protect what America's made of. We cover the USA.
Roger Twyman, Lee Corso back here with you in Provo, Utah. BYU has it 2nd and 8 from the 12-yard line. Pitch back. Eric Mortensen. And he's down inside the 5 to the 2-yard line. Mortensen's a freshman from Lancaster, California, 5'11", 200 pounds, and Lavelle Edwards get a chance to see some of the young players tonight.
Nice little toss play out there. He runs right through one of the defenders, and number 27, Moffitt, comes up and knocks the ball down. You can find out a lot about your football team when you get beat this bad. You'll find out which guys quit on you. Texas will not quit.
Penalty stepped off against BYU. 6:05 left to go. And some substitutions for the Longhorns to make the trip back to Austin. Their next game coming up against New Mexico. And that's on the 17th also. second down and 13. They try to hand it inside, and not much room there for Sim Tiatia.
You know, Texas has a problem in a situation where in their defensive scheme, it's very difficult to play a team like BYU and beat them. But they don't play very many teams like BYU. Probably no team that they play again will have the passing attack that BYU does, and that's why Texas will come out and win about the next 3 or 4 ball games in a row.
They've never lost a season opener by more than 30, and coming into the night, they had only lost 11 in their 94-year history. But this will be their 3rd in a row on 3rd and 19. And they pitch it back to Mortensen, and he's run out of bounds at the 16-yard line. So with 5:02 left to go, Bubba Moffitt on the tackle over there for the Longhorns of Texas. That'll bring up a 4th down situation. Andy Boyce, number 27, checks into the game, and so on 4th down, they'll just go ahead and go for it. Brent Dietrich, the wide receiver, splits to the far side. 4th down and 12. And Mortensen has it. He's got some room to the outside. Let's check his speed. Touchdown. His speed, Lee.
Fast enough to outrun the guys in the white jerseys. Now, this is a simple play. He was not trying to run the score up. It's just a nice little toss play. Number 22 misses the tackle, and there he goes. Bierman misses the tackle. He just runs by 1 man, 2 man, right in for a touchdown. I've always felt that you never like to get behind and have them put the 3rd and 4th guys in because they want to show why they should be on the first team. They kill you.
They don't get to play that much.
They kill you.
Isn't that what you said about going on the road and getting beat by somebody?
Well, that's one thing I've learned against Nebraska. You never want to play Nebraska away from home because they can only bring 50 players. And when they're beating you 50-0, or Oklahoma, they're beating you bad, they can't put anybody but the top 50 players in.
Well, Oklahoma ranked 4th in the nation. They'll take on the Tar Heels of North Carolina. Note the time. That's 5 Eastern time on Saturday.
That's a mistake by North Carolina because Oklahoma only bring 50 players, and when they're ahead, the top players are playing. You play them at Norman, they got 185 players.
We'll be watching that game at 2 o'clock Pacific time because we'll be in San Diego getting ready for our game Sunday night, the Air Force Academy against San Diego State. That's at 9:30 Eastern time here on ESPN.
It's the wishbone of the Air Force against the pro passing attack of San Diego State and Denny Stokes. Ought to be a tremendous game.
Where San Diego State won the WAC 2 years ago in 1986, had a great quarterback in Todd Santos who set all sorts of records, but he is now graduated, and consequently a tough defeat last week as UCLA jumped all over San Diego State in the season opener. We've got 4:54 left to go here in Provo, Utah, and BYU leads it 47-6. You know, one of the disappointing aspects for Lavelle Edwards last week was their kicking game. Kaufman has given him a lot of answers to that kicking game with his performance tonight. Not just the fact that he's hit some field goals, but he has knocked those kickoffs through the end zone. When they've wanted him to squib it, he's done that. He's done a tremendous job.
Yes, he has, and so has Pat Thompson, the punter. You know, we had Texas last year in an opener. They got bombed by Auburn 31-6, similar to this.
There's the knockout punch.
But what happened, they came back and beat a good Pittsburgh team in the Blue Bonnet. Texas will not quit.
Murdoch trying to pass the ball, finally does, and it's complete to the 25-yard line where it's hauled in by Eric Williams. And for BYU, their scoring drive, 4 plays, 14 yards, 156 the time of possession, and Mortensen with the 16-yard touchdown run. And showed some good balance for the last 5 yards there after being tripped up. Clock moving now. 4:24 left to go. 2nd down and 4 for the Longhorns. And that's Williams
to the outside. He's out of bounds at the 31-yard line, where Ted Dawson, the middle linebacker, makes a stop. Ted, whose dad, Ted, is a sportscaster in Dallas, Texas, up here for the game tonight.
Speaking of being up here, we had a tremendous dinner last night with the athletic director of BYU, Glenn Tuckett, a former great baseball coach here. And they run a first-class program here at BYU. Everything is major league. One of the nicest places to come and visit. Great college campus. 98% of the student body is Mormon, and they're wonderful people up here.
4:13 left to go. Murdoch downfield, and there's number 4, Tony Jones, and boy, he has not made a reception since the first half. 15 yards on the pickup and the first down. You know, this is a time of a game, Lee, when I know the coaches are already thinking about next week, but all the players can think about is, what are they going to do to us?
Well, I'll tell you exactly what McWilliams will do. He'll do absolutely nothing that he has done before. He's a fine football coach and knows exactly how to bring this football team. As I said, he brought him back from adversity last year against Auburn and won a great bowl game. Came in second in the Southwest Conference.
You know, the only thing he'll do differently is pencil in number 2. Eric Metcalf will return. 1 game suspension as Ted Dawson on the coverage there. Second down and 10. 3:36 left to go. We mentioned BYU and David McWilliams there. The second meeting between these two teams, and BYU a winner in Austin last year when the Longhorns turned it over 8 times. And a win here tonight. So in 2 meetings between these two schools, BYU at the upper hand. Second down and 10. Murdoch rolling out to the near side. Doesn't fake out too many people, including number 41, Mark Neal, who's over there. Randy Slayton, 53, came up to make the stop. The schedule maker has been pretty good to BYU. They, including this game, 5 consecutive home games. And I'm sure this convincing victory tonight will quiet the critics here in the Provo Salt Lake area, because I mean they were hot on the heels of LaVelle Edwards' coaching staff after that loss to Wyoming. 3rd down and 7. Murdoch going downfield to Jones, intercepted. Kirk Davis picks it off, the senior from San Jose, and what a nice story the Kirk Davis story is. Discovered to have Hodgkin's disease last year, found out about it, played the next week, and wanted to play the following week, but the lymph glands, the tumor in the neck swollen so that he couldn't breathe enough. Had the surgery, has made the comeback. It's in remission now, and he's back playing football as Murdoch throws the interception.
Murdoch threw this ball. He must not misread it, because he throws the ball directly. Davis makes a good catch and moves up. Texas right now has got to try to do something to salvage some of their Texas pride. And if nothing else, they can't quit. And they won't, because Texas is one of the great football and academic institutions in the country.
And our Casio player of the game is BYU quarterback Sean Covey. 14 of 37, 316 yards, the 1 interception, the 2 touchdowns, the big one, the first offensive play of the game, the 80-yard touchdown pass to Bryce Doman, and that set the tempo for the evening for Brigham Young University. So congratulations to Sean Covey, our Casio player of the game. Checking in right now for BYU at quarterback is Chris Hodge, number 12. Right up the middle. Number 15 for BYU is Alima Harrington. 402 passing yards tonight, most by a Texas opponent. The most by a Texas opponent, 402 yards.
One of the reasons is that Texas plays in the Southwest Conference, where in the past history has been a running conference, not a passing team. BYU, conversely, is a passing team, should stay a passing team, and will continue to win.
3rd down and 2. The handoff goes to number 26 for BYU. Stacy Corley on the carry. And a lot of the guys that play on the JV team, and of course BYU plays about a 6-game schedule. Hoge will come out of the game right now, but a lot of the guys that play on the JV getting a chance to play here before the big crowd of 64,000 tonight. And on 4th and 2 with just a minute to go, Thompson will check in to punt it, standing at his 35-yard line. Willie Mack Garza will let it go. Look at the bounce. And everything is going right for BYU. Everything. Davis is down there to put a stop to it at the 2-yard line. And College Game Day is coming up here on ESPN. Want you to join Tim Brando, Bino Cook, Saturday at 11:30 Eastern Time. Each and every Saturday, they'll get your day started on College Game Day. And Bino always has some interesting things to say, and Tim will keep you up to date on scores and the highlights. So that's College Game Day, Saturdays, 11:30 Eastern Time, right here on ESPN. We've got 40 seconds left to go. BYU leads it 47-6. Texas at the 2-yard line. And one of the Reminder Sports Center is coming up next. All the scores and the highlight, the baseball pennant races, what's going to happen in the America's Cup tomorrow. Dave Franson makes the tackle on Eric Williams. 25 seconds left to go. And the fans leaving here after a very enjoyable Thursday evening. BYU with over 500 total yards tonight. Texas with 265. And I guess this is a pass. This will be the last play of the game. Williams is tackled. The official's going to stop the clock with 2 seconds left, so they'll run one more play. Lee, your thoughts on this game tonight? I know coming in, you felt that Texas, had to get the pass rush on Covey. I think we were both surprised they didn't bring more people during the course of the evening.
They didn't blitz as much as I thought they would. They couldn't get to the quarterback. When you don't get to Covey's quarterback, as we said in the opening of the show, Covey and BYU can beat almost any team in the nation. Their corners couldn't play man-for-man pass with defense, and BYU did what they should have been doing in the first game, throw the ball. Have some fun. That's their style.
Final play right up the middle, and that'll do it. For the first time in their history, the University of Texas has lost 3 consecutive openers. And BYU with a 47-6 victory, and we'll be back with a final word from Provo right after this.
Now the final chapter, students, in Bosworth's book of etiquette, personal hygiene. I suggest the maximum protection of new Right Guard Sports Stick from Gillette. Antiperspirant and deodorant. Anything less would be uncivilized.
Excuse me, Mr. Palmer, about this Arnie's Caddy giveaway? Pennzoil's giving away 50 new 89 Cadillacs today.
Tonight, and they even up their record at 1 game apiece. Texas loses their season opener for the 3rd consecutive year. 47-6, the final score here at Cougar Stadium in Provo. Coming up on Saturday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time, the 4th-ranked Sooners of Oklahoma take on the Tar Heels of North Carolina. That's 5 Eastern Time on Saturday. And, of course, Lee and I will be over in San Diego on Sunday night as we'll bring you the Air Force Academy against San Diego State. That's Sunday night at 9:30 Eastern Time right here on ESPN. So we got a couple more games for you this weekend. And for Lee Corso, this is Roger Twibell saying good night from Cougar Stadium in Provo, Utah, where BYU is a winner, 47-6.
Coming up on SportsCenter, American tennis passed in on the tennis court. Jimmy Connors once was kind of a midnight cowboy. Now we have a new rage in American tennis.
It was the future and the past meeting tonight. You know, when Andre Agassi has already said it, he is ready now to assume the title of top American tennis player. And that is a mouthful, but tonight, in his quarterfinal match at the U.S. Open against
Sports Center is being brought to you by Michelob. Michelob is a proud sponsor of the 1988 U.S. Olympic team.
It's back. It's going, gone.
Now, whether that committee's power would withstand another court challenge to the deed of gift is unclear. Race 2 is tomorrow. It is Friday, and skipper Dennis Conner is expected to wrap up his best-of-3 challenge and then watch as the Kiwis go back to court. Yesterday, the U.S. Catamaran beat New Zealand by over 18 minutes. Did Conner sandbag the race? Did he make it closer than it really was to discredit New Zealand court case? Well, the bar...
Tried their luck at home against the Texas Longhorns in a battle of two teams that traditionally have offensive styles as different as night and day. It was a night game. That's why BYU looked awfully good, and the fans were psyched at home in Provo. First play from scrimmage, Sean Covey. Play action. Is Bruce Doman open or what? Where's the defense? 80-yard touchdown. Covey threw for 316 yards. It was this way all night for BYU. Cougars defense didn't have a bad day either. Shannon Kelly picked off by Rodney Rice. He could go all the way. He does go all the way. So does BYU on the night. Hope you joined us as BYU rolled 47-6. And join us Saturday, game day, Tim Brando, Bino, and the guys at 11:30 in the morning Eastern Time. And then our game live, 5 Eastern Time, number 4, Oklahoma at the Tar Heels of North Carolina. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Bill Selman with a personal invitation to really tee off on some great sales now at our Clearance Classic. We priced all Cavaliers and S10 pickups